Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, hello and welcome to the iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India Pro Series powered by Loco. Now, my name is Angad Singh Chahal. I usually go by the experiment, and joining me is an entity we know, we've all loved. He was formerly known as a little bit of a pain, but now he's just Fixes. Fixes, how are you doing? Lovely having you here, buddy.
I'm all really excited up because, considering what we're in here for, XP, it's been a long month where I really missed you on the desk, and it's glad to be back with you. It's been almost a year, isn't it?
It has been. I mean,
Yeah.
we once did a show long way back, and now we're finally reunited. Of course, some of us are a bit broken up, but let me just tell you one thing. I feel like a bionic man right now with this little brace on.
A bit of a cyborg leg, right? Back in the cartoon days we used to have.
And of course, you just mentioned Cyborg. Of course, it's all machinery. And speaking of machinery, we have a few bad boys in our hands right now. Of course, I am talking about the iQOO Neo 6. And let me tell you one thing, you are going to have the opportunity to get these bad boys in your hands soon enough. But you know what? Before we do that, let's actually have a look and see what all we have in this device, because, oh boy, it packs quite a punch.
Now, I've been playing a lot of BGMI already on this device, and I've got to tell you this. Considering how we started off in the previous titles, the phones have gone way advanced, and now what we're talking about right now, it's the Snapdragon 875G processor that I'm talking about. And even to, just pack it up, you've got that 80 watts of flash charge.
Wow.
And, not just that, XP, in 12 minutes, you're going to get your juice back up to 50%. And in just 32 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, it's 200. So.
Wait. Are you sure about those figures? Because
Oh,
that
yeah.
is phenomenal. So what he's saying is, let me just, put it down in one little thing. The time it takes for you to complete one game of BGMI is basically when you can be all charged up and ready to go and battle it out once again. And of course, if you want to have, the best gaming experience, you've got to have the most powerful device in your hands. That is the iQOO Neo 6. Now, of course, a big shout out to iQOO for making all of this possible. Oh boy, buddy. I mean, we did have the BMOC just a few days before, and now we are here in the Pro Series. And you, of course, have a lot of knowledge about the teams. What can we expect?
What a journey it has been, right? And sadly embarking another journey on. But today, I think we've got a little bit of a giveaway for all the viewers out there exclusively over here, the Esports channel of BGMI. All you've got to do is head over towards Google, and that is where you type iQOO Neo 6. Head over to the website and click on that Notify Me. Now, 3 lucky winners, not you and I, XP.
We've already been
yeah.
banned from this because, it's all for you. These giveaways are for all our lovely viewers out there. Make sure you have your account set up. All you have to do is, like he said, type iQOO Neo 6, and, you can win yourselves this beautiful phone in our hands. And, you never know. Maybe next time we have BMPS Season 2, maybe you might be the ones we're going to be casting about. But now, coming to what's going to happen. It's going to be an epic month-long show. We have 24 teams who are going to be battling out. But the question is, what are they fighting for? What is all this hullabaloo about? Because, well, let me tell you one thing. A lot of money is involved.
And the bragging rights as well. But the money, the moolah, is where we really have our interest in. And it's a whooping. It's the record being broken this time. The first ever, the highest prize pool, ladies and gentlemen. It's 2 crore rupees. And the winners out here are going to get 75 lakh rupees right in the pocket. So that's a lot of money we're talking about, XP. Now, it certainly takes me down where I really need to consider if I have to get back into being a player.
I'm thinking the same thing, because don't be alarmed, boys and girls. If you do see 7 zeros after the 2, you are correct. It is a whopping 2 crore rupees. And as you mentioned, 75 lakhs go to the first place, 35 for second. And as we keep going down, it is going to get shorter and shorter. Of course, we do have some special prizes as well. I'm talking about the MVP, the most finishes, the lone survivor. But the thing is, Fixes, how do we decide who's going to be, walking away with all that moolah? Well, there you have the point distribution up on your screens now.
Now, this has been pretty standard, right? We've been seeing this happening since the BGIS, transitioning into the BMOC. It's the pretty same old standard. You've got the first position winner getting 15 points, but what really stands out, XP, is those finish points that you accumulate. You have 1 point for each. Now, that is where we've seen teams kind of stepping it up a bit on those first few circles. We've got those fights, so they want to creep a little bit of a space for themselves, because you do not want to be in the bottom half, because you barely get anything at all.
I mean, to the victor go the spoils, that's what it's all about. But now that we've had a look at the points, let's have a look and see how all the games are going to be played out over the coming weeks. Of course, to kick things off, we do have League Stage Week 1. That is going to be starting today, the 19th of May. And this continues till the 22nd, after which we are going to give them a little bit of a breather.
Yeah.
Because, you know, too much work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. However, League Stage Week 2 starts on the 26th and goes on till the 29th.
Of course, and now it's going to span across the next 3 weeks, right, where we're going to have these 24 teams compete to find out who are the top 6 teams who would eventually go on to play the finals, and that's going to be from the 9th of June till the 12th. Now that is where we're going to have our victors announced, right? Like I said, it's not just about the money over here, it's not just about, you know, winning, it's about having the bragging rights for the next few months. And like I said, XP, we've got few of those teams coming in, you know, the underdogs making their way in, and that is where they have chances to get signed into some juicy orgs.
Well, they can have those chances, but the thing is they are going to have to play quite a few games, and if you have a look, we do have 6 games lined up for you this fine day. Of course, kicking things off in the crowd favorite Erangel, followed by Miramar, Sanhok, Erangel once again, Miramar, and you would think that we're going to have a second Sanhok, but no, we're going to keep it Erangel because, again, you know, I think it's a level playing field. It's a fair thing for everyone. It's the most common map played, and everyone kind of knows every single nook and cranny.
The bread and butter map of BGMI
Yes,
that we've been talking about, right? And likewise, we've got a few of those teams that really tend to thrive in Erangel. We've got teams like Blind, we've got teams like Walkouts who've got really amazing game in Miramar as well. And that is where we have Sanhok to completely flip the tables, right? Just when you're thinking, you know, this is one of those teams that has been starting to build up on the momentum, that's where you're wrong.
Well, that's what Sanhok is all about, right? It kind of just comes in and it just changes the entire game. But now, of course, we've had a look at what all maps are going to be played. Let's have a look and see as which all teams are going to be participating in the next few rounds because, well, we do have Group A going up against Group B. And now I'm sure all of you watching at home, you're going to recognize your favorite logos. But just to make it clear, we are going to start off with GE, INS, Hydra is going to be in the building as well, ATZ, RTR, GOG Esports, and then, of course, a crowd favorite Enigma is going to be playing. And I love this last name. We support the farmers. Recently taken over by Esports Wala. I wonder what the boys from Punjab are going to do.
Already Karan and Bajwa, the ones to look out for. But as we transition in a Group B, we do have OR Esports, and we've got Big Brother Esports, Initiative Academy, Walkouts, Blind, Nigma Galaxy, ACBC, and NG. Now this iQOO BMPS was sort of a revelation for all those big names who are not here with us anymore. Now we've been playing for years, right? Now all these players have been grinding in for so long and finally had that little bit of a reality check, and now here we are to find the new face of BGMI.
Hey man, you know, I've always said this one thing. Our country is full of untapped potential, and you know, if you want to be at the top, the thing is you got to be ever persistent. You got to make sure that you come out with the new things. But you know, before we actually talk about that, let's just have a look and see what all made this possible. Of course, I'm talking about the iQOO Neo 6.
I've got the power
to make every day the best of my life, to strive for more, to beat my own score, to get that encore. I've got this. I've got the power to do more, see more, be more. I've got the power to win.
Well, there you have it, the iQOO Neo 6. Again, it is going to be available in the market really soon. And again, you know, this is like a launch alert right now. If you want to get your hands on it, all you have to do is go onto Google and make sure you do follow the esports page for Battlegrounds Mobile India because, well, that is where the giveaways are going to be announced. But again, what a device. And if you are one of the lucky few who win, I'm going to be a little bit jealous.
Now, we're going to try our hands, right? We're going to try to get this one right in our pockets.
Hey, man, that's all him. That is all him. I'm just kidding.
You haven't, you know, you still haven't checked out the phone yet, have you? Because once you do XP, once you get, you know, those selfies clicked out and, you know, the balance, the premium feel that you get, those little colors changing around, this is one phone, it's a stealer.
You know, speaking of colors changing, of course, this is a beautiful device, a beautiful phone. But now, before all the carnage and all the destruction that is going to be coming in the maps, well, let's have a look and appreciate the beautiful map that is Erangel. And to kick things off, we do have a beautiful UAZ overlooking the open ocean. And well, sooner or later, buddy, all that green grass is going to be covered with hot, dripping blood.
Oh, indeed it is going to be. And there are still chances where we have seen all these teams get off into a little bit of shenanigans. Just drop your vehicles inside the water, take it out for a splash. Maybe, once you have your vehicles dirty and all muddy, that's going to be there. We've seen those shots being fired from within the waters, which could be a possibility today as well. But again, you've got Group A and Group B. Now, there are being speculations, right? There are going to be a few drop clashes, but I think that's all going to be thrown out of the window as the game begins.
All right, let me do one thing. Of course, for all our viewers who are watching us in the Pro Series, who might have kind of missed out BMOC, I want you to help us, bring us up to speed. Now, Group A, we have a lot of big names.
Oh, yeah.
Who are we looking out for in all these groups?
Yeah, of course. I mean, Global Esports, one of those teams that really dominated round 4 of the iQOO BMPS, right? Getting 100 points plus. Now, this is a squad that started off with a chicken, got a back-to-back, and they're going to be looking at even bigger things. But then again, if you talk about the teams that really had to go through the trial by fire, that is where you've got to get in Autobotz, Esports. That is where you can get in Esports Wala WSF, because these lads have got a lot of fire in the backs.
Oh, they definitely have the firepower and, to back him up like you just mentioned. But again, we have a lot of big names. A lot of big names kind of crashed out in BMOC, which was kind of unprecedented. I get it again, you got to be ever adaptive. But now, without further ado, with a couple of choppers to make sure that the escort is going to be nice and safe, the Big Bird is going to take to the skies for the first time in the iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India Pro Series powered by Loco. And, well, let's have a look and see where we are flying to.
Oh, there you have it, right? It's all the way from prison to Wirtz per mosque. Not the ideal flight path trajectory you would want, but again, it's a long series, right? You're going to get a lot of games. So this is where you're going to look out for teams heading over to their drops A or B, and then you have that plan C also coming into executes. What I really think is that teams are going to start off a little bit slow, and once they get the hang of it, and that is where you're going to go and look after them, racking up all those finishes to their names.
It could be, because again, I love the fact that we kind of did tweak the point distribution a little bit. It gives a little bit more emphasis on those finishes, which means you can't really be too passive in BGMI these days. But now, as most of the teams are going to be dropping, as Fixes mentioned, to their favorite spots, I doubt we're going to see some early clashes, because this is just the beginning of the league stage, and well, all these teams have a lot of time, Fixes, to kind of gauge one another and see what the other team is up to.
This is what I was talking about, right? Now, when we sort of went in before the game, doing our homeworks, that's where we figured out, we had a little bit of a collision down at the military base, but look at where the circle has gone up, and this has been happening ever since the new updates, right? The meta has completely changed. We are witnessing new circles, and along with that, maybe a few more drop collisions, a few teams fighting out for the vehicles out there. I'm pretty sure we're going to see one really quick.
We could see some early action, of course, in this game. But the thing is, nowadays, Fixes, everyone has, talent managers. They've got people, analysts and all that, who basically make sure that they keep a check on all the other teams, because, again, they want to avoid early finishes and, losing that one man, because even at this stage, every single man can make a difference. But for now, Global Esports, they are going to be nearby another team, and, well, looks like we just might see a few shots fired, because for now, Manya is going to make sure that he keeps OR Esports at bay, and looks like they are skedaddling out of there before anything comes their way.
Yeah, of course. I mean, Global Esports, they've been dropping over at Rozhok. Now, one of those teams that has been under the radar, right? One of the teams that are the contenders to win it all, considering the young youth talent that we have in them, all their players, right? Manya leading the charge. You've got Joker, one of those players to watch out for. And so are these boys, right? Initiative Academy. Now, this is where it kind of gets a little difficult for them, because they're the ones who kind of usually head over to the Western Georgia Paul cities. And once you've got that really weird flight path, all the way from down south, and you do not have vehicles, you're left with no options but to travel through.
Actually, I do agree with you over there, but it kind of looks like they might have been a bit confused, because you don't want to be running out in the open fields at this stage. You want to make sure you at least have a weapon or two at hand, maybe a backpack, maybe a helmet, because if a stray bullet comes flying and gets you in your noggin, Oh boy, well that is definitely going to hurt because looks like Yuva OP from Walkouts is expecting that some enemies are going to be nearby. And speaking of enemies being nearby, Invader, buddy, you better watch out because looks like there's an invasion being planned as far as IE is concerned. But by the look of things, Fixes, Ayush is going to be falling back to his teammates. Again, you know, they want to make sure they have enough real estate at this point so that they have enough loot for the later stages of the game.
Now, this is what I'm starting to wonder. Where are the other players, right? Where are the reinforcements? Because at some point or the other, you know, Invader is going to know that Initiative Academy are right beside where he is.
Oh,
and
they're
this is
coming.
where he spots them down. But I'm pretty sure Initiative Academy are just going to let him be. Because it's not the other way around. But now they're going to push shots as Ayush is under heavy fight.
Well, that M4 is going to be rattling off bullets, and had he kept his eyes on the other member, he might have got an early knock over here. But for now, they are going to give the position away, and well, looks like that buggy has definitely seen better days. Now, as far as Initiative Academy is concerned, I like what they did. They realized, you know what, hey, wait a second, this compound is pretty much occupied right now, and, you know, they didn't have the information whether everything around was the same, so they're going to fall back to some safe haven, and, well,
You know, I'm starting to wonder, XP. Do they know it's just Invader over there? Because had they had that information, I'm pretty sure they would have loved to pick that fight, right? Get that first blood up and then get on moving. Because from what I can see, Dango does not have any vehicles to work around with.
he doesn't. However, I like the fact that WSF, you know, they do have some angles set up. Of course, you do have the map on your screens. It is going to be a little northern shift right at the beginning, which means, well, we might just see some vehicular manslaughter sooner or later as teams are going to be heading on a bit of a collision course with one another. But again, coming back to the point I was making, yes, Invader is all by his lonesome, but have a look at the cover over here, buddy. He's got the Mini 14, he's got a 4x scope, and, well, judging by their prowess, they can actually keep the enemy at bay. But again, for both teams, as you did mention, this is the beginning of the Pro Series, right? Why take any undue risks?
Yeah, I think that's pretty much what's going on in the minds of the players of Initiative Academy at the very least, because I really felt, you know, even had Invader got some help from the Katka compounds, it's going to be still such a strenuous task to, you know, get back to his teammates because he does not have any vehicles to work around with. Now, that is where GOG Esports, now this is one of those teams that hails from down south, and they have also been another one of those teams to really watch out for. Now, this team really knows to pick it up a notch, right? At certain games, if you look at them and you think this might be the team that goes for a lot of position points, but there are matches when they go all guns blazing and rack up a lot of finishes to their names.
Well, that is, of course, the name of the game. You want to make sure you not only survive till the end, but you also rack up those finishes. And, well, you don't want to flip the car. And, oh, boy, we have the Lambos in the game right now. Of course, this one is going to be your Performante, if I'm not going to be wrong. And, well, that is one beautiful vehicle indeed. Now, I did kind of see that, you know, Team MG were making their transition due north. But, again, Initiative Academy, they seem to be all over the place.
Now it's 6 minutes inside the game and they finally get to their desired drop location, right? And this is where you see majority of the teams, you know, traversing around already to the first rotations. Now this sort of gives, you know, a rise to a lot of points that could be made over here. Are they too late? Because the moment they start getting inside the zone, it's going to be filled up with a lot of other teams, and that is where they might get picked off.
However, but as you mentioned, Western Georgie is their neck of the woods. I'm pretty sure they know each and every container. They know all the angles. So you know what? As long as they're home, buddy, they're going to be like, come on, bring it. We are going to be standing steadfast right here as Team INS now are going to be making their move as well. And as you mentioned, 7 minutes on the clock. Still not a drop of blood on this ground. However, all of that could change soon because I do see on the map feed provided to us a couple of convoys are going to be following one another, and sooner or later shots are going to be fired. Well, bodies might just hit the floor.
Oh, and this is what I really like about teams like INS, right? Take a quick early rotation, get that Northern Severny area to themselves, because what really happens is you've got your tails clear, right? You know there's no one on your backlines, and this little, you know, hybrid circle, which I love to call that, has that tendency to move a little bit up north, and I really like what even the teams like Enigma is doing right now. And for Hydra, I'm a little bit on a mix of things because I really am starting to wonder what are they up to. Are they contesting for the center XP?
Well, they could be, but my eye is going to be on the bridge down south because looks like ACBC Esports, they've made their way across, and it kind of looked like Retribution RTR had an idea that someone's going across. And now, if you keep an eye out on those green markers on your screens, ladies and gentlemen, you can see that Evil definitely did alight from his vehicle, and, well, it looks like RTR are going to be just a little bit careful as well, expecting a little bit of an ambush, a little bit of a blockade set up on the bridge. And, well, let's see if Craniac is going to get a bullet in his cranium, or are they going to be dishing out the punishment to the enemies who are lying in wait?
It's always better to be safe, right? It's always better to check every nook and cranny over here because, after this little bit of a rework around the bridge, you've got a lot of, podiums to play around with. You've got that little side, standers over there, and that is where I believe Retribution, I think that it's all clear and fast for them, so they're going to try and rotate it around. So we were kind of expecting that little early skirmish between ACBC and RTR. Did not really happen.
Fix is painting me a picture right now. We are going to talk about RTR. Look at the circle. We've had a northern shift. How do they traverse around, especially since they know a couple of teams are going to be, lying along the periphery waiting for them? Do they go head on, or are they going to go a bit east or a bit west?
This is where the trouble arises, right? You can see a plethora of teams, a splash of colors from the western side.
Like
now, what would be really ideal is you've got to take that northern route. Now that's something I was talking about, right? You still have options to play around the shorelines, and that kind of is applicable for teams like Autobotz. You even have Initiative Academy. This is what I was really worried about, right? The next shift, and this is where Initiative do not have a lot of loot to their names. Now all those compounds which they could have picked up had they rotated earlier on, now they're gonna have a lot of trouble to find that safe haven to themselves.
Well, they could have a little bit of trouble, but looks like trouble is going to be ringing over here for Autobotz, who are assembling, thankfully, as Hell is going to make sure he picks up his fallen comrade, and, well, the first aids are going to be administered soon enough. Now, again, since we do have a little bit of a map feed, skirmishes are going to be breaking out in Severny, in and around the city, in fact, as a lot of teams are trying to find some hot property in the city, but sooner or later, come on, we want to see some bullets fly, we want to see some bodies drop, we want to see some carnage, death, and destruction.
Well, I think we've got to wait for the next few circles over here. 10 minutes already into the game, and not even a single soul has been wiped out of the server. Now Walkouts, another team, they represented a big org, and then suddenly, it was all in shambles. They had to start it off from the round one itself. It's such a tedious process, to make it through the qualifiers. Then you get onto the 512 teams and make your way. The biggest getting climb was, of course, that round two, but we do have some gunfires. It's going to be Enigma rattling a few bullets out at MG.
Well, Rex did let loose a few shots. Unfortunately, looks like that little metal plate on the backside of that buggy is going to be saving his life, but now he's going to be alive.
Is he, though?
He's going to make a run for it. And, of course, we have a Car 98 rattling off a few shots, but it's going to be Rex's DP28 that gets that first taste of blood, as I should say, as the Dawn himself hath fallen.
Somewhere down the line, Enigma, they really responded well, but at this point, of course, MG, they're going to sort of recuperate, they're going to get those revives back up. But at this point, I'm going to start wondering if EWWSF do want themselves to get inside the mix of things, because they've taken the back lines over here, and that is where, the boys from Punjab, they might have a little bit of a battle to pick up, XP.
Well, they might have a battle, but of course, if history teaches us anything, they are going to be packing quite a punch. Of course, they have that little bit of Sikh warrior blood in them. I'm going to stop talking about that because looks like all the teams now are going to be engaging with one another, as Eggy from Enigma is going to let loose that 7.62 caliber round. Unfortunately, I don't think anyone's in there.
He's going to be your favorite player.
Is
Just
he?
watch out. He's a dedicated sniper for his team, and we have seen all those skulls cracking with those bolt actions.
Oh, we did see that indeed. And of course, here's to watching some more bolt action. But now the question is, where is the circle going to shift? Is it going to throw a wrench in all their plans? I mean, we did kind of expect this. Severny is still, going to be a safe haven for a few of these teams. But the thing is now, Fixes, there's going to be a mad rush for all the high ground around the city, and that is where teams are going to be colliding pretty much point blank with one another.
No, this is where I sort of anticipate the teams to be holding the peripheries of the cities, right? The edgy compounds, because that is when eventually when the circle is going to tilt a little bit towards the east side. We had seen a similar circle like this in the iQOO BMPS round 4, of course. Now, RB understands that, and he wants to pick up a fight. Little does he know it's going to be INS right beside him.
Let me tell you one thing, that was a bold move because, of course, he was going in blank. Now the team is going to be coming in as shots are going to be fired. Eggy is back in to get better broken. There you have it. First blood is coming in. Now Shane, with that M4, is going to make sure he makes quick work of the enemy in front of him. 2 people have already lost their lives. It looks like a lot more are going to follow as MJ from GOG comes under fire, and Will Billion, with a 1 in a million tough grenade, trying to get a knock, does not do so.
Now this is where it's going to be coming down to the urban warfare that we have. A lot of grenades being lost over. It is pandemonium throughout the lobby. Now I really like what WSF are doing, right? They're kind of keeping a safe distance between them and all those teams. They're kind of prioritizing to rotate around from the edges. But here we have a whole different story, right? Now Team Blind, they have been in similar situations in the past. They have really come out as the good contenders of getting the chicken dinner. It's all about the circle shifting away from Severny City.
It is indeed, but now what's going to happen is we are going to get glimpses of urban warfare, and it is pretty much a hit and miss situation. It's trial and error because Evo's throwing grenades a bit randomly, right? However, if one of them do connect, oh boy, talking of connect, Deadpool with that suppressed M16 from distance is going to make sure that Rex is going to go back in cover. Oh boy, another shot could have been a different story. But coming back to Eggy's point, Fixes, if one of those grenades luckily connects, they know someone's in there, they know someone's going to be down, and potentially you can reduce the other team to 2 members because one of them might try to pick them up. But for now, it's going to be Williams from Blind. He has an idea that someone's nearby, but the question is he going to get a taste of blood?
Well, once he spots someone out, he definitely will. But at the same time, really, I'm kind of starting to wonder if Team Enigma are really going to go for those finishes out there, even after they're getting a knock. Because at the same time, you've got the other teams also in the nearby vicinity, right, who are going to be trying to capitalize, rack up a few points up their sleeves as well. But Williams, he's not even moving a muscle, right? He's been still as a rock. But for INS, it's going to be a whole different story because they are making some nitsy moves over here.
They are indeed, and if you have a look on the right side of your screen, boys and girls, you are going to notice that BBE or Brick Brother Esports are down to 1 last man. Now let's see if he can carry that mantle forward as the circle is going to be shifting once again. Come on, let's go north, let's go north. It isn't going to go north. It looks like IE could be picking a fight with someone else. There you have it. Ayush with his UMP is going to make sure he keeps the enemy at bay as Retribution RTR are heading their way. Now grenades are going to be thrown. Wait a second. Blazy gets knocked out on the side, and now Ayush is going to go for a massive flank. He has been spotted. He has been shot. He ducks. He does get that initial knock, and it looks like RTR now down to 2 members could be in a world of trouble.
Oh, they certainly can be right now. He's just ensuring all those finishes to his name as Team RTR. They are in shambles. They are in tatters, but not down yet as Coops is going to retaliate with a grenade of his own. And Craniax finds himself knocked out as well. Now, this is where it all goes astray as nades keep on flying. It's all nothing really to process in my mind, XP. What's going on?
And have a look at this. OR Esports from the heavens above are going to be raining down death with some ferocious lead as they did get a couple of members of RTR, and well, that is going to be a different story. And looks like Initiative Academy, they've suddenly lost 3 members in the blink of an eye. And well, they did have a little bit of a policy, a little bit of an insurance policy, so to speak, because Loki was a bit far away, well, getting up to his mischievous ways, I'm assuming.
Yeah, I mean, he did that pretty early, right? It was sort of a contingency plan to survive till the very end, to accrue as many finish points. But Retribution RTR, I'm kind of shocked at the same time, because how on earth do you survive with multiple players of yours getting knocked out? As now they've got to make a dash inside the circle. Almost all the compounds are well being taken care of, and you've already got OR Esports having that little bit of a vantage point looking out at you.
I mean, we've talked about this next point I'm going to make a lot of times, right? The meta has changed, and they're really paying attention in physics classes because you need to make sure you get the angles right for the grenades, and well, those grenades need to make for now. It is going to be GOG. They are pushing in. One of the members is going to make sure the enemy gets up. as he connects. He knocks one down and, well, puts him 6 feet under with that AK. And now, although they did deploy a lot of smoke fixes, looks like their position has been given away. And, well, that Molotov could be deadly right about now.
He's got nowhere to run and hide, right? Stuck between a rock and a hard place. Eventually gets picked up, blown into smithereens as Blind. They're going to be collecting all those 4 finish points to their name. Would get that revive. Be safe for just about now.
Well, of course, you know, their name might be Blind, but they have vision on everything around them because they are making sure that they dictate the terms. But now, elsewhere on the other side of the map, we do have 2 teams facing off. OR Esports are going to be out in the field. We do have another team in a little bit of cover. You know, all that concrete definitely helps. INS on the move. I do hate it when, you know, beautiful cars do get all those puncture holes through them, but again, that is the name of the game, and, well, that Lambo is going to take a few shots, and AJ now has enough time to relocate to greener pastures.
Now, this is what happens when you have one of your scouts, you know, trying to just scour around through the City. They did lose out on Manya, and ever since then, they've been a little bit on the back foots, right? Being a little reluctant to engage in those fights, and it's a good thing that GE is playing around the edges. They still have Autobotz in the nearby contention to take a fight up against, but they really need to find some definite covers, right? Because with these buggies, there's still going to be a few shifts, and that's going to be so troublesome. But yeah, we've been having this for a while, you know, just the players hiding themselves in this murky smoke and then trying to get onto the pilot seat and then have a little bit of a lookout, right? All these little things really help at the bigger stages of it all.
Oh, they definitely do, and looks like Initiative Academy is going to be wiped out. The second that ship is going down south, shots on and fired Orba with that M4. He goes down to the last bullet, and, well, there you have it. That's why you never reload when the enemy is in your crosshair, ladies and gentlemen, because the car went boom, and, well, with them, it took one of the enemies.
Now Autobotz already pretty happy with that first finish that they accrued to their names. Now this is where Blind have to make their move. Now with MG keeping a watch at them, it's going to be really difficult. Now they have that little bit of a trail of smoke flying around, you know, a little soft cover to escape from. But then again, look at Kosti's position, right? The moment they step out from the city, he's going to go ham.
Well, they are making the move. The vehicle is going. Everyone is going to be in one ride, but it looks like Team MG this time, you know what? They're not going to take off shots because, again, fixes. You got to keep something in mind. There are other bigger, badder wolves out there lying in wait for them. So, you know, you don't want to make a lot of ruckus and draw all that undue attention to yourselves. And it looks like it has worked because Team MG Hospital has made it in as Enigma's Avi is going to get the better of Deck.
I mean, they're going to escape from one situation right in the next moment as you've got Walkouts also racking up a few finishes to their names. And of course, Mr. Spray, one of their primary players, right? He has to deliver for his team. And Juba, he's been the young sensation for this squad. You know, ever since he's joined them, they've got a whole lot of firepower to pack inside of them. As now, you know, now they're going after the players of MG. And this is where all those chaos sort of erupts, right? All of them have to make their way inside the circle and Team Blinds. Oh, now they're going to start falling down on the numbers.
They are going to start falling down. It looks like we do have Yuba OP coming in with the grenade, and Walkouts are going to be swinging another one in the direction of the enemy. It looks like that is going to be a good one as well. However, it looks like they are going to be coming under fire from elsewhere. But you know what? This gives them a little bit of a deception, right? They can finally make it to greener pastures, make it to safety as Sadi. Oh boy, he is low on HP, but lucky for him, he does have 5 first aids, and, well, that car is already blown to smithereens. It isn't going anywhere again, as Hydra are going to be joining the fray as they rack up a few finishes for themselves.
We've got Phillips, he's making some real bold moves out there, out in the open, but we have a whole different fight. Hydra, they're on a man-hunting spree. It's a vehicular manslaughter, ladies and gentlemen, and here comes the ram in. Of course, we want to do a few finishes to their name as Zoro just marches in through that smoke, spraying through, still connected.
Well, he is Zoro, the master Zoro, if you know what I'm talking about. He's going on guard, and, well, he just took on an entire team and wiped 3 of them all by his lonesome. Now he is going to rack up another finish for himself, and looks like the opponents in the form of Esports, while they were caught off guard and were shot at from elsewhere. Now, this is what's going to happen at this stage. 11 teams still remaining, 30 players still alive and kicking, but sooner or later, they're going to be toppling over like dominoes over one another.
Oh, there you go. The edgy strat really not working out for Global Esports, as this is something that they have not really witnessed in the past. This is one of those uncommon circles we've gotten to see over the time. As Autobotz, I really like how they've been performing the first game, right? Really sturdy, start things off a little slow, wait for the right time to strike, and once you get it, just hit the hammer. And Nigma Galaxy, one of those teams that qualified in the last final day, in the last final match with a chicken dinner. They've got a lot to do as well.
Fun fact, Autobotz were the first ones to lose one of their members down to their knees. They haven't lost a single one as yet.
Yeah.
They were the first ones to have one of the members knocked out, but for now, oh boy, it is going to be enemy outside the gates right now, because it looks like Dionysus isn't going to be catering up to the Greek gods just yet, as he is going to be wiped out. And well, you mentioned the Autobots, mate. These guys are here to play, and they are here to dominate. All 4 members still alive, 6 finishes to their names already.
This is what we wanted to see, right? This is what we wanted. Some new teams really coming in and displaying what they are made of, as we've got Retribution, RTR going after the players of Nigma Galaxy, as Max will come out of his compound. Would lob that grenade. Did he land that knock? Yes, he does, and would eventually follow it with a Molotov.
Now, of course, this Molotov is also making sure that the enemy is kept at bay, which is really smart on Max's part, but now the grenade is coming into his weapon, but before he can get the center, there was somebody else on fire, figuratively and literally, as Coops is going to make sure he snuffs his life out, and well, he's going to make sure that he is still alive and kicking. 6 finishes for RTR as well, and these boys are looking good. Now, Nigma Galaxy, they know that their compound is coming under heavy fire, and they're going to give it their best. Wait a second, did that grenade bounce off the wall?
Oh yeah, it did. Just ricocheting off, not in the right angle though, but Nigma Galaxy, they're still not out of gas, right? They still are going to pack a punch and do whatever it takes, as we do have a few teams also getting wiped out, and this time it's going to be Walkout getting finished off with 4 finishes to their names, as the fight still continues. Retribution, RTR, as grenades are going to be traded off by the players from both the sides, as Apollo, he's watching all those pesky movements, right? This is somewhere down the line. I start kind of thinking that do they have any more utility left to use? Because had they had that, they had the player's position, they know exactly where they are. They sure would have taken few measures to try and mitigate the threat that's looming right in front of them.
Well, the threat is going to be looming nice and large in front of them. However, you've got to keep one thing in mind. They still have eyes on the back of their heads, because, other people are going to be watching. If they come out for that little grenade toss, chances are someone could let loose a few bullets, as MJ is going to find out, because he does throw the grenade. Unfortunately, it's going to be outside the building, and Hoops is going to retaliate with a grenade of his own. Well, have a look at that lone member from Hydra. In all the slow head now, he's making the move. He does have to use strong combat, and now switches to the M4. Coming back to the gun, of course, you want to make sure you use the right weapon for the right distance. Back himself up elsewhere. Dynamite finally is going to be coming in a little bit of action himself. His West is pretty much out. He just held that level 1 helmet, but looks like, Fixes, the enemies are oblivious of his position.
Oh yeah, he's going to be a slithering snake, one with the nature just about to strike, all coiled up and ready, as Enigma Galaxy, they do have the first floor to themselves, have that information that Craniacs and S24 are down below, get that knock, eventually go in with finish, and there goes down Retribution, RTR, back to the lobby.
Well, they definitely had a good run. 6 finishes to the name so far, and now it is going to be the Autobots who are going to come under fire, taking a fight with OR Esports. Those grenades look good, and there you have it. Mr. IGL himself is going to make sure that, well, Jelly is going to be spraying for his life through that tall glass, and well, if he does connect a few shots, he is going to be one lucky man. Jelly going to make sure he's going to be right. To the left, I beg your pardon, but his position has been given away. However, that's quick thinking, getting behind cover, and now he's going to make sure he slithers back away from the buggy before it goes through.
Oh yeah, he's doing the right job, but then again, Mr. IGL following it up with all those grenades, as now the smokes have been laid out, right? They need to get their players back up, and OR Esports haven't really been the ones being pretty much proactive inside the game, as Aditya falls down again with Jelly out of the picture. It all comes down to Ducky. How long can he survive XP with the circle starting to close in? They're of course playing around the periphery, and this is where Autobots have a little bit of a room and space, this time going after the players of Nigma Galaxy.
Well, I was expecting Mr. IGL to be Optimus Prime. However, looks like he is going to make sure that his Autobots are going to be firing on all cylinders. All 4 still alive. 8 Dynamite just gave his position away, because, well, that hit marker definitely comes in handy. Mr. IGL once again rattling off the Ratatatars with the AK. Trying to find that one man he knows is slithering with the car.
Stay around it as hell goes ham after the players of Orange Rock. He's got other last surviving solo member over there, but how long will he live? You know, little bit of cover around the moment. It dissipates, it is all done and dusted for him. As Orva having spotted him from elsewhere, but it's going to be Mr. IGL that does take him down. And this is the moment where Tanki, before going out, had a little bit of a grenade spin at him. Did work out though, but eventually he's going to get himself back up.
Well, he did kind of have the last laugh for just a split second because although his life was snuffed out, he's going to make sure Autobotz have a little bit of their work cut out for them as Zali. Oh, he knows where the enemy is, and he's going to try and sneak his way as close as possible before he lets loose with that M4. Now, Autobotz, they do have the position, they do have the zone, they have the only bit of concrete for cover. But of course, the thing is, when grenades are being lobbed from the heavens above, chances are you could get knocked out, as we just saw that on our screens, as Apollo, the god, is fighting that Enigma Galaxy are going to be short another man. 3 teams alive, 6 players still vying to be crowned, well, the winners in Game 1.
Sadly, he's making
right
from the back lines, a little too late, and Autobotz are the winners of the first game, ladies and gentlemen, of the iQOO BMPS, and that too with a lot of finishes to their names. And I mean, what a game has it been, right? Especially right from the very start, where they were kind of focusing on the rotations a lot, and eventually when the time did arise, you were the one who pointed it out, right? They were the ones to get knocked first, and eventually they recovered, and they did not have a lot of safe ground to play around with. And despite that, coming up top, anticipating that perfect circle shift towards the eastern side, we knew it was coming, and so did they.
They did take a little bit of a gamble as well,
Yeah.
but again, I love the fact that it's Autobotz Esports. I'm pretty sure the IGL is going to be like, Autobotz, assemble! And, you know, everyone congregates on one position.
Yeah.
But that's the way they did it. 14 finishes, if I'm not wrong, in Game 1 of the Pro Series. They are really setting the standards up a bit high.
Oh, of course they are, and this is what we wanted, right? Some new names to really come up. Autobotz, a team hailing down south, and they have made their presence felt. This is for all the other big guns out here to try and understand that if you do not deal with them, they're going to be a menace to you guys. As I think it's time to take a look at all the action unfolding before us, because it was sort of a steady start inside the game. You know, all the teams were kind of taken aback with the circle a little bit. Everyone focused on the rotation, and once we had that big shift down east, that is where all the action began.
Well, if you missed any of the action, there you have it. The highlights are coming up. Make sure you set your clocks to the right time for tomorrow. But for now, the action fixes did kind of start a bit late, as expected. You know, it is Game 1. Everyone's going to be testing the waters, so to speak. But boy, oh boy, Severny, I'm going to rename that to Ghost Town right about now.
I mean, I think that would be the right name for it, because the moment the circle kind of shifted a little bit towards north and side, and then that lateral shift towards the east, that is where all these teams were fought off, and that is where we had majority of the fights breaking out. And this was a little bit on the shorelines. We had Initiative Academy after Retribution RT, a little bit of a help from above from Team OR Esports. This is where you could see, you know, the players of Initiative Academy could never really recover.
Despite RTR being shot at from either direction, they still managed to make sure that 3 of their members were still left alive and kicking after this little skirmish. And well, that is what, you know, champions are made of, because you got to be ever present in any situation. And over here, Blind, we did say they fended their position well. They knew the enemy was coming. GOG was wiped out in the blink of an eye.
Oh yeah, they definitely were, right? GOG never really seemed to be in contention of those things. Now Blind was one of those teams that really rotated late into the game, and they were also being looked over by the players of Enigma. And eventually, somehow, they did make it to the final few circles, but that was all they had to write. And this is where, you know, having yourself congregated to that one little area susceptible to all those grenades coming in, and that is what happened. And for Walkouts, looked a little lost, but it's still the first game, nothing much to scoff at them. But we were really hoping for some, you know, of these vehicular actions. But Enigma eventually just walking right down to their graves.
Did you just see that? Because I thought they drove past, they would know that the enemy is going to be right at their feet. Unfortunately, it looks like there might have been a little bit of miscommunication over there, because they were caught off guard, and well, they paid a heavy price. Now, Blind as well, Fixes. They've had a good game. I do believe they did rack up 8, maybe 9 finishes by the end of this game. And, you know, overall, I'm actually happy with all the action that we are witnessing right now.
Oh, we certainly are. And you know what really again caught me off guard was Team Hydra official surviving for quite so long, and with I guess around 8 to 9 finishes to their names. They've always been one of those teams that have been playing under the radar, right? Haven't really been very flashy with their moves, getting really up loud, you know, being quiet, but still racking up those points and making it to the top 3 or top 4, I guess. That is something that they've been looking out for, but wasn't quite an eventful start for a team like Global Esports, right? Losing out on Manya pretty early on, just playing around the edges, could not survive for a longer duration.
You know, I definitely believe the bigger you are, the harder you fall, right? The thing is that there is always a negative aspect to everything, right? There's pros and cons to everything in life. So for bigger teams, I believe there's a lot more pressure on their shoulders right at the beginning to perform, because otherwise, you know, you're kind of disappointing your fan base. But again, that is what champions are made of. They're going to get back. As you have a look at Coops, the man on fire goes in, guns ablaze, and with that AK, he's going to make sure that, well, his enemy is going to be put 6 feet under. Hydra over here as well. Keep in mind, the last man standing for his team, making sure his team get those crucial placement points.
Oh yeah, of course. And you know, this is where he had to survive for quite a longer duration, right? This is where Nigma Galaxy also chimed in inside the fight, but despite that, they could not spot him out. They were wondering where were the shots fired from, and this is where, you know, Retribution, they were clearly out of options. They did whatever they could, and the moment they got that knock, all they had to do was rush and get the final finish to their names.
That's the confidence, because as soon as that grenade went boom, MJ was already in the house, basically just one door over.
Yeah.
That is the confidence you got to have as a team, because you know, hey, if I get knocked down, my teammates are going to be right behind me to clear things up. And of course, we did see grenades going off, but it did seem like he was out of the little fragment zone. However, a little bit of shrapnel made its way to his body, and well, that is all she wrote, as hell trying to rain down hell with that AKM.
You know, they had the perfect vantage point, right at the right position, having that little cover around the shacks, and they had those vehicles also to help them out. As Nigma Galaxy, they did push in, they did dig in as hard they could go, but eventually, again, it was a top 4 finish for them. That is something that they can really live up with. But the stars of the show, you know, the ones who are yet to make the headlines for tomorrow's articles out there, has to be Autobotz. The way they've performed today, I mean, hats off, kudos to these lads. And it sort of instills that little bit of confidence that you need when you're going in for the big games, right? Now, you've got a little bit of a momentum being building up, and once you transition into Group B in the next few matches, you're going to have that confidence up and running.
That's what it's all about. Again, you know, it's the momentum, it's the confidence, and, you know, Rolling Stone gathers no moss. So if they have that momentum, keep going forward, well, the sky is the limit. But once again, of course, congratulations to our winners. But let's have a quick word from the organizers who made all this happen. I'm, of course, talking about the iQOO Neo 6.
I got the power.
To make every day the best of my life. To strive for more, to beat my own score. To get that encore. I've got this. I've got the power. To do more, see more, be more. I've got the power. To win.
I got the power.
Experience tranquility.
Team Soul यहाँ पर 14 फिनिशेस निकालते हुए पाकिस्तान। Are you freaking kidding me?
काफी मजा आया।
भी रेडी हो जाओ।
You know, of course, we did just see what this show is powered by Loco, but again, you know, none of this would have been possible without iQOO making sure that they do what they do best, give all of you lovely viewers the best platforms, the best devices to play all these amazing games on, and, well, fixes, maybe you might want to tell them some good news right about now.
Of course, and I mean, all you've got to do is head over towards Google and, you know, get on the search bar, iQOO Neo 6. You've got a little bit of a link. Go onto their website and click on Please Notify Me. Now, 3 of you lucky winners winners, right, do have a chance to get your hands on this beautiful device which I'm holding right now, the iQOO Neo 6, and it's the winners are going to be announced on the official BGMI Esports channel. So might want to be sticking out till the end of the stream to find out if you are the ones who made the cut.
Well, before that, you better go over to Google and do exactly what he said, and you might just be a lucky winner. And speaking of winners, we know who walked away with the chicken dinner in the last game. It looks like they racked up quite a few finish points as well, 14 to be precise, which means Autobotz Esports walk away with 29 points in game 1, followed by Blind Esports, who've got a respectable 20 to their name.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, it's been such a beautiful start for all these teams, right? Autobotz, Blind, Enigma, Galaxy. A few unexpected names really popping up. Hydra yet again proving their mettle. And Retribution RTR, despite being under severe circumstances, they still somehow made it to the top 5. Now, this is something really good that I was hoping for. And for the teams that really fell hard in the first game, of course, the big names, Global Esports, Enigma Gaming, one of those 2 teams that I did have in my top 3 contenders list. And that's the tell about Erangel, right?
I will say one thing though, they were picking fights, buddy. They were in the thick and thin of all the action, which is something that, I'm going to be happy about. But now only one man or woman is going to be crowned the iQOO MVP, and this time around, no surprises here. It's the IGL himself, Mr. IGL from Autobotz Esports. Have a look at that damage.
Of course, 1,070 plus points of it, and this comes down to showing how good he was throughout the entire game, especially that one fight that he picked up against OR Esports. As we transition into the top 5 players over here, it's going to be a lot of names coming in from Nigma, Galaxy, Autobotz, and Blind, with Orva really also displaying some good amount of performances for his name.
Oh, absolutely, and of course you can have a look that, they do have 3 of their 4 members up on the screens after game 1, which means, well, the Autobots are definitely a force to be reckoned with. And as far as finishes go, everyone, they have even amount of finishes, which means that teamwork is definitely on 100. But now, of course, if you did miss any of the action, well, we have the match summary coming up for you. 56 finishes, 66 knocks, and well, you can let all the numbers do the talking.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, we did see some vehicles being trampled over, but those were not the finishes secured, right? It was just those knocks, hence did not really result over here. But again, it's been a beautiful game of Erangel, and something that we were really not anticipating was that northern shift, right? Then we had a little bit of a radical shift towards the east, and that is where the teams were kind of got caught off guard and had a lot of trouble rotating, and that is where it all fell down under.
It did indeed, and one thing just kind of stood out for me in the match summary. Normally, we've come accustomed to seeing a lot of grenade finishes. 6 is on the lower side for me because I get it. You have a grenade which goes in, goes boom, it knocks people onto their knees. Where are the follow-up grenades or the follow-up Molotovs? I want to see people being burned to a crisp. Only in the game of BGMI, of course. I mean, this is all for this. But again, also that is precedence to the teams under fire because they can actually maneuver about and put shots down range, making sure to suppress the enemy. And, well, again, survivability has definitely increased over the last few months.
The thing that it really did come down to was the fact that it kind of shifted away from Severny. Had it been inside of Severny, we would have witnessed a lot of those grenade knocks and finishes. It would have absolutely been an artificial red zone. But, of course, you've got that little open grounds to play around with. We had a lot of knocks, though, but eventually finishes were secured, so it does not really count. But I think the voice in my head says that we are in yet for another matchup, as now this time we will be having the teams from Group A sit it out a little bit, as well as the big man himself, XP, as Arca is going to be joining me on the desk, as we do have teams from Group C also coming in. Hyderabad, Hydras, Team Soul, Team Exo, Kinetic Esports, R Esports, UP50, FS, and 7C. Now, Arca, you've been watching the match from the sidelines, and this was not something that we really expected, but something that we really loved.
I mean, the final shift, the final zone shift was something which shocked me.
Yeah,
the previous time whenever we had the 7A circle coming in, it always used to end up somewhere close to the buildings, and I was expecting the same to happen. But ultimately, when the draft shift came and was one small, compound to hold with, and Autobots dare to go in there, right? Everybody knows that that's one place where you're going to throw your grenades and end the, spree for anybody holding that ground. But ultimately, they held it so strong took advantage of the high ground and the low ground in front of them perfectly. And I think Autobotz is one of the teams to watch out for.
Oh, they definitely are, right? Especially one of those teams that we've seen that have really picked up the pace over the past couple of weeks, right? They've been delivering every single day. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, of course, before Miramar gets started off, we have our friends from iQOO with a very special message about this beautiful phone just about now.
I got the power.
To make every day the best of my life.
I got the
To strive for more. To beat my own score. To get that encore.
I got the power.
I've got this. I've got the power. To do more. See more. Be more. I've got the power. To win.
I got the power.
All right. I mean, this device, we've been talking about it for quite a long time, and I've been playing on it, and the exact smoothness that I kind of get is what I expect from such a premium smartphone. And well, it is not going to burn a hole in your pockets, ladies and gentlemen. And 3 of our lucky winners do have a chance. All you've got to do is head over to its Google, search for iQOO Neo 6. That is where you get sent to a website, and that's where you're going to click on please notify me. And towards the end of the day, that's where the results are going to be announced, and you might be one of them, one of the recipients of this very beautiful phone. I have
Just
to tell you
imagine
this.
you have this device even before it's a market, and you have the bragging rights that I own something so
Oh, yeah.
beautiful right in my hand. So this is one part of the story, where the other part of the story is going to be this, that the next teams which are going to be playing with one another, we have big names coming in, right, who have proved themselves, and they have made sure that they give a challenge to the so-called underdogs who are now the new pros, who have come out to show that even they are capable of doing it, right? In the previous round as well, we saw several new pros taking it up, and there were some people who had those experiences. They have started to play well as well. So this time, I'm expecting some experienced teams to actually, bring up the bar and make sure that they take away all those finishes, because ultimately finish points was something which was lacking.
I mean, lacking was it? Not with Autobotz, at least. They were one
agreed.
of those teams that really got big. But again, now we've got some big names also coming in. You've got some really aggressive ones, the ones like Team Soul, and then you've got teams like EXO, who kind of really rely on all those rotations, right? Really ridiculous. But it's going to be a battle in Miramar, and this is where we do have some rumors around, breaking over the social media, where Picado is up for openings, and teams might contest that. The home of Team Soul. Let's see what happens with there.
It's going to be hard, right? It's an open book right now. The strategies has been read by both the teams. So in case there's a clash which is going to happen over there, I strongly feel it's going to be an eye for an eye. And every time a team loses a player, they're going to be regretting that decision that they chose that drop location. I think you would agree on this, that, it's not going to be hard for you to challenge anybody at the side of Picado, the way it's designed and the way the terrain is kind of, a little bit of a hard cover does help you out, but ultimately those small ridges and mountains around it, that could be the key factor for the game.
Well, it certainly can be. But again, the past has been a testament of the fact that, Picado has always been contested. If you have the right idea, the right mindset to go about things, you surely can. But, of course, a few substitutions have, of course, been made. One for Initiative Academy. We did see some players being swapped over. But again, this comes down to the fact that it's still going to be a game of Miramar. You have Group A sitting it out a little bit. You had the big names out here. And Autobotz, they're not going to be playing in this one. Now, this is where I really talked about the momentum being built up. And do you think the not playing the second game is going to put a little bit of a halt to that?
If you're talking about only Autobots, I don't think so, because they had a very good game. The confidence is boosted, so they're going to be happy to come back again later, and they know that they can capitalize, and the strategy is working right. But for the teams which have not gained any kind of finish points or placement points, those are the teams which will be in a point of concern. They're like, right now we are heated up and we wanted another match immediately. We're not going to get that. So probably it's a breather moment for them, but that is going to affect them in few more minutes or probably few hours or so.
now we've got some really interesting names coming up. Even you've got the likes of Hyderabad Hydras,
Yep.
right? One of the biggest teams, the biggest names in the map of Miramar. And we've got quite some interesting other competitors as well. You know, OR Esports, who've been flawless, right? The last two Miramar games that they've played in the iQOO BMOC, the only two Miramar games that they've played, they turned out as the victors. Now, you know, this is a trend that's going on with all these Southern Circuit teams coming in and winning in Miramar. Now, you're all stacked up against each other. It's about proving you're the real daddy in it.
Absolutely. As I said, the experienced teams have a chance over here to brawl around, show that, you know, we are capable of taking those finishes. And as you said, Team OR is one of those teams to watch out for. But ultimately, somewhere I feel that strategies have been read. Two good games they had, and both the teams, you know, the rotations were so perfect that they're going to be, the strategies already read. So I want to keep it this simple that, you know, OR has to watch out for their back, because ultimately you need to take down the kings to be the king of the hill itself.
Oh, of course, you certainly do have to, right? But again, we do have blind esports and teams like Big Brother Esports also coming in, who've had a fairly really good game of Miramar in the iQOO BMOC round 4. But I think it's time, Arca, it's time to enter into the desserts and get into the house of the boss, maybe inside Hacienda del Patron. We're going to be witnessing a little bit of a bloodbath early on, or maybe not, because, you know, all these teams, a beautiful shot at all these warehouses, all the action about to erupt in front of us as a little bit of a casino view over here. And have you ever tried your luck?
Nope.
Ever
I
been
was,
to
I
Goa?
was, no,
Then-
see, I've been to places, but I dared not go over there, right? It was all about me not having enough penny in my pocket to, you know, go and cash in and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But someday when I do get a chance, you know, I just want to try out and see whether I have enough luck in my pocket to, you know,
Gonna
turn
get a
those
lump sum
pennies.
check buddy
Yeah.
over here after this event, and maybe we could all go together, hang out and have a little bit of a fun. But for now, it's gonna get all serious, right? The atmosphere is set, it's hot, it's definitely not humid, it's dry. As you know, you're going to be parching your throats, everything just dried up, looking for water. You're not going to get that. What you're going to get is a lot of blood being spilled everywhere to the map. As, yeah, in a little bit of a while, you're going to make your prayers, taking a look at this church, beautiful one out there. You know, it's abandoned though this time because of all the ruckus, all the destruction caused inside this map. But again, you know, getting back to discussion over here, we do have Nigma Galaxy, who's really on a roll, especially after the first game. This way, I'm gonna start to thinking that maybe they could pull off something magical.
I agree on that, right? So they are a team which tried to play for a balance in between the finish points and placement points. So I'm looking forward to see whether they'll be able to do that, as it's going to be anytime soon. Yes, it's going to be the map of Miramar on our screens, ladies and gentlemen, the second map of the day. I know that you guys are going to be excited to see whether the experienced teams, as the one which you can see on our screens right now, Goblin being one of the favorites of the map itself. Let's see what they can do as the flight path right now, starting off somewhere from the southern side of El Pozo, ending up near Campo. This is going to be a little bit of a northern shift when it comes to the flight path itself. So if you have to travel way down to Los Leones or Porto, you will have a long journey up ahead of you.
Oh, you certainly will, right? And now we're sort of privy to all these kind of really ridiculous flight path trajectories, because now there would be teams heading down towards Los Leones, and they're going to have a lot of trouble getting down there. And a little bit of an early action, maybe in El Pozo. We've got a couple of teams dropping out there, few teams, you know, heading over towards La Cubrera. You've got a splash of colors heading down south towards La Trilera, Monte Nuevo, or maybe Chumacera.
I mean, I'm literally waiting for that one zone, you know, towards the side of prison, which I know by now I will be sounding like a broken record for you, expecting you to always join my fray and say that let's go to the southern side, the western southern side of the map, where the circle is going to cause a lot of ruckus. But ultimately, I've always been disappointed, and I hope that's not going to be the case today, as right now, there's only one place of skirmish probably that's going to be at the side of La Cabrera, if I'm not wrong. Yes, the northern shift of the zone is going to, you know, take a toll on most of those teams trying to go to the southern side of the map, probably towards Los Leones, because we all know once this zone goes cranky, it's going to be unpredictable, as it's already is.
All right, so Orange Rock, you know, they're still in the skies, just feeling the Dissity winds right on their faces as they might collide against Cream. And, you know, this could be a fight that they never really wanted to pick off. Looking out for that arm, Does have it though.
Oh.
Aditya almost on the verge of getting knocked out. As Scream really knows they just dropped in over here. But Atanki has picked up a weapon and is already locked and loaded. As Scream is going to make a move, but Aditya has he got a perfect weapon to himself.
I mean, there's one more person in the air, and that's where the shot's going to be fired. A cover fire is obviously going to be inevitable from the side of Atanki, but ultimately it's not going to happen, right? So we all know that Scream does have an idea that there's a person right in front of him behind that compound, and that's why he's holding back a little at this point of time. But ultimately, Atanki, as soon as he got to know that it was the right weapon for him, he just held on to that round. But on the other side, Hellgod is going to be holding the perfect off angle or the perfect vintage point where he can actually strike against the side of Atanki in case he comes out from his cover, but let's see if that's going to be the case or not.
OR Esports in a whole world of trouble right from the very start of the game, as Scream does not really have any armor to bang along with him, but this have his teammate, and you've got Hellgod providing cover fire from the back lines. Aditya does have that level 2 vest picked up though, but Beast, he's going to be on a prowl. Atanki does have that, surviving the onslaught for a time, but there you go, the players just jumping over eventually for Atanki. It's just too much to handle at this point, as Big Brother Esports do draw the first blood, as Aditya could just be the next one, as Scream just charging at his direction, will eventually fall courtesy to the Thompson spray coming out from his side, as Beast is going to be taking it up, eventually securing the top. As OR, one after the other, the numbers start dwindling, and they have no intentions to get themselves into the midst of things.
This is what we predicted, right? This is what we had speculated, that OR is kind of an open book at this point of time. The strategy is going to be red, and BBs are showing that, they are also one of the teams to watch out for. Jelly is looking for redemption at this point of time, rather playing for placement points, and that is a bit of a shocker for me. After you lose 2 players, and you still want to hold back and take a fight against the team, shows that you're pretty much confident that you can pull out a 2v4. Let's see whether that's going to be the case, but I really love the way the push came in against side of Atanki, where one became the bait, and the other person from he just came in out of nowhere and landed the right shots.
Oh yeah, of course. Now with ZOP, he wants to end things now, and he knows it's OR Esports, right? He wants to take out the big guns pretty early on, but this is where he needs to understand. He needs to push in tandem, right? Aru, he's also joining the mix, and Jelly's making those moves, right? Getting on the rooftop and trying to get a better angle, maybe possibly at Scream, but could be a really crafty play if he pulls this one off. Be somehow anticipating where he could really be, as Jelly spotting out OP. Now might have got himself in a really hard position eventually, just to be taken down by Scream, as it is going to be Aru, the last surviving player, given his position away with a sliver of HP to his name, and steps out of his cover just to get wiped out. And OR Esports, one of the biggest names in the map of Miramar, well, they are eliminated.
Expected is what we can say, but at this point of time, I really regret that decision coming in. It's not only me, it's the players who are going to be regretting that decision of going on the rooftop and going to the other side. Probably if he'd held back on the rooftop and the side which he got up, he could have had an off angle to cover his teammate so that he can make it into a different kind of a hard cover. But we all know that BB had executed this to perfection. They came in when the time was right. They hit it when the iron was hot.
Oh, they certainly did. Now, with this northern circle, right, a lot of teams would, eventually want to kind of rotate a little bit early on. Now, EXO, they've made it to their favorable drop location. We do have Snacks also coming in. A player that was not really visible in the iQOO BMOC has made his way into the iQOO BMPS though. Now, 2 big names, Team Soul and Team EXO. And they're still, yet looting on, as, ladies and gentlemen, we will have a little bit of a glimpse of that first fight, where I think he did want to make some nifty moves. Eventually, just got clobbered down from 2 sides.
Absolutely, but the spree fire coming in from the side of Aditya was really, really commendable. But ultimately, it was the second fight which he was not ready because of the damage which he had dealt, and Beast OP struck when the time was right. But on the other side, Oro was one person, he didn't have much to do. It was like he was walking into a fight with a knife, and ultimately the opponents had the better guns, they had the better of it. They did strike when the time was right. But ultimately, I'm just looking at the teams which are over here, right? You have UP50, you have 7Cs, you have Soul, EXO, HH, we have ACBC. When you see the team list, we get to see that, the strongest of the 2 groups are locking horns. Yeah. I'm not telling that Group A was not strong enough, but comparatively, when these 2 groups are fighting it out, I strongly feel that, the tension is going to be really higher than how it is between A and B or A and C.
Yeah, of course. You've got those juggernauts that really tend to do well in Miramar, right? A
Yep.
handful number of teams. You had OR Esports, who of course have been eliminated, so we're going to have a different champion. Hyderabad Hydras are going to be really elated about this, and so will the players of Big Brother Esports, who just wiped them out. And then you also got teams like ACBC Esports. If you remember those iQOO BMPS days where Evil Sky went along with Haxer
Exactly.
from two directions, just pushing over at Walkouts, who again are one of the favorites in the map of Miramar. So real big names coming up, and this is the perfect start that we really needed. And this is where you've got Team Soul. They've been looting around for the first circle. Now once it eventually starts to close in, they're kind of making that transition. They really know it's kind of being a northernish circle. They could play around those San Martin hills, and that's a little bit of a free space that they're going to be going and getting and securing themselves for. But now our esports. Now what are your thoughts about this teammate?
Our esports is one of those teams, right? Previously, when you compare them to the previous round, they were trying to play for placement points, trying to be as safe as possible, but never went back when a fight was given to them, right? So they also were raking up a little bit of finish points for themselves, but we all know that, they were one of the strongest contenders when it comes to their group itself. But I would like to grab our attentions towards the side of Walkouts at this point of time, because ultimately Walkouts in the previous group, that's, the previous round, I believe, that was round 3, they were all like, attackers. They wanted to go all offensive. But suddenly, in the previous round, before they got selected, they were becoming a little defensive. Now, somewhere I feel that Walkouts have nothing to lose now. They all know it's a round robin format. They have to rake up finish points. I think the team to watch out for in this map is going to be the Walkouts.
I certainly, kind of second you on that, because of course Walkouts, they've been one of the most consistent teams throughout the iQOO BMPS,
Agreed.
performing and delivering whenever it was required. And when it came down to qualification, it was the final game of Erangel where they got the chicken dinner and ensured their berth into the iQOO BMPS. As there you have a circle shift all the way up towards Creator Fields. You've got a little bit of that water treatment also into the mix. Now teams like MG Spots, you've got FS also trying to take over the center, but for teams like ACBC, they're going to be the ones who are the happiest, right? At this point, they have that northern area to themselves, a beautiful map control, and this is where I'm going to start to wonder if they're going to be taking some of those high ground areas, right, to themselves, and secure those vantage points and not let the other teams pass.
Now, this topography is something which I feel is going to be the most challenging in the map itself. The amount of dunes which are present here and there, and that is where most of these teams will be looking out to, place themselves. We have been seeing that the dunes of death have actually not been, speculated so far, or the dunes of death have not been witnessed so far, but somewhere I feel in this game those grenades are going to be something different. But at this point of time we can see that MJ is the person who gets taken down. That is where we've turned out to be, and Abrar is also down on his knees, he's bleeding out. Probably Mr. Spray has to do some wonder to revive his key teammate. OP on the other side had also got some shots towards him, but right now he's trying to run out in the open. Apollo was busy healing up. He couldn't land shots, but ultimately that gives a ray of hope. No, it's not going to be the case, as pixels are going to be visible. He's going to get taken down, and Apollo is going to be very, very happy to probably hit the final nail in the coffin, up for just one player to be specific.
Now, as they say, never show your back to your enemies, and the little kid, has packed a really good punch, but not this time. As all the big names, we were sort of speculating that would perform really well in Miramar, are eventually going down. And Enigma Galaxy, now this is what I was talking about, right? Carrying forward the momentum that you just built up and stepping in, getting those 3 early finishes to your name. This is going to give them that little bit of a push to try and get there and secure the chicken dinner this very time.
Absolutely agreed on it, but let's see what's going to happen as the kings of acquiring the placement points, or the kings of rotation at this point of time, trying to take the northern island. I really love the way they're coming in late into the first few circles, and that's been the key for success for them. They come in late into the circle for the first few and later prioritize the zone as they, as the number increases when it comes to the zones itself. But yeah, Team EXO, I can see Punko at this point of time has been damaged. I think it's because of the zone rather than anything else. They made it somehow safe inside the circle. But for me, the most important watch out is going to be this, that, there's a fight which is going to be coming up. That's going to be Team RE versus ACBC. ACBC, AXA is waiting it for Jadu. And let's see who's going to do the magic.
Still holding on though. I mean, Canary, he wants to make sure that he sweeps the entire building clean before he steps outside, and that's the right way of approaching things now. The moment he spots out Haxa, he's just gonna take a leap of faith from up above and rain down all those bullets at his direction. But for now, Haxa knows he's got a little bit of a help coming in here from Capron. You've got Evil Sky also watching the flank. Now this is a really beautiful setup by ACBC. All they have got to do is play their cards right.
Absolutely. Now, Aksar is going to be that point of attraction for everybody. He's going to be making sure that he's going to pull in all the enemies in the open and give an opportunity. But that projectile of grenade is going to be something which is going to be costing him a lot. And Rain has to give the right kind of cover fire, because in case Jadu's grenade connects, which does, it's going to be Aksar down on his knees. And this is going to be the pressure building up on the shoulders of ACBC, as the smoke is going to be thrown immediately to make sure that, you know, there's been a small opening for the side of ACBC to go in for the revival.
They might just have dug their own graves, because the moment, you know, Jadu can really step out of his cover through that smoke and get the finish up, as now he is aware of Rain's positioning. The cover has been blown. You still have Evil Sky watching out from the skies though. But it's not going to be really working out well for the players of ACBC. Now Evil Sky even giving away his position. This is not good news for this team right in front of us, as our Esports, they're going to be taking their time. You know, they're buying as much as they could just to get that rest back up, as UP50 find themselves in the mix against our Team FS, as Hitman has caught quite astray and would eventually just get bombarded with that grenade, all to go down.
I'm wanting to see how UP50 is going to convert this knock into finishes, because they need to understand that the backup is going to be coming in anytime soon. So they need to push and pick up this finish before it's too late. Yeah. I know UP50 is very careful in doing those things as they do, but I'm looking forward to see any kind of retaliation coming in from the side of FS, right? So it looks like they're not going to do the same, as Ari on the other side, as the pressure had built up against them. It's going to be Rockstar got down on his knees. Canary does the mistake of coming out in the open, and ACBC is going to be really happy to make them pay for it, as Jadu, the last man standing, as he got the right kind of magic to end things over here. He's going to be walking into the crosshairs of Capron as well, but ultimately he's going to be running for his life. Let's see how long he can survive.
Oh yeah, there he's going with the push. Of course, ACBC have got things in their hands. They've got it control. Get in, get the final play, and there you go. Our Esports, they might have started off with the bang, did get that initial knock, but eventually could not capitalize on it, as the circle takes a little bit towards a certain side, a shift which is going to heavily favor teams like UP50 and 7C. Now 7C having one of the best controls around the map. They have got the best territory. They just have to watch out for teams like Soul and Blind. Now what's really going to become important in this particular situation is they need to have a little bit of a 2-2 split, right? A 1-3 split is not going to favor Aladdin if he has an entire horde pushing at his direction, which is eventually bound to happen.
Gasti has got the highest, probably the highest point in the circle right now, and he could actually do a little bit of a damage, or probably tag off players to strike fear in their hearts so that they do not go towards him. But at this point of time, he does seem to up the vehicle station, and he's going to be taking fire against it, making sure there's no vehicles for commute and allowing the players to actually walk in on their foot itself. But Gusty is going to have second thoughts as he's going to change his location. BB on the other side kind of have an idea that there's a person on the lookout for. They're going to be starting to retaliate against him anytime soon. Beastopy is not going to do that immediately. He's going to be like, okay, we know the location of this person. He's kind of stuck at this point of time. Let's not fire immediately. Let's wait for the circle, which does happen now. And probably a rotation right now is going to be inevitable for the side of BBs.
A little bit of an eerie silence. It's just taken over the map. You know, just being gunshots. Nothing too alarming, but at this point, you know, his tires flattened out. You know, that's going to be his primary objective, just to get out of the situation. Safe and sound, a little bit of a western shift now, and like I said, you know, Team MG, you have a really good vantage point, have that eagle's eye view to capitalize on, and the team that really thrives in the map of Miramar, Hyderabad Hydra, they're finally getting those moves up, and again, they've lost out on their IGL. Ace Black is out of the server, Arka.
I mean, somewhere I feel that he's trying to be the punching bag for the squad, trying to, make sure that he's going to be leading a fight by example and not by force, and eventually he's paying the price for it. I just hope in the next few matches he'll be able to, hold back and try to stick with this team rather being that flanker. But at this point of time, the fight which is taking place is going to be the fight of throwables as DG is cooking up a grenade against Train. There's going to be no kind of connection coming in from the side of ACBC, but rather Blazy is actually doing the damage. Oh, very good grenade comes in, but ultimately that small ridge in front of him did save him a bit. But Blazy gets taken down as the follow grenade comes in, and that's going to be Rain doing the damage.
Of course, now he's going to go on with the push, already securing that 4 finishes to their name. ACBC from the sideline is going to be just melting down the players of Initiative Academy as one more yet takes the ball as DG is on the low ground. Everett will have no problem getting the knock secured.
Ooh.
Yes, he does already. As DG is still trying to put a little bit of a standoff over there, but eventually knows what his fate has written in for him, as Initiative Academy safely get eliminated out of the lobby, and ACBC, they are on fire.
We expected this, right? ACBC is one of the teams
I
to
love
watch out
this.
for at this point of time. This is what you do. You're going to think twice before you take a decision of going in. But ultimately, it's going to be Kinetic picking up the pace from the other corner. They have seen some shots being fired from one corner. They're going to be trying to capitalize as being the third party. That's not going to be the case. They're going to allow one team to survive a bit more better. And let's see whether that's going to be costing them later into the game. Sensei on the other side is going to blast through the side of NGS as well. So Gusty on the other side knows a vague idea as to where the opponents are, and he's going to be trying to cook up a grenade, trying to try his luck out. You were talking about casinos and luck. It looks like MG is going for it.
Of course they are. Now the only thing that's really concerning for them is the little split, and the other players of the other side are aware of this situation as Team Soul. They've gotten themselves in a little bit of a pickle, now trying to survive. Now it's going to be Team Kinetic right in front of them. Grenades into those
nice!
Will connect Goblin, and one thing about this play, he never stops. The moment he picks up that one knock, he is eventually going to follow it up with that little bit of a jump. Did spot out Onyx though. He's going to follow it up with yet one more. As Kinetic, they are in tatters.
I mean, Goblin exactly knows the location of all the players, right? And that is how he executes against them. Look at that. The final nail in the coffin has been shut down. And it's going to be Team Soul. They're going to be proud owners of 4 finishes for themselves. But Kinetic did not have any kind of chance over there to retaliate against them. Now, it's important for Soul to take a rotation with all foemen standing. They're going to be the strongest in the lobby so far.
Oh, they certainly will. Now, Hyderabad Hydras do have a really good vantage point, which they could use to their advantage. They're going to be a little bit of a win. But ain't so much for Maxi now with surviving just by 3 players. It's going to be a little bit of a tedious task, but not for Spiker maybe, as he gets that flank angle perfectly connected and eventually gets that final blow as Evil Sky down the road trying to cook up a grenade has been successful. The Divas does have it connected as Carrie is just going to march in at his direction. Would want to secure that not onto with Evil Sky. Try to get that rest back off. It's exchange of all those bullets, out of which ACBC come up top with still 2 of their players alive. All they need to do is get the revives, but do they have enough time, Arka?
I don't know why they're not going for the revives. They do understand they've got 9 finishes for themselves, right? So they'll try to keep it as slow as possible. Slow and steady is going to be the next thing for them. But let's look at Big Brothers at this point of time. One last man after trying to be the strongest over here, eliminating the side of OR. It looks like one last man will have to heal battle himself before he gets into the circle. But on the other side, 7 Seas versus Goblin. 2 of the strongest to be faced off at this point of time. Omega has already got the better of Aladdin. He also has a vague idea of where the rest of the teammates are. But Goblin is also looking forward for Sarang. He finds him as well as Praygod is going to walk into his death. And that's another squad eliminated with the strongest, I would believe. And Soul is looking with 7 finishes strong.
And without even breaking a sweat. This is Team Soul team, ladies and gentlemen. A team that was needed for this reputed org for a long, long time. A bunch of misfits. And, he's on fire. Goblin, he's been racking up finishes, just continuing that little bit of an soiree he'd been having the last time around. But ACBC and Hyderabad Hydras, now this is where I really felt, they kind of got on the gun a little bit, getting out, exposing a lot out of them, and they eventually had to face the brunt of things.
When we look at the minimap, we get to know it's all the fight for the corners of the circle and nobody's to the dead center. And we have to see who's going to be, blessed with it as EXO. The perfect prediction coming in from them regarding the zone. The placement points is already in the pockets. And let's see how much can they dominate. Yes, there's another finish in the fray. They're going to be waiting for those pixels to be visible. And with that many 14, 8x, which is always working out in the map of Miramar, they're going to be securing another finish. Probably the second one for them, but a long way to go.
Oh, certainly. And, EXO sort of have been, having a little bit of a stealthy game for themselves. Haven't really shown much. Have been prioritizing all the rotations heavily as Dionysus makes a rotation to try and get his teammate up alive. But for EXO, the biggest entrance, of course, is going to be Team Soul. Right beside them is now Team MG coming in from the higher grounds. Ghosty being dealt with by Snacks. Sort of angle of himself.
Oh,
as
nice!
Snacks gets yet one more, and this sort of instills all that confidence that is needed for the players to try and go in for the push.
Oh, I don't think so, as Snacks will be the last man standing. He has a lot of job to do, as Blind is going to be rushing in towards the side of Team EXO, picking up all the 3 finishes, which is lying right in front of them. But at this point, I would like to see how what EXO Snacks is going to do. I'm so sorry. Is he going to fall back and play for placement points, or is he going to take the fight towards the side of Blind? As we all know, he's kind of in a position where he's sandwiched between 2-3 teams.
Oh yeah, now EXO find themselves in a whole world of trouble, now giving the players of Team MG enough time to recuperate. As Team Soul, they have been rolling, they have the momentum. You can see Goblin up and high with 6 finishes, have their next targets, a bounty on the heads of the players of UP50. As Harkar, his head has been cracked, but Omega, exposing a lot of himself, might have himself knocked out.
I don't think so, because the smoke covers which came in immediately from the teammate was perfect, and that's going to allow them to survive a bit more longer, as at this point of Snacks is going to be the next person to get taken down. He does the damage against the side of Blind, takes 2 players down with support of another team a bit far away, but ultimately Blind have to realize this, that it's going to be the same fate. They'll be getting what the side of EXO did, as UP50 is going to retaliate against the side of Team MG as well, and let's see which team is going to go to the center and control it at the earliest.
Now, this is why I was concerned about Team Soul. I really felt that the smoke is not going to make a lot of difference, because you've got teams like Blind, you've got teams like MG on the higher ground from the backlines. Now, the only good part is that they are still not paying attention when Team Soul is really vulnerable, not really going after the finishes. But Team FS, they've been away from all those fights. They've been keeping themselves a little astray from it, and would eventually enter when the time comes right? But of course, Omega is going to capitalize upon it, goes after the knocks, gets a few, eventually goes in for the push. But he really needs to watch for the threat that's looming right in front of him. But it is going to be Team Blind who are the ones trying to make a run to the zone, and had to pay that hefty price with them getting eliminated.
Omega is going to be using those grenades. He wants to pick up as much as possible before he gets taken down, and let's see whether that's going to be the case, as the grenade is going to be connected perfectly at this point of time. Takes a player down. The follow-up grenade is also coming in. This carpet bombing can be something Soul was looking out for, as the molly is going to be coming in right next to it. Is the finish points being taken from the side of Soul? Rather, it's going to be FS47 on the other side picking it up. Omega was able to land at the right point. 3 finishes is what he's got. 12 finishes for the side of Soul. The final lane in the coffin is visible at this point of time. It's the zone as well, but ultimately Omega pulls out a wonder, and he's able to put up another finish for himself and holds up a very good hard cover where he can heal himself and strategize better.
Oh yeah, he's certainly been playing with fire, but Dionysus from up above, he's been spotting all that action, and this moment Omega steps out, he's gonna meet his makers, maybe. As ACBC, they have been in the thick and thin of things right from the very start, getting themselves engaged in every possible situation. But look at the circle shift. He's got played very clever like a fox, because he's the lonesome survivor in FS. They have found as Omega getting spotted out. It all really comes down to who has the circle, and it seems to be Omega is going to have the last laugh.
I beg to disagree at this point of time. I think it's Team MG holding that, the position inside the circle, as Omega is a bit far away, and he also gets taken on, all thanks to MG, who had the height advantage. Now let's see whether that's going to be the case. We have ACBC kept around waiting for the other two to fight it out and try to get those placement points which is required for the team, right? But we have to understand this. The uphill battle coming in from the side of FS cannot go in their favor. It's going to be hard for them, but MG has to capitalize when the time is right.
Now Capron, he's going to rely on towards all the meds he has on him at any given moment. It's all gonna, get off, but for now he's got a clear view at where Clutch was. But there you have it, 47 making a push, and Diagnosis gonna have no trouble taking him down. They are pushing in tandem eventually to secure that final finish, and there you go, the winner chicken dinner coming into the game, ladies and gentlemen, as we do have Team FS Esports winning this one out.
I mean, I really love the way they executed the final bit of it, because they knew that, they were 3 men standing, and they counted the number of people alive. They knew that, the numbers has differentiated. We have the major of it. So let's try to push in one direction, make sure we clear that off, and the final person will obviously walk into our crosshairs. And I just loved it. But on the other side, the team which impressed me the most was obviously Team Soul, right? They came in, they did not back up from any kind of fight, and they knew that, we can strike hard. They did strike hard, rake up so many finishes for themselves. The fans are going to be happy about it.
Oh, the confidence oozing and exuding out of the body is immense, right? At this point, the only mantra I can feel about Team Soul is go down, get yourself down and dirty, get yourselves all muddied up, and that is what it has been, especially for Goblin, who certainly has been fearless, right? Out of those finish points that were accrued for Team Soul, I think Goblin has had a hefty chunk of it. And not just that, right? We've kind of seen the contrast between a lot of teams, of course, with FS trying to be the ones, who were focusing a lot on those positioning points, were waiting for the time to come. And once it did, they kind of went in, got that chicken dinner to their names. But Team Soul, of course, did manage to accrue all those points themselves. As we transition into the highlights, ladies and gentlemen, as it all went south for OR Esports right from the very get-go.
Absolutely. It was Cream, the person who kind of did not be the person to grab all the attention, but ultimately he did the job for the team, right? But BB on the other side, they did lose a player initially, and that kind of hindered their performance from there on. And I do believe that they could have taken the fight a bit more better against the side of OR, being the person who had information about all the positions of the player and also having a little bit of a hard cover for themselves.
Yeah.
But still, a good job.
Now, that is where I really felt that OR Esports should have backed off, right? It was not their fight to pick, because ideally, that, all these players have come down together. They've kind of, rejoined, and that is where they kind of should have made their distance clear. But UP50, they were facing a little bit of threat here and there from players of Team FS. Eventually, were the ones to get the chicken to their name. But ACBC, man, right from the very start, we've seen them in the midst of fights, having one of those players taken down to trying to get that rest back up, eventually wiping out the entirety of Initiative Academy. It was quite a wholesome game for them.
Absolutely, right? They knew that they had man disadvantage, and that's why our esports were holding back, and ultimately the opponents, capitalized on it. But ACBC on the other corner, they were not worried about the zone is going to be coming in. They always looked forward for something, which they're capable of taking in. But I really love what Capron did over there. Carry his teammate into the circle first and then go in for the revival, even though he did not have. But Goblin, my man, this person exactly knows the projectile of that grenade. I mean, you have an assaulter from your team who was also a grenadier. And that's, I don't know what to say. It's like he's blessed with both of it, and that's a perfect combination for an assault.
That's something that the meta sort of demands, right? You have to be very well versed with every single aspects of BGMI right now. You just cannot be, you just can't say, I'm a team sniper, I'm going to sit at the back lines, trying to give you cover.
Agreed.
You have got to be a wholesome package. And this is something where the discussion really comes in, right? A bunch of misfits finally joining forces together, and this is the end result, right? The jigsaw has been completed. This is what Team Soul needed, right? Especially, all these little movements they make, right? The one where he spotted one of those players out while he was cooking a grenade and took a little bit of a jump, spotted Onyx, and instantly delivered yet another finish blow out there. And not just that, right? Somewhere down the line, this could have been their game. And this is where I was kind of getting a little worried, right? The moment they were trying to pick up a fight against UP50, you had teams like MG, you had teams like Blind trying to provide that cover fire from the backlines, from the hills over there. That is something that they were really not paying attention to. Eventually had lost out on majority of their numbers up until the point Omega with that beautiful clutch.
This moment was just treat to my eyes, where he almost took down the side of Blind, but ultimately a blessing in disguise was the deviation coming in from the side of Team MG up on the hills, right? So Snacks didn't know what to do much. The initial shots did not go directly towards the players, and that became a little bit of an hindrance, or else we could have seen a clutch coming in from their side. But Omega on the other side, he knew exactly where the players were. This grenade, this complete carpet bombing coming in from his side went perfect. But until we can see in the finish feed, it was someone else stealing those kills, and it was AK, if I'm not wrong, right? Who's stealing it from far away.
Oh yeah, of course. And this is where, FS, they were kind of the ones who were really capitalizing on the opportunity that was in front of them. And Omega, sheer balls in him, man, trying to go in for the finishes. You've got Dionysus trying to be a little bit of a, thorn, trying to get that finish on him. Still not successful. But again, Team Soul did dig in really deep and did manage to get as many points as they possibly could. And towards the end, eventually, of course, MG, they were kind of out of options, did not have a lot of numbers on them, and they did what was needed. The position points secured, few finish points to their names, a perfect start for them as well.
Agreed, completely agreed on this point. There was one other team which I want to speak about is Team OR, right? Before the starting of the game itself, you did say they were the strongest amongst them all. But as I said, an open book they were. The strategy was read so well, and BB's, the way they executed it, we could see the composure coming in from the new pros, right? They exactly know when to execute. And that backup which came in, even though the initiation came in against the side of BB's at one point of time, they used, that people from far away, they stuck together when the time was right. And OR, even though they were on the top itself, the position of BB, as you pointed out, was so perfect that they could take down the side of OR easily.
This is where I really felt that, OR Esports should never have really picked up the fight, because they kind of were blindsided by where the other players of Team BB would be. And of course, the reinforcements coming in. But of course, this is one power pack phone, ladies and gentlemen. And our friends from iQOO have a really special message to deliver to you guys just about now.
I got the power.
To make every day the best of my life.
I got the
To strive for more. To beat my own score. To get that encore.
I got the power.
I've got this. I've got the power. To do more. See more. Be more. I've got the power. To win.
I got the power.
Experience tranquility.
Team Soul यहाँ पर 14 फिनिशेस निकालते हुए पटकोबले. Are you freaking kidding me?
काफी मजा आया.
भी रेडी हो जाओ.
This beautiful crafted phone, ladies and gentlemen, the iQOO Neo 6. And three of you lucky winners can get your hands on this beautiful device, right? All you've got to go is head over towards Google on that search bar, search for iQOO Neo 6. You're going to be redirected to their website, and that is where you've got to click on Please Notify Me. And three of you lucky winners who are watching the stream from the BGMI official esports channel might have yourselves this at the end of the day. But again, huge shout out to Loco as well, India's biggest gaming and live streaming platform, where you can find all your favorite professional BGMI players and the other titles also, trying to stream their games over here. And you might as well, the ones like me who really think that they still pack a punch and can show their skills to the world, certainly can find your home in Loco. And yeah, the best part is you can still get paid for it, even if you're starting off really early.
Yeah, and this is something good, the esports has grown in such a way that right now you can look in for a career for yourself. But yes, the point standing is going to be telling us this story as what has happened so far. It's ACBC, still on the top. They performed really well with 10 finish points and 12 position points for themselves with 22 total. But look at that, even Soul did perform so well, get those finish points for themselves. The lack of position points had to throw them down to the third position.
Yeah, I think towards the very fourth, I guess. But that doesn't really matter in terms of the position points. That is something that they still need to work out on. But I really love, the confidence coming out from these lads, especially, they've got that one little objective in their minds, that is to get themselves immersed in as many fights as possible. But the big names, Arka, did fall, right? We were expecting teams like OR Esports, we were expecting teams like Hyderabad, Hydras, and even the likes of Walkouts to maybe make a name for themselves. And another one of those favorites were Blind, trying to get that chicken in Miramar. And it all has started changing. And this is something we love, right? We did not want to have the same repetitive winners, coming in from the iQOO BMPS dominating Miramars. We wanted some new names, and FS Esports, one of the invited teams in round number 4 of the iQOO BMPS, finally stepping it up. And this is a really good start for all these teams. Now, this is where, the conversation also comes down to ACBC. They've had a really good start into this particular game, and this is where they're going to sit it out a little bit, because now Group B, they're done with their matches, and they're going to be hoping to watch the teams from sidelines, especially having to not face the wrath of Sanhok.
Absolutely. Now, one thing which I want us to look on the screens for is the finish points, right? The first 5 teams are the teams which has the maximum number of finish points. That shows that the aggressive teams were able to, execute much better and get it. So in the map of Miramar, it was all aggression which came out, but at the same time, iQOO MVP for match 2 is gonna be the Soul Goblin. I mean, the way he was able to put up 7 finishes with 800 damage, precision was the key for him, and he was able to land those grenades, able to land those bullets, everything into perfection. 1 headshot, 1 assist, but survival time of 21 was more than enough, and he had done the job for the team.
Well, of course he did, right? He was sort of the face of the team, just going in and dealing all those blows. But I really loved the cover fires also coming in from his teammates, ensuring to try and keep him alive. Sort of takes me down to a certain team called Godlike, who are apparently not with us this time. Of course, a little bit of a similar play style coming in out of Team Soul. That confidence is something that we all love as we transition into the top 5 players, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, ACBC's Capron, especially that first fight against our Esports, and the kind of cover fire that he had to provide, ensuring that despite that they were 1 man down, they still went in, managed to get the revive up and get the job done, in not just wiping out one squad, but multiple of them.
Absolutely, Omega will be that one other person who was standing alive for the squad, took those finish points for himself, 4 finishes, took those placement points as well. So 4 finishes, 787 damage, and then we have FS AK-47. He was the one stealing away all the finishes from the others. Blind Deadpool is also over here. This is a healthy competition according to me.
Oh, of course. I mean, Blind, you would expect to see some of the other players, right? Especially when it is Miramar, one of their favorite maps that we've seen them really perform out of the minds. But again, hasn't really been that kind of a start that Team Blind really wanted, right?
Yep.
Especially you would want to be in the top 3. But again, Deadpool did whatever he could possibly do over here. As ladies and gentlemen, the moment has arrived, right? As we take a quick gander at the overall standings over here, Autobotz Esports still are going to be retaining that first spot, and Blind Esports, they've played 2 games, has been well, pretty decent, nothing too shabby, nothing to scoff at. 28 points is where they find themselves at.
Autobotz proving themselves to be the strongest of the lot as of now, but let's not forget that even FS Esports on the other side is also coming up in the 5th position, 21 points. The difference is not much, right? From the 1st position to the 6th position, it's just a matter of 8 points, and I believe that it's going to be much more easier. But let's look at the aggressive side of few teams like Team Soul coming in from the side of Enigma, Blind and ACBC. They all relied on getting on those finish points for themselves. But yeah, Hydra's official are also there with just 1 match played. I think they can challenge out for all those numbers who are 2 players. That's going to be Blind, ACBC and Enigma. They've all played 2 matches, right? So it's going to be a little hard for them to retain that position.
Of course it is going to be. Now, as we take a move into the second page, of course, UP50 and Retribution RTR both have had their fair share of laughter, right? Of course, Retribution RTR in the first game of Erangel and UP50 did not get the chicken dinner, did not get into top 3, but they were kind of consistent, I must say, getting a 10 points average per game. Again, this is one of the only games that they've played in. It's a really good start, especially when you've got those nerves tingling, right? Try and make yourself a little steady over here. But OR Esports Esports. That is, something that I really can't digest, considering, the history that they have, considering how they played in the iQOO BMPS round number 4. They really need to pick up the pace.
Experience matters, right? So experience is something which OR has, so they'll know how to bounce back when the time is right, and I believe that the fans will also be looking out for that. But 7Cs is one of those spots which I was kind of disappointed with. I know it's just one game that they played, but ultimately they got taken down with just one finish point and one placement points. I was expecting something better, at least in the placement points, with the capability of the firepower they have as well. But Global Esports, with the team which looked the strongest when it comes to their group previously, right? And they took the fight to the enemy's face. But this time, it looks like even they are having a little bit of a trouble.
Yeah, I mean, it's still, just one game that we've seen so far. A really ridiculous circle shift up north in Erangel, where, they had one of their players picked off really early on while he was trying to scout out all those territories. But eventually, the approach from Global Esports then resorting to the edgy style of play and did not have a lot of cover. And that is where even XP and I were sort of having this little conversation that they might get picked off, which eventually happened later on. I think it was the boys from Autobotz who were on fire. But I think we're going to get to see a lot out of them, because they're going to be back into the mix. We're going to have Sanhok, the rainforest, where it all gets really messed up.
Yeah, before all of these things, I want to ask you one question about Initiative Academy, right? Because they played 2 maps, but still they're on the bottom of the table, right? So what is going wrong according to you regarding that squad?
The butterflies in the stomach right now. Of course, this is the biggest stage that they're playing, right? Never before have they played in a BMPS, a pro series. It's a month-long tournament. Now the approach has to be completely different, and this is somewhere, down the line, we're gonna cut some slack to all these teams, right? Because they're the newcomers into the scene. You've got a lot of experience now, a lot of data to work around with, and a lot of bad decision making, because that one little fight against ACBC is something that I really have to bring up, because they had a really good vantage point. They could have capitalized, but kind of staying together a little bit, all those nades getting their work done. But somewhere down the line, I feel they've always been the late bloomers. Even if you talk about the iQOO BMPS, they kind of stepped their game up in those final few games. We still have a lot of games to go, though. Maybe in game number 4, game number 5, whenever they come in, and that's where they're gonna strike.
Yep, but those teams who have done the heavy lifting from the get-go itself has always been blessed with a few games later on where they can kind of chill out and then come back when the time is right, or probably start to play for an average, which is going to be considered in a few games to come. But yes, one other thing is also there that, there are several teams who have taken this pretty seriously, right? So let's consider the side of Team Soul. We have already spoken much about them, but the reason why I'm saying this is they've already understood that, they are going to be those big dogs who are not going to be challenged anytime soon, because they have experience, they have the firepower. So anybody trying to take a fight, already that element of doubt is there inside them. Can we take this team down? And is it necessary for us to take this fight? And that is where I feel they're kind of capitalizing on that. Do you agree on this point?
You need bigger forces to take down Team Soul over here. I think one of them, the nearby contenders, were Team EXO, who I really felt had a very rough start. Especially when you have the first game, you have that little bit of jitters, because a lot of fans are rooting out for you to perform really well. And now this is where I have to also get EXO into the conversation, right? We had 2 little contrasting players over here. We had Team Soul, who were all guns blazing, just going after squads one after the other. And then we had EXO just prioritizing heavily on position points. Now just kind of stuck in that little wooden shed and eventually just wiped out. And this is where it all comes down to it. Right now, Team Soul, after getting that one really good game, they're going to be looking to carry on the mantle forward, have a really good game in Sanhok as well. But this is where the trouble arises, right? In Sanhok, you really cannot do what you just did in Miramar, right? You just cannot go heads in just like that, because you're going to be having a lot of prying eyes looking out for you. Such a small map, and that is where you have to be very picky about your fights. Make sure you have that little cover, because in Sanhok, it's all about the center of the circle.
Absolutely. The tropical forest is not going to allow you to go for a mid-range or a long-range battle. So those teams who are raking up finish points from a distance now have to make sure that they have the Assaulters going in for a close combat and perform much, much better in the map of Sanhok. But ultimately, we all know the Grenadiers are going to have a very, very good time when it comes to the map of Sanhok. But yes, as we always say, the evolution is going to hit back from humans to reptiles, as we're all going to go down on their bellies and trying to be those snakes and strike when the time is right, ladies and gentlemen. The next map is going to be Sanhok. But one other thing what you guys can do is vote out for your favorite team and have a chance to get some goodies for yourself. And that's going to be starting right.
Oh yeah, of course, sipper and a t-shirt for you guys, which we might also have our hands on. Maybe just hoping if production is going to be blessing us with them. But regardless, now talking about Sanhok, more than grenades, I really feel it's going to come down to that infamous healing battle we have.
Oh,
Right
I'm
now,
looking
you've got
forward.
teams like that. You've got Team EXO coming into the mix, and we know they've always got that little trick up their sleeves, right?
Yep.
They kind of tend to have Immortal or someone, if they are going to play him in this game, get all those first aids collected, the Southern Belt. I'm starting to wonder why are teams not really capitalizing on this situation, because right from the very start, you have the players branching out, everyone in their own territories. Now, if I was one of those teams, I know
Yeah.
that Team EXO is going to be a force to be reckoned with. I
Yep.
would eventually go on and isolate all their players and pick them off one after the other, and that could be the right way in stopping a team like EXO. Kind of gets a little annoying towards the end with those 40, 50
Yep.
plus first aids to their name.
Yeah, but one more thing I would like to point out about Team EXO is once the mindset is fixed, telling
Yeah.
that we do not have a good game, now we have to make sure we get one. They stick on to it and they capitalize on it, and that's the best part about them. Let's not forget the IGL is so strong in the zone prediction. He's gonna take you somewhere close to the circle, and then in the final moments he's gonna give one person to go in for a heal battle where nobody's gonna come and backstab him and take the rest of his forces into the circle and try to rake up as many finish points as possible. We all know that Sensei is capable of something greater. So let's see whether that's going to be the case in the next map itself.
Oh, 100%. This is where I would again get that discussion coming in, right? Now, they're looking for a little bit of a consistency. What
Yeah.
better way to be consistent than, try to survive till the very end, right? At least get those 10 to 8 finish position points to your name and have all three players stationed inside the circle. Try to get the better of it, because, yes, in Sanhok, you really need to make a run for the zone right from the early start. You have to understand where the next radical shift is going to be, and you've got to play it around the centers. Now, ever since that update did come, right, we've seen a lot of the other circles that we were not really accustomed to see before.
Yep.
We're starting to get those little southern circles. We had circles around the cave area where, I think Team EXO did manage to get the chicken over there
Yep,
against
yep, yep.
Enigma. And then we had that little bit of a Painan circle as well. But again,
Paradise
always
Resort also sometimes.
sometimes. It was
Yep.
before the update, we got to see a lot out of Paradise Resort, but ever since after the update, we're seeing those little newer circles being formed up.
Yep, I somewhere feel that this time probably the circle will go a little to the southern western side as well, towards the side of Thambang or Ruins probably, because
gonna be
that is
dreamers,
one
man.
place which we have not been seeing for a really long time. So let's
Yeah.
see whether that's gonna be the case. But as of now, if I have to ask you, I'm so sorry, if there is any place where you're gonna be the initial knocks taking place or the early skirmishes, which is that place gonna be for you?
It has to be Paradise Resort, right? We've been seeing of that from quite a long time. Just two teams battling it out.
Yeah.
But then again, it's the BMPS, right? This is where teams kind of give each other respect and stay away from each other. Someone has to back off, because you would not want to get off to a bloody start. You do not want to have a really bad start in Paradise, because that never really ends in a smooth manner for either of those teams, because eventually you kind of have those casualties being dealt.
Yeah, but the reason why I was pointing at you is one good thing. I know that it's gonna be a time where you're gonna take a shift and XP is gonna be coming on the
Oh, yeah.
stage. Yeah, when you come back for sure, I'm gonna be speaking more about these few questions I want to ask you out. But right now, it's gonna be the next man. It's gonna be the big man. It's gonna be XP hitting the stage. I mean, it's an honor, sir, from the beginning that I'm gonna hold myself as much as possible, not to become a big fan moment at this point of time, but still I can't stop myself. It was fixes from the initial where I was a big fan, and that fan moment kind of took a little toll on me in my casting, but ultimately it's you at this point of time. Thank you so much.
Wow, thank you so much for that amazing introduction, but thank you again for putting a lot of pressure on me right about now, Arka. And, it's a pleasure and a privilege sitting here next to you as well. But again, what a match we had in Miramar. And of course, I was sitting on the sidelines just, watching these gentlemen do their thing. And boy, oh boy, was I surprised.
Absolutely, like we least expected, right? In the first map, the experienced teams were kind of fumbling or probably crawling their way into the final circle, but suddenly in the map of Miramar, the experienced teams are like, we're gonna teach you how it's get to be done, and that is when everybody picks up the pace. But ultimately, we did see that those teams which did not dare to do so, like 7Cs and EXO, which you have seen them play before, not being that aggressive mode, had to pay the price for it. Do you feel that there's a small thing which we can see that the teams which are experienced, only if they're aggressive they're able to dominate?
See, I totally agree with your fact right now, but also I feel that the bigger you are, the harder you fall, like I said earlier,
Yep,
right? So
yep.
the thing is, there's a lot of pressure, not just on themselves, but, all the lovely people watching. Because, us Indians, oh boy, we are a vocal bunch. We will let our feelings be known, whether it is good or bad. So, I do believe that kind of pressure does, kind of weigh on your shoulders.
Yep.
And that is where teams who, well, aren't in the limelight as such, the underdogs, if we may. I mean, they come in and steal the show. So again, it's a give and take, really. There has to be some balance.
Yeah, but there's one question which keeps lingering in my mind. Probably you'll be one person. So just imagine an underdog who's trying to come in and make his name in this fray.
Okay.
He'll be trying to take a circle. He'll be trying to take a position away from these well-known teams, right? And eventually the circle is going to be shifting in towards him, because we can see the new update is going bonkers when it comes to the circles. Do you think these underdogs, that fear of taking away from the previous circles, is actually helping them out to perform better?
I think it is, because again, it's something that they have thrived for, that they've
Yep.
they made it to this point and they want to prove themselves, right?
Yep.
That is the biggest motivation, the biggest driving factor,
Yeah.
so to speak, that it comes with such teams. And again, if you take out one of the big names, boy oh boy, we know that you can be basically basking in the sunlight. Arca, that's what I recently learned. The Sanskrit word for the sun. You can be basking in all that glory overnight. So again, they are motivated to take the teams. And the thing is, with the big dogs, what happens is, again, forget the pressure.
Yep.
Now, when you get knocked out by some unknown person, oh boy, you got to let ego be, a step aside over here, because if that kind of creeps in, then, you're going to falter a bit more. But again, it's too early to call it out right now. I mean, 7C
Yep,
Esports
agreed.
Team X, so they've just had one game, and, well, we still have 4 more in store for all you lovely people out there.
Yeah, one other question before we jump into the map,
Oh, I
right?
love it. I'm on the hot seat right now, boys and girls.
It's not exactly, because
I'm
you
just
come
messing
we
with
come
you.
up with so much experience. I have to learn from you. So the next question is going to be this, right? So we all know that there are, oh my god, in that fan moment I just forgot what I was about to ask you, but still I'll try to remember it as quickly as
I love
possible.
this new thing that I can see right now. Sorry to cut you off. We have substitutes coming in. Again,
Ooh.
remember, we do have multiple options. You do have 5-6-man rosters, making sure that you play to the best of your abilities. After all, buddy, this is a team game, and if there's 4 members who are carrying the mantle forward every single time, it can get a bit problematic.
Yeah, absolutely. So there are a few things which I have to ask you, but before that, we have heard about Beauty and the Beast, but this is a Beauty in the Beast itself.
I love it.
And it's I think that I want to have a device like this in my pocket. It's going to be making me look much more better. But iQOO Mobiles have a thing for you. Please go watch it out.
I got the power.
To make every day the best of my life.
I got the
To strive for more. To beat my own score. To get that encore.
I got the power.
I've got this. I've got the power. To do more. See more. Be more. I've got the power. To win.
I got the power.
Well, there you have it, the iQOO Neo 6 power to win. And of course, remember, 3 of our lucky winners can get their hands on this. And there you have it. That's perfect timing. All you have to do, basically, it's really simple, right? Make sure you have an account on Google. That's the first step, because, we need to know who to send it to. Then all you have to do is search iQOO Neo 6 in Google. You are going to come up to their website. And, well, there's going to be a massive button that says Notify Me. And, well, if you are one of those lucky 3 winners who walks away with this bad boy, oh boy, congratulations in advance. But again, I wish I had one of these for myself as well.
Yes, agreed. So coming back to that one question which I wanted to throw on you. You were not there on this on the desk for the BMOC, but I saw you were cleanly watching all of these teams perform, the experienced one as well as the so-called underdogs who are now the new pros, Were you also expecting something like this, a revolution coming up? There are new teams which will be coming up and erasing off the fame of all those experienced teams and taking up the position?
See, they say one thing: if you cometh at the king, you better not miss. And now,
Exactly.
we've had kings and queens over the past year since, BGMI has taken our country by storm. However, the thing is, someone else is always going to be coming for that throne. And again, they are hungry, buddy.
Yep.
And it's that hunger, it's that drive, which is going to propel them to greater glory. But for now, before, again, all the carnage is going to visit this small, tropical, beautiful island, you can forget your pina coladas, because you ain't having any of them, because bullets are going to be flying. And like you said, we're going to be going back in time. We're going to be going back to the reptilian times.
Yeah.
And everybody is going to be on their bellies, hissing and snaking in the grass. So you better watch out where you put your next foot forward.
Yep, that's what's going to be the case. But right now, there are a few teams who come in new. That's the Group C, which is going to be coming in new over here. Or probably, I would like to say that, there's one team which is going to be coming back into the fight with the one which is already there. That's going to be the side of Team Seoul, and then we had EXO in the previous one as well. But initially, we did see that, there were few teams from Group A who did not perform well. And we have always seen there has been a format in this tournament where Sanhok becomes the game changer for most of those teams in the lower bracket or the middle bracket of the points table. I know this is a little early to ask, but do you feel that that kind of format is going to continue even in the side of BMPS?
I think it will because, yes, of course, Sanhok has that RNG factor, right? Anything can happen, and the real estate is already so small. It's the smallest map in Battlegrounds Mobile India, so, the chances are that you are going to be up in each other's worlds right at the beginning. But again, if you are good at traversing the terrain, you can kind of capitalize that to your advantages. Once again, the Big Bird is going to be in the sky, and, well, by the look of things, we are going to be flying kind of near the center, but again, Sanhok being Sanhok, it doesn't really matter where the plane path is because all your favorite drop spots are going to be in jumping distance. But now the question is, as you guys were predicting earlier, Fixer said he expects Bloodbath to be basically breaking out right at the beginning at Paradise Resort, and, well, judging by the colors I see on my screen above it, I think he may be right.
Absolutely, but there's been a little bit of a difference when it comes to the side of bootcamp, right? That was one place where everybody wanted to go in for an initial takeoff and make sure that they rake up those finish points, because ultimately in the map of Sanhok, you would want to have that initial 3 to 4 finishes so that then on you can play for placement points, and at the end of the day, you'll be blessed with some. But the zone is going to be forming up towards the side of Camp Alpha, which has been the new thing for most of these teams, right? So this has been that one circle which is favored for most of those players who tend to rotate from the southern side in the waterways and then try to take the northern side of the Camp Alpha. That has been happening, and let's see whether it's going to be the case today as well.
Well, looks like shots are going to be fired right at the beginning. It's not Paradise Resort, but it is going to be those compounds just a little down south from it, as Jadu is going to have some magic in his fingers as well. He is going to rack up the first finish in this game. Now, I did see a shotty being used. Of course, you want to have that DBS for close quarter combat because, well, you go boom, boom, and, well, anything in front of you is going to be obliterated. However, I like that he has a UMP as well, making sure he can engage enemies at a little bit of distance. But for now, action breaking out early, just as we expected in Sanhok.
Yep, Camp Bravo is that hotspot at this point of time. But yeah, with the new update coming in, right, they have increased the distance of the shotguns itself. So it's not a bit shocking for us to see that there are some shotguns coming into fray and they're trying to take down players earlier itself. It's a good thing to see. But right now it's gonna be I'm so sorry. It's Team Global, or GE, who they call themselves, and they are towards the eastern side of the map, if I'm not wrong, or the northern side of the map itself.
Well, they are in the city they love the most. Painan is where Global Esports love dropping by, and if you think about it, it is too on the eastern side of the map if you, cut a line right to the center bifurcating it. However, they are still in the circle, which means they're going to have plenty of time to loot up and get all those goodies. I do see a sniper, but again, this is Sanhok. The chances of seeing some bolt action is going to be a bit slim. But for now, Global Esports not after the best start that we would have expected from a big team like this. But again, I think it's too soon to call anything, right? I mean, this is just the beginning. It is just game 3, and elsewhere looks like Fixes is going to be a little disappointed, as it's only the Hyderabad Hydras who are going to be calling Paradise Resort their home for now.
Yep, nobody wants to go into the side of Paradise Resort because everybody have understood that eventually if you go in over there and get to be the victims of that early skirmish, that is what you don't want. RTR Esports on the other side have lost a player, gifting it towards the side of Team RE Esports, and they're going to be really happy about it, right? So this early one finish is going to boost a little bit of a confidence. Like in the previous game, they did not have that much of a great game, so this time they'll be looking forward for such welcoming finishes for themselves. But ultimately, yeah, I like the the positions of Team Seoul with the map feed which we have got, right? See, look at that. Omega is on the northern side side itself. Then Akshat is a little bit towards the east and towards the side of Ruins. Goblin coming in towards the side of Tambang, and one other player to the southern side itself. So they're controlling the complete southern western side of the map itself. Pretty much everything which is inside the circle, making sure that once they go into the northern side of the map, nobody's coming to backstab them. And let's see whether they can capitalize on that.
You know, speaking of Goblin, of course, the iQOO MVP in the last game, boy, did he pack quite a punch, because I do believe he had 6, maybe 7 finishes.
Seven
I mean, that is
finishes.
phenomenal, you know, as
Yep.
far as individual performances go. And of course, as a team on the entire, they did finish with 13 finishes. So again, Soul hitting hard, but for now, Esports Walla WSF, we support farmers. Again, a lovely cause over here that you see in esports. Not too common in you know, today's day and age, but I like the fact that at least we are starting now. They're going to make sure they have a little bit of mountain for themselves. Elsewhere, Jackson from Hydra has spotted, or rather heard the enemy. That looks good. Aladdin could be in some trouble. However, the grenade isn't going to take a big chunk out, but for now, they do know that, well, someone is lying in wait on the hill above.
Yep, this is going to be a Huppel battle, which is going to be hard for the side of 7 Seas, as Hydras kind of know that the location of 7 Seas are behind these trees. And right now they're showing their back towards the side of 7 Seas. Can 7 Seas capitalize on it? No, that's not going to be the case, as Parv from the other side comes in from a windage point or an off angle where he could strike exactly when the high rune was out. And Sarang is gone in for the revival. Zoro is also coming in. As you said, the mask of Zoro. Can he see through those, you know, probably, what do you say, the binocular kind of looking, the eye cover?
Well, he definitely has that hood on his face right now, but the thing is, you know, I love the fact that they went for the flank over here. Now, that completely caught 7C off guard, but have a look at how well they have recapitulated right now. However, Zorro is going to be lobbing the Molotov. That's going to be good. Aladdin is brought down once again, courtesy of Parv's M4, and now they could actually go in for the kill. I like the fact that 7C Esports did realize, you know what, this is going to be a bit of a choke point. They're going to move out, as elsewhere we have some action breaking out. Jackson's got there. Sauron comes under fire. Grenades are going to be going off left, right, and center. However, all that rock is going to make sure that he is in cover. And
Oh,
now,
no.
7C, they tried to make a bit of a move, but again, the flanks are going to be a bit too overwhelming.
Sarang is going to be cooking up a grenade. That's going to be
which
the
one?
last ray of hope for them at this point of time. Doesn't connect it well, and it's going to be Jackson trying to push in as quickly as possible. He kind of knows the location of both the enemies, right? So he's going to be jumping and striking when the time is right. Spray God is going to be grabbing around. It's the jiggle which is avoiding these two to come in for a, you know, direct clash. But ultimately, Bob comes in closer. It's the grenade which backfires towards him. But ultimately, it's going to be
you
7
kidding me?
C's. Are you serious? It's 7 C's.
You kidding me, buddy? It is 7C. They are the ones who are going to be the masters of the sea and, well, the land right now, as well as Spray God down to a sliver of HP. Keep in mind, we did see Parv jump behind them, and basically they were kind of engulfed by the enemy on all sides. However, Spray God, well, living up to his name, was spraying blindly in every which direction, and, well, lucky for him, those shots connected. They did lose 2 members here, Arca. However, 4 finishes is not going to be a bad start for them, and I'm pretty sure Sarang and the boys are going to be a little flabbergasted right now that, wait a second, I thought we were the ones who were supposed to be dead, but no, it's going to be the other ones that bite the dust.
I don't know how they executed at the last moment, right? There was one person doing everything, giving out information, but ultimately 7 C's, the composure with they held out, the lower ground, they knew that, you know, there's a little bit of a cover above our head. Let's try to take it to our advantage. Welcomed everybody with the pour of lead, and ultimately they all jumped into the crosshairs of 7 C's, like literally, and all they had to do was get that proper trigger discipline and ending it up. This you know, instant replay is going to be telling us the complete story.
Well, if you missed that action, because it was blink and miss it action, have a look at this. I love this camera angle right now. Now, keep an eye out on Sarang. That grenade is going to get the better of Parv. Parv is going to go boom, but now they quickly do a U-turn, and there you have it. Dynamite, unfortunately, does jump in their crosshairs. He manages to take out Sarang, but Spray God, oh boy, he was just on his side, and, well, I guess he had some blinders on like a horse, because he did not see him at all, and, well, he paid a heavy, heavy price. While elsewhere, you did mention that, you know, we can expect a few teams to be out in the waters, but I thought maybe they might have wanted to get a boat for themselves, because, oh boy, that is a long, long swim to freedom.
I don't know. After losing a player like Chono, I think it's better they choose some such, you know, out of the box kind of a, you know, transport, because ultimately it's important for them, right? It's the placement points which they have to play for. It's fine if you're getting the zone damage, but still it's going to be easy for them. But it looks like one other player, they did have a boat for themselves, but eventually got taken out, and then they had to rely on the hands and legs, which were blessed for them. But I know that, you know, they're going to be raking up much position points for themselves. Because of that, they could turn this out to be a blessing in disguise for themselves.
I like how, you know, the three comrades, they jumped out quick, but Shonu, I think that steering wheel kind of got caught up in his legs, and he did try to get out, but unfortunately, it was a bit too late, and boom went the boat. And, well, he was sent to a watery grave. Now, if you have a look at the map, ladies and gentlemen, you will see a couple of teams are out in the open. Now, RTR, they made the right decision, right? They have come to ground again, and they're going to make sure that they drive down because, well, swimming is going to be a little problematic as they are going to be taking a lot of damage. But looks like they do have another boat on hand. And,
Oh,
well,
yep.
we are going to get some nice summer breeze and, well, a little spray of water on our faces. The thing is, you know, they under heavy fire as heavy fire bullet OP with that QBZ is going to make sure he puts the enemy. Wait a second. That was a quick finish over there. Our Esports losing 2 members in the blink of an eye. I think they were oblivious that there was a little bit of an ambush set up right in front of them.
Yep, GOG capitalized when the time is right. But on the other side, in the finish, we did see there was another fight. It's going to be Enigma. A good molly comes, falls in. The fire trap does, you know, end the life of Evo at this point of time. ABC are going to be happy raking up as many finish points as possible. But Enigma on the other side, I don't know why, you know, they're not sticking together, which they obviously want to at this point of time, because we have been seeing that, you know, the format of the tournament comes in such a way that you have to stick together, make sure that you don't let your comrades get finished off.
Well, that is, of course, you know, part and parcel of the game. And if you did have a look at the top right of your screens, the circle seems to have imploded in on itself, which means, you know, there's not a drastic shift yet. Why I say yet? Because, well, in the next couple of shifts, we are going to see something drastic. And speaking of big, bad guns, we have the AWM dropping in, and looks like no one's going to pick it up. It is my favorite, of course. I love me some sniping action. But you know what? We've seen some bolt action in Sanhok in the past. Maybe someone might just go and pick it up. Unfortunately, the thing is, it's out in the water, and everyone's eyes are going to be on that red plume of smoke coming out of it.
Yep, agreed on this point. But, you know, a person who dares to think out of the box and tries to go get that will not only be blessed with a good gun, but also that most wanted level 3 helmet in West, which could help him out in a close range battle, right? So it's the assaulter probably would want to go forward, pick it up and come back as quickly as possible, if not for the guns. But at this point of time, look at RTR coming in from the northern side. This, you know, I believe that this team has done this several times. So even though they got taken down, they exactly knew where to swim, where could be the next spawn of that bot. They picked it up, and then, you know, they're going to traverse all the way, come into the corner where, you know, Soul thought that they cleared off the side of Camp Alpha, but they're going to be blessed with a lot of placement points, but as well as a very good chance to backstab the side of Soul, or probably take the fight towards the side of 7Cs.
Now, this is a situation, a scenario, a scene that we are all accustomed to. At some point or the other, the Hyderabad Hydras love going for a swim. And keeping up with tradition, they are doing just that. Fortunately for them, this time around, they have all members alive and kicking, which means they can still pack quite a punch. Now, we did mention the circle, and of course you did mention RTR's maneuvering around the circle. Now, that's what homework is, isn't it? Because they've probably, like you said, done this time in and time out. They know exactly what the spawn points are. Something which even all our viewers watching at home, you know, if you do your homework on the game, you can know exactly where the vehicle is going to be, because it's all about trial and error. But for now, we are going to see some action. Well, not action as such, but we are going to see what's happening on the southern island. Because Team EXO so far haven't really come or locked horns with anybody. However, they might just be hoping that the circle might have a little bit of a southern shift, which means they aren't going to let go of this compound just yet.
Yeah, I just hope it does go to the southern shift, because that is where I predicted the next zone possibly could be coming, and I'm going to be so happy that if that's going to be the case. But at the same time, as you said, you know, preparation is half battle won, right? So
hey man, I love your predictions. I'm just glad that Fixes was not right, because, well, he expected some action in Paradise Resort, and we haven't seen a single bullet fired. And now, let me just tell you one thing. From my sidelines, I can see him just glaring at me with those eyes, and of course, you know, trying to act all cool. Well, he does try to call himself Daddy Fixes, but it is not happening this time around.
Exactly. But yeah, at the end of the day, we all know sometimes your prediction does come out right, and sometimes it's a caster's curse which is going to hit the teams right now. But Team Soul having the highest, you know, location of the place itself. So let's see whether they can capitalize on this, because they feel the zone is going to be going towards the northern island itself.
You know, speaking of Team Seoul, let me just say one thing, because again, I did see their performance in Miramar. Now, Seoul is a team that is etched in history
Yep,
as far
exactly.
as BGMI is concerned. So, you know, one would think if, you know, you have a new roster, there is going to be some pressure. But let me tell you something, Goblin and the boys, oh boy, they are playing like veterans right now. Cool and calm under pressure and, well, getting the job done. Something we're not really used to as far as Seoul goes. You know, I'm talking about those finish points.
Exactly.
13 finishes, buddy, that is no small feat.
Absolutely. I mean, I've always seen Team Seoul is going to be that mature people who try to strike a balance between finish points and placement points, and then think on the overall tournament itself rather than one match. But this team rather is like, this match is the first match. So we're going to make sure that we leave a mark, and we're going to make sure. But ultimately, I'm going to be betrayed with my predictions, as the zone is going to be shifting towards the side of Camp Alpha at this point of time. And I don't know. You laugh. This changed everything.
Oh, I love it because, you know, I mean, I've been kind of wrong with my predictions. So basically, join the club, buddy. That is what it's all about. But now have a look at 7C Esports. Now, again, they did lose a couple of members. So, you know, they
Yep.
are going to have a little bit of a disadvantage. However, those cliffs, first of all, let me just tell you one thing. I
Yeah.
love that area of the map. That is, you know, it can go either way because one little slip of your foot and you're going to be crashing down to your own death. Let's see if that is going to be the case, because for now, we are going to have a bit of a mad rush coming in from the northwest. I'm talking about Hathin and the surrounding areas, because if I can see the map, which we have access to, I can count 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 teams in close proximity to one another, and looks like we already have shots fired over distance as a member of Kinetic did take a few shots at Global Esports, but hold on. This action is going to break at the start of break. 2 members of GOG are going to be taken down. It's going to be Avi.
I mean, an unwanted fight which GOG have gone into, and at this point of time, Enigma is going to be so happy. I do understand that Avi is the one man standing over here. He's not even bothered that his teammates are going to give him any kind of cover, or they're going to come in case he gets taken down. But still, he's doing the right kind of damage. It's going to be Rex from the other side, shorelines, who's going to make sure that he has that running on ice, and he's going to be communicating through, making sure, giving information for Avi to actually, you know, finish the complete squad of GOG. Let's see whether that's going to be the case, as one person has gone into the waters and trying to play for placement points, clearly visible. That's going to be Bullet OP. The zone damage is coming in. He's trying to, you know, push his luck too much. Let's see what's going to happen next.
Well, he does seem to find a little safe spot over here, just a little look for himself, but unfortunately no footing means he can't administer any first aids elsewhere. Global Esports coming under heavy fire, and this time it is going to be your winners in the last game, the Chicken Dinner Eaters. Headless Esports making a move. Hitman is going to be spotted. He ducks the nick of time as the ball is straight past over. Coming into the side, they take the fight to Kinetic, and well, looks like they are going to be losing a member. However, they're still going to hold their ground and wait for Kinetic to make all the mistakes. K47 has a grenade. Unfortunately, it's a bit too far to the right.
Now we have to see whether he's going to be welcoming them with the crosshairs, because his grenade has not worked out. But we have to watch out for this one thing, that Kinetic are the people outside the circuit. They'll have to fight their way. It's going to be a sandwich coming in from the side of FS, as it's going to be Global who came in. They heard the gunshots, they heard the grenades, and they came in third partying, picking up all the finishes as quickly as possible, as they know Kinetic is going to be striking hard against them, and that is going to be the case, as at this point of time, KU has landed Knuckle down on his knees.
Well, Team Kinetic's KU did get that knock. Unfortunately, unfortunately for KU, his opponent is going to be picked up. And once again, Global Esports are going to be a 4-man squad, and looks like the gods of BGMI are shining down upon them, because they have a drop at their feet. Now, they are... He did obscure his vision, and Joker was so close to getting another knock. But now, this is what happens in Sanhok. You make some noise, and everyone is going to hear it around you. So they've got to act quick and possibly try and get some cover elsewhere. Kinetic, still a 4-man squad, are going to hold their ground. Now they want GE to make all the moves.
Somewhere it's good for us to say that, you know, it's GU came in a blessing in disguise for the side of Team FS, you know. I'm so sorry, to the side of Team Kinetic at this point of time. Obviously because of two things, right? One is going to be this, that they struck against the side of FS, allowing Kinetic to make it inside the circle. Two, they're also going to be raking up as many finish points as possible. Now Kinetic have a little bit of a hard cop out to work out with, but they have to watch out for GE coming in a bit more closer, because both of these teams have a long journey up ahead in front of them to make it inside the circle, as the circle is dead center lies the demons themselves. That's going to be the team's soul. Having high ground for themselves, I just hope that they had the AWM with them.
You got to keep one thing in mind as far as Team Kinetic goes. FS Esports is still lingering on. In fact, they are sharing a compound. Question is, do they know how many members of each team are exactly alive? Because, boy, you open a door and suddenly like, uh-oh, wait a second, you're not my teammate. And, you know, their plans could be thrown out the window. But, of course, we did see some action. Looks like Enigma Eki is going to be brought down on his knees as the vehicle went boom and took him down with it. Just to keep a little idea about the zone, we are going to have a southern ship, but now we're going to have a battle under the bridge this time. It's not going to be the River Kwai, unfortunately, but it is going to be Sensei raining down death from above as he has the knife angle as Snacks. He is going to go in on the flank. He knows somebody is going to down here. However, it could be Shane.
Oh, nice.
Unfortunately, Shane did not have an angle, and now his position has been given away.
Absolutely, Snacks comes in from the other angle only to give information to his teammates so that, you know, they can come in and strike when the iron is out. Punko on the other side gets taken down immediately. A backup comes in from the side of Snacks. He exactly knows how to give backup. He's going to fall back immediately. This is something which I love about Snacks, you know. He comes in, gives the cover, goes back to the location, goes back to the position which he was given to restrict the players to come in from the other angle. Now, throwables is something which we'll be looking out for. That's going to be coming in from the side of INS as a defensive maneuver to make sure they restrict from the side of the XO to come in closer to them.
Well, you know, that's what experience is, right? Snacks has been doing this for a long, long time, and looks like his grenades just might catch the enemy off guard, as elsewhere we did see 70 Esports be wiped out by Team Soul. Now, what I do love over here is that INS, they did get back on their feet, but now Snacks fucking and weaving through the bullets. He's going to take one down. Unfortunately, 3 guns are going to be just a bit too much for him, as Shane, against all odds, remember, at one moment, he was almost the last man standing. He's going to make sure his team is still 3-man strong. Curran, you got to be careful. Is that your grenade or is that a smoke? Because Kinetic God is going to hit the deck on a sliver of base. He does have the first aid. Now he hits one. His problematic shots are being fired. He is going to zig and zag his way. And it's going to be Hydra. In fact, who is going to be brought down is Onyx.
Absolutely, a teamwork coming in from the side of Team Kinetic shows that, you know, they're going to be blessed with a lot of finish points. Onyx is down on his knees. They need to pick him up, make sure that, you know, they give him a little bit of a ray of hope to make it into the next circles, because man advantage is something you would want, and BEO at this point of time picking up his player, and this is something which we love, right? As soon as this update came in, we did think that, you know, how can we make use of this, and the professionals have been showing us when the time is right, carry your teammates into the circle, make sure you revive, and give another chance for him to fight out in the circle itself.
Well, let me tell you one thing, never skip leg day, because you never know who you might have to carry on your back, because, well, it looks like it did work out in their favor, and unfortunately, Esports Walla WSF are going to have to bite the dust as they are going to be knocked out in the 13th position. Now, if you had a look, we still have quite a few squads, and that, of course, is that little gasp coming, because the circle has made a bit of a shift. We are now heading back. Fierce is going to come under fire, and Billion is going to try and make sure the enemy is kept at bay. GP, mind you, got through all this little commotion, and they've pretty much been untouched. Something that might come to bite these teams in their backsides later on. But for now, it is going to be Autobotz as Mr. IGL. He's the last man standing. He knows where Jadu is. He's going to try and burn him alive. Unfortunately, that grenade will make him come out of cover. It does. He retaliates in time, but now Jadu is going to have a little bit of an advantage, and with that, another one bites the dust.
Our Esports playing it really well, but look at what happens. It's going to be the demon striking when the time is right. They're going to be picking up another finish, and they know they're going to look out for all 4 directions because they have the compound, right? They have the view into the circle itself, and they're going to be welcoming anybody inside it. And Pixels is what's required, and Hector is going to be placing his crosshairs to that Pixel visible, puts Carry down on his knees. They kind of know where the other teammate is, right? As soon as Carry got knocked out, he turned towards his teammate, giving out the location of his teammate itself.
Man, let me tell you one thing. This is the new Soul altogether. I mean, these boys are infused with hunger to prove themselves. 8 finishes for themselves already as fairs. Can he get the first aid in time? No, he cannot. Unfortunately, Team XO bowing out in 6th position with 7 to their name. Now, God, living up to his name from Olympus up top is going to be raining down death. And, well, this team is looking good at the moment. Meanwhile, Hyderabad Hydra's Ace Black, last man standing for himself. He knows it's a bit of a lost cause. He might, you know, gain some time using these first aids, but unfortunately, looks like his days are numbered.
His seconds are numbered at this point of time. And I do understand it's going to be hard for him to make it
take a
through.
shot.
And Hector is still waiting it out. Look at that persistent coming in from the side of Hector. He doesn't want to let go of this one finish. Any given chance, he wants to take it up. And they know the value of each of these points. 9 finishes coming in from the side of Team Soul. Looking the strongest so far. Fierce is going to be coming in from the other side. A grenade tossed in. Takes down 3 players. And that was the key moment for him to finish off the rest of the squad. And I believe that 1v4 which bought in from his side is going to be praised for a really long time. We did miss this out, right? But ultimately Fierce being the most fierce and the person to watch out for in this game. Let's see what's going to happen next.
Well, he's definitely a force to be reckoned with over here, as he did wipe out the entire team. Unfortunately, Team EXO, we're going to see them in the next few games, but I'm pretty sure all their fans are going to be really happy, as are the fans of Team Soul, who have managed to make it to the final 3. They are on the lower ground. They do have some cover for now. Unfortunately, Team Kinetic, they have a good position up on that hill. Now, K47, he does spot the enemy. I do see some M24s in action, and well, if KU isn't careful enough, he just might get a few 5.56 shots on the left side of his head, but he's been spotted out, unfortunately for him, as another one bites the dust, and now we are down to the final 2 teams. It is going to be between Team Kinetic and Team Soul. I wonder if they have the momentum to take it forward, because now they're going to be raining down death, but one good grenade could spell trouble.
Ooh, let's see whether that's going to be the case now. Team Soul has to do wonders. They did take a fight against the team previously and made sure that, they'd win an uphill battle, which is impossible for most of these teams. But now we have to see whether that's going to be the case. The zone is going to be favoring the side of KU, right? So they're just going to be holding this up, allow the zone to be doing the damage against the side of Team Soul and trying to strike when the moment is right. Akshat is going to run away, jiggle around. Onyx Crosshair did not find the right corners, and it's going to be allowing Team Soul to survive a bit more longer. Now this is the fight where we want to see whether Soul can traverse around that hill, come in from the north and take the fight.
Look, there's no way that they're going to be coming up to the hill right now. I wonder if they get a bit complacent. By they, I mean Team Kinetic. If they get impatient, well, speaking of that, Goblin is going to find the way. And oh my goodness, Team Kinetic, they made a little bit of a boo-boo over here, because they let them come in. There you have it. Omega is going to make sure he charges things up with that grenade. Going off in quick succession, and of course that AK is going to be rattling off all those rounds, and now it is going to be a 4v3 situation in the favor of Team Kinetic. At all as Goblin takes a few more shots. Well, this grenade, if timed to perfection, could be devastating. He knows exactly where it is going to be flung. God could be in trouble. They do take some damage. However, this is where it's going to be like an artillery strike has been called on Team Kinetic's position.
Absolutely, this is called carpet bombing coming in from the side of Goblin. He's going to push in to strike absolutely when the time is right, and he does strike to get that winner chicken dinner. Soul is going to be so happy with this performance. I mean, just imagine the odds are all against you, but still you're going to challenge the gods of death, go in and take down the squad which had the highest vantage point. I mean, you have to give it to the boys of Team Soul.
See, that's what's happening. Hector, if you keep an eye on his position, he was in the house, and Kinetic was just focused. They had blinders on him. I'm not even joking, because they were focused on that position. Goblin, like the sneaky Goblin, he is snuck in around the back, which I thought isn't going to happen, but he let them come in. And then it was a level playing field, because, well, the enemy was right in front. Again, like we said, the artillery strike was called in. All right, we have the position right over here. 5-6 grenades went off, and well, Goblin went in with his AK and did the rest.
I mean, the one gameplay which we have to look at from the side of Team Soul is, they had Hector inside. 28 medkits is what he was holding, and they knew that, the rest of the 3 players, all we have to do is make sure Kinetic gets hit so much as the zone is going to come in, they get finished off, and give his teammate a chance who's going in for a heal battle. And I believe that was the strategy which Soul might be coming up with.
That was definitely one thing. Yes, they did have a contingency plan, as Fixes loves saying, but again, it's just beautiful the way Goblin took advantage of all that misdirection, because the remaining members of Team Soul were just running around making noise. So what they thought was, hey, there's no way that these guys are going to come up, and again, this is when you need to know your terrain. This is when you need to know the map. This is when you need to know, practice makes perfect, right? But again, a lovely outing. Again, 14 finishes here, but action did start early as well. Hydra, we did think that they're going to get the better of 7C, but have a look at how Spray God just went a little bit around the blind spot of this enemy and, well, took him down.
Yes, GOG on the other strike was striking hard against the side of Team R Esports, got that initial 2 finish points for themselves. From then on, they were able to pick up one more, but it was Avi became that ugly thorn. He came in, struck when the time was right, took down almost 2 to 3 players, where the rest other 2 had to play for placement points and eventually had to bite the dust.
They did indeed. And again, it's something that I do believe the enemy should have kind of taken into account, because when you do want to cross that particular bridge in Sanhok, 9 out of 10 times someone is going to be lying in wait. Someone is going to set up the flanks. And keep in mind, Enigma had members on both sides of the water. So, they were basically pinched in between a hard place and a rock, right? So again, that's what happened. But this was beautiful. Snacks over here. I mean, he is the best at jiggling, isn't he? Because, he did what he does best, managed to take them down, but Shane, against all odds, and Billion, in fact, did keep the enemy at bay. It did give them time to recuperate, and, they got the better of Team EXO, but of course, this means only one man was left standing, and that man was Fierce, who I'm sure we're going to see up on our screens in a short while.
Absolutely. One good grenade, they always say one good cooked grenade is equal to a wasted mag itself. So it's going to be Esports on the other side who got eliminated, and there was a moment where I really thought, RE could capitalize on this, which they did eventually. But a good grenade coming in from the other side, and Mr. Erangel had to come out in the open. Jadu at that point of time went in for a jump shot. He was about to make it inside the circle, but got extinguished.
Well, that's what happens. This is the moment. Have a look at that. One boom is going to bring 3 of them down. Now, Face is going to be careful. He is still waiting. He knows that someone is going to rush in towards his position. Now, Joker does try and go for the little heal, but he hears those footsteps, and Face goes in and, does all the talking with his weapon. Now, again, he takes another fight with INS. In fact, gets the better of a couple of them. Imagine that, man. This guy is on fire, making sure he snuffs out as many lives as he can before, the blue claims his for his own.
Absolutely. This one man, FS, if he had actually made it a run, and tried to understand the terrain itself, that would have been much more better. But the moments came in as Goblin started to strike when the time was right. But his grenades were so precise.
Now, this is where Team Kinetic, I think, made a little bit of an oopsie. Because FS was already in that position, they should have known, hey, wait a second, there's a little bit of a gradual slope over here.
Exactly.
What if Soul, come and circumnavigate around us and then make it over there? So, maybe that's just the presence of mind that wasn't there. Because let me tell you one thing, I'm pretty sure all of you watching at home as well, you thought that, they have it in the bag. It's going to be their game. But boy, oh boy, Goblin, up to his sneaky ways, comes in and throws that plan right out the window. And, Team Soul get a well-deserved chicken dinner.
Absolutely. Now, one more thing which we have to observe is how much of real estate you're holding in the final circle. Just imagine if Kinetic were kind of spread out in that northern area, in that high ground advantage. Even though Goblin had to rush in at that point of time, they could have struck from different directions. But rather, they all chose to stick together at one corner, which allowed Goblin to, strike when the time was right. I believe that, that was the biggest mistake for Kinetic.
You just took the words out of my mouth again, because, like I said, all 4 of them were focused just on those two gentlemen downstairs. All right, I'm going to keep an eye out over here, you keep an eye out over here. But unfortunately, they just left the backsides again. Lesson to be learned, because, we have to make mistakes, and only then can we learn from them. So I'm pretty sure, whoever's been watching the games, and, we all have evaluators of sorts, they're going to be making notes that, right? Next time, somebody better keep an eye on the back of your heads, because you don't want to repeat of this happening. But again, what a lovely game. Sanhok, again, we did expect action breaking out early, which it did. We did expect some carnage. And of course, we like calling something called as third partying, right? Where, yes, 2 teams might be fighting it out, but someone from the distance is going to come in, take a few shots, and, take the finishes for themselves. And, this game had it all.
TE was the squad which actually struck when the time was right, picked up kind of 3 finishes over there, and they were happy about it. One man who stole the show completely, obviously, is going to be Fierce from the side of Team EXO. Man, grenade, what a well-tossed grenade. He exactly knew. I mean, I don't know how come the complete squad was rushing in from the door itself, and all he had to do was put one grenade over there. But at the same time, the follow-up was something which I liked. He immediately did not move. He just waited, right?
You got to also keep in mind, just in the building right next to them, we had INS. They were lying in wait, because, that's why he didn't really move out as soon as the grenade went boom. Because had he moved out, there was a big window, and, he would have been spotted, and he would have been taken out. Again, he got those 4 finishes, takes another one out of INS, leaves one to be taken by the blue zone. I think he did a well-done job. We might just have... Now, if we quickly talk about it, of course, it is going to be coming up. Who do you think is going to walk away the iQOO MVP? Because I have 2 names in my mind.
Yeah, one is going to be Goblin, the other one is going to be Fierce himself. So I wanted to place my bets on these 2 as well.
I love how we are in sync right now, buddy. But again, this was the map of Sanhok. We are halfway through for the games for today. But once again, let me just remind you, the one presenter who's making all of this possible, it's the iQOO Neo 6. Let's have a look and see what they're all about.
I got the power.
To make every day the best of my life.
I got the
To strive for more. To beat my own score. to get that encore. I've got this. I've got the power to do more, see more, be more. I've got the power to win.
Experience tranquility.
यहाँ पर 14 फिनिशेस निकालते हुए पाकिस्तान। Are you freaking kidding me?
काफी मजा आया।
भी रेडी हो जाओ।
Well, of course, we did have a look at the Loco promo once again, India's very own esports gaming platform. And, you know, if you miss any of the action, remember, you are going to see your favorite streamers up on your big screens. And, well, you are never going to be truly alone. But again, what a wonderful game in Sanhok. And it was a pleasure, again, sharing the screen with you for the first time. It's the first time we're actually sitting together over here.
Overwhelmed.
Oh, dude, even we all had the jitters before that. But again, you know, it all dissipated within a few minutes. Of course, all the action definitely helps. Now, we did kind of, you know, skirt around the issue as to who the iQOO MVP is going to be. We're going to find out in due time. But again, lovely plays coming in, and of course it was all possible because of the iQOO Neo 6, but I guess you might have a little message for all our lovely viewers.
Absolutely. You're going to go to Google, have a chance to get this mobile for yourself for free. I mean for free. This is going to be gifted to you. All you have to do is go to Google, search for iQOO Neo 6, and then you'll find there, you know, as soon as you're done with the address bar and everything, you'll find the website. Click on that. As soon as you get in the website, there'll be a button which is going to be popping up over there that's going to notify me. Click on that notify me button. As you know, he said it's important for you to first log in from your Google and make sure that, you know, we'll know whom to send it out to ultimately. So yeah. And once you're notified,
I can give out my information if anybody wants to, you know, do it a couple of times from my account. I'll be down for that, you know, because I want to definitely get my hands on this bad boy as well. But again, 3 of you lucky winners are going to stand a chance to win the iQOO Neo 6. And let me just tell you one thing. It is going to be hitting the markets real soon. So if you aren't one of those 3, well, you can go and buy this bad boy for yourself if you want the best gaming device in the country right now. But now, speaking of gaming, I think we're seeing some of the best gaming right now as far as BGMI is concerned because, like you said, you know, a lot of teams are stepping up to the mantle. They are stepping up to the plate. And I know we don't want to beat around the same bush. Yes, Seoul has done amazing in the last 2 games. And I feel because we've been following them for quite some time, this is the new Seoul. This is a new breed of players.
This is where I wanted to come up with a question for you, right? You've been closely associated with them in the history, right? And you were there with the OGs themselves, and that is one of the souls. Yeah, that is one of the souls we all look up to. And suddenly you see a new soul coming in. You've been closely associated with them, and now we're casting for one another. What do you see is the difference coming in from both of them?
See, this is what basically reconnaissance and doing your homework is, because they've been keeping an eye on the players. I'm going to come back to that in just a second, because there you have it. It is going to be Team Seoul with that delicious chicken for themselves. 14 finish points and a total of 29 points running away with the show. Now, Team Kinetic, I'm pretty sure they are going to go over the replays and, you know, just maybe be a bit disappointed. But again, the best thing is if you make a mistake, you get a chance to learn from it.
Absolutely, but you're learning it the hard way, because this is not the place for you to learn, obviously. But yeah, one thing good to see is that, you know, this time the finish points are not coming just from the first 4 or 5 teams, but rather until the 11th or the 10th position. It says 7Cs have also got a decent 4 finish points, GOG with 3 finish points, and Autobotz with 4, Esports with 5 yet again. And this comes up to show that early finish points which you gain can give you a little bit of an opportunity to be there at least in the top 10 of the point standings itself. And it this is going to affect a little bit in the overall points table as well.
Oh, absolutely. And of course, it being Sanhok, I guess it's a bit easier to, I don't want to use the word steal, but, steal a few finishes from one another. And now, the moment that us two have been waiting for, the iQOO MVP is going to be the Fierceful Fierce himself from Team XO. 5 finishes, all of which we saw on our screens just moments ago.
Absolutely, 690 damage. That shows that he was clinical with all those things, right? On an average, we can say that was 110 damage coming in for each of those finishes, and that is the least you could deal on against a player. But at the same time, headshots 1, assist 1, survival time of 21. Not only did he get finish points for himself, but also the survival points or the position points, and the squad is going to be happy. You need to have one player like this with you.
Oh, absolutely. You need to basically have, someone who's going to be calm and composed under pressure, which is exactly what he was. He was the last man standing, and, well, when you have 4 hungry members from Global rushing towards you, I mean, if I'm thinking about me, my hands would start shaking, the adrenaline would start kicking in, and, well, looks like he had his head. I mean, just look at him right now. You can tell that this man means business.
Absolutely, absolutely. And the business was like, he was having the final laugh of the business itself.
Oh, yeah. I mean, making it to the highlight reels is one thing enough, but when you have a squad wipe to add to that, oh boy, we love talking about bragging rights. Well, this guy is definitely going to be on a high. Now, we're going to be putting a few more facts and figures on your screens right now as the match summary is popping off. 8 grenade finishes this time around, and, well, you can see the numbers for yourselves. I like that we did have a little bit of long distance engagement, as Soul Goblin does have the longest finish to himself, 268 meters to be precise.
Yeah, 268 meters in the map of Sanhok is a decent long distance, right? Because it's going to be hard for you to find players through the topical trees, and it's going to be so hard for you. But yes, we can get to know that 8 grenade finishes shows that, Grenadiers were given a little bit of a job to do.
Have a look at
but
the assists, mate.
Yeah, exactly. That is where I was coming up with 42 assists coming up. And it's very good to see that, there is a support of your team who's trying to finish off the job where the Assaulters have started off with. But FD Graph will have a different story to say, as there's one squad which did 14 finishes. Clinical is what I would like to say, because 1,457 damage only.
That was beautiful, of course. That's the way you want to play the game, right? They only took shots when they needed to, and, well, every single one of them shots did some damage. But there you have it, the overall standings popping up on your screens, and looks like we've hit the half century already as Team Soul have racked up 50 points for themselves. And, well, out of the 2 matches, they have 1 chicken dinner and are currently leading as far as finish points go. Again, we were talking about, Team Soul being a new breed, and you did, put up a question to me. Again, times change. Now, this is what all the scouting is all about, because yes, they do have all that, at their disposal, all these amenities, and they can get the best of the best for themselves, and that's exactly what's happening. Take my word, these boys are going to be here for a long, long time.
Absolutely, they're going to live up to the big name itself. But on the other side, Autobotz Esports is going to be coming up as one of those next pro teams, and they're doing a good job so far with 18 finishes and 16 position points. A good balance, to be specific. 34 points is what they're getting. But FS Esports on the other side, relying more on the position points, which they've always been doing from the initials itself, with just finish points, shows that sometimes you need to think out of the box and try to play for placement points, and then when the time is right, strike harder.
That is, of course, I couldn't have said that even better. But now if you have a look at the second page, you are going to see a few names over here. Now, Esports, again, they didn't play this game, so, forget about them for now. Team XO, 5 finishes coming in from this last game, which means that they're averaging 5 finishes per game right now. But again, it's a hard-hitting team. I say we give them some time to, get that momentum rolling, and we might just see them on the first page in due time. But, of course, right at the end, we are going to have a little bit of disappointing names. 7C Esports being one. Of course, Hugh Arca expected a bit more from them in Sanhok.
Absolutely, and there was one other team, that was Team GOG, which I was kind of knowing few of these players, from before itself, but still they were very good at getting possession points. And let me tell you that in the 3rd round or the 2nd round they played, all they had was possession points for themselves. The first game, the 2nd game, the 3rd game, they had very less finishes, but so much possession points that they were on the top of the table themselves. But still, this time the possession points are not working out for them in the map of Sanhok. Since it was not working out in the first game, they tried to play for finish points. I'm so sorry. And then they did rake up 3 of it, due to which they're able to survive not hitting the rock bottom itself.
And of course, even if you don't get those finishes, even that one finish, it just kind of just boosts your confidence a bit.
Yep, exactly.
It ups your morale. Even all if you're playing at home, yes, you might be having some hard times, but again, in the game, once you get a couple of finishes, you're like, oh, I feel good. There's a new energy that comes in.
Yep.
So I love the fact that, the new point system is brilliant because there's an equal balance right now for placement as well as finishes, and that is what the game's all about. And, well, it's good for us because we get to see a lot more action.
Yep. I have one question for you yet again regarding Team Soul.
Let's go.
I feel that, Team Soul did not have a person like Goblin before. I wouldn't point out his to be the one specific person, but for an assaulter to be so daring that he,
That's his
breaks
job.
up from the formation, probably is playing that, wedgie player coming out all alone and then try to take the fight. Do you think that was something for us to see as a new thing?
I'll tell you one thing. Now, one point that can be missed out was, of course, yes, you are going to have that individual prowess. You are going to get all the glory. But again, at the end of the day, it's a team game. Why would he dash out unless he knew that, his teammates are going to have his back?
Exactly.
Every single time he went out, they had multiple flanks set up. And, well, Akshat, of course, was doing wonders as well because as far as Goblin was going, Goblin didn't see somebody on his left, for example. But, he had his teammate making sure, they're giving him all the information he needs. Because
Exactly.
knowledge is power, right? You
Yep.
have to know the position of the enemies over here.
Yep.
And that is one of the reasons he can actually go forth and, do all the damage that he can. Again, yes, he might be getting all the accolades right now, but it is a team game. And let me tell you one thing, they are playing as a tight-knit unit.
Yep, Kinetic on the other side giving the highest ground. People say that in the game of BGMI, if you have the high ground, you have a great advantage. But it turns out to be the statement is going to be false. But ultimately, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be taking a short break and seeing you on the other side anytime soon. This is Arka with me was XP and Fixes. So after we come back, things are going to be more intense.
जब कोर्ट पर बनी टीम ऑफ 5 छठे यार का दिल टूटा ऐसे जैसे टूटे कांच क्योंकि अब से कोई नहीं होगा कभी भी लेफ्ट आउट Battlegrounds Mobile India brings you the new 8v8 TDM mode. Let the action begin in Santorini.
What's your biggest weakness?
My biggest weakness?
If I had to pick one,
I'd say that
my biggest weakness is
that I'm a real giver, I give more than I should.
Are you going to keep all the loot for yourself, huh? We don't need glory hunters on the team.
I'm firing on all cylinders 100% of the time. Gives others a huge complex. Hey bhai, can't find any guns here. I'll be toast if I have to carry on with this frying pan.
I'm too calm and composed for my own good. Nothing can rattle me. I'm in constant zen mode.
Beast mode, guys. Come on, let's go.
I scout रहा है यार.
Hello, respond.
I just can't push people against their will, Even if it's for their own good. Seeing people uncomfortable just doesn't sit right with me.
अबे तुम रेड जोन के बाहर नहीं निकल सकते, कंफर्ट जोन के बाहर कैसे निकलोगे? चिकन डिनर के साथ में भूल जाओ, तुम्हारी किस्मत में भूखा मरना लिखा है.
Pick the game, drop the act. All new Battlegrounds Mobile India with new modes and maps. Download now.
This car won't drive itself, right? Where to go, when to stop, read the map. अब ये सब तो in-game reader ही कर सकता है. And danger rarely announces itself. इसलिए आगे बढ़ने के लिए एक स्काउट भी जरूरी है. And without the fragger being there to wipe out the enemies, moving forward तो भूल ही जाओ. और फाइनली गाड़ी आगे बढ़ाने के लिए सिर्फ पहिए नहीं, जैक भी जरूरी है. कोई भी मैप हो और कोई भी रास्ता, जैक ऑफ ऑल ट्रेड्स के बिना टीम नहीं बनती. विदाउट यू एज द सपोर्ट ये गेम नहीं चलती. योर फ्रेंड्स आर वेटिंग फॉर यू ऑन द बैटलग्राउंड्स. फिर से अपने यारों के साथ चिकन डिनर करोगे, साथ मिलके रैंक पुश करोगे. बैटलग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया, डाउनलोड नाउ.
It's not about being like everyone else. It's about having your own destination. It's not about how you fit in. It's about
the skin you choose to fit in. It's not about you belonging somewhere. It's about you belonging with your squad. Because everyone can be a player in Battlegrounds Mobile India. All new Battlegrounds Mobile India with new modes and maps. Let the battle begin. Download now.
ट्रेन और ट्रैक्स के छिचक के बीच अगर लोकल में बैठी टीम मुंबईज अपनी गेम पटरी पे ला रही है, तो बनारस की पतली गलियों में राजेश गेम में पतली गली पकड़ रहा है। थैंक्स टू सिमरन, उसके क्लैन के रैंक का कोई बाल भी बांका नहीं कर सकता। बड़ा बाजार में कैसा भी हो वाईफाई, पिंटू अपनी स्क्वाड को दे रहा है हाई फाई। और अरविंद उर्फ शार्प शूटर को है पता, द वन हु शोज द वे इज द रियल तला। चार मीनार के पास एवरीबॉडी नोज ये सिंगल हीरो और दो हाथ का गेम नहीं है। इरेंगल और मिरामार से भी बड़ा एक मैप है जहां हर कोई अपना रैंक पुश कर रहा है। बैटलग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया, इंडिया रैंक पुश कर रहा है यहाँ। आप हो कहाँ? डाउनलोड नाउ।
Hello and welcome back once again to the iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India Pro Series powered by Loco. Now, we have a little bit of a switcheroo because apparently, you know, Fixes, the gentleman to my left, wanted his favorite seat, and well, I'm lying. I wanted this side as well, of course. My name is Anga Singh Chehal. I go by the Experiment. Joining me is Amrit. We know him better as Fixes. Fixes, Sanhok, you kind of called it. You know, we did expect the carnage, except the Paradise Resort bloodbath. So you owe us a free meal right now. But again, you know, towards the end, the way Seoul capitalized on their central position, in fact, they did, you know, move around a bit. Oh boy, right up until the end, I thought that, you know, they were going to run away with the show, but that drastic shift, I thought Team Kinetic was going to get it.
Oh yeah, of course, and they kind of really threw it out of the window considering they were very much complacent. They had their, it was kind of a tunnel vision situation, right? They were just looking after the two players down below, and that is where, you know, Omega making those big brain moves along with Goblin, because ideally you would of course want Goblin to be leading the charge with all those pushes, and he's been having that little bit of a momentum rolling in his favor, and did the job pretty well for his team.
Keep in mind, we did see a glimpse of Goblin trying to throw a grenade up, right? He was, say, over here. He went all the way around the mountain and basically caught them off guard, and well, that is what made them the victors. Now, of course, we are going to leave all that in the past because the next game is going to be underway. It's going to be Erangel, but before that, let's have a look and see which all groups are going to be playing, because this time around, it's going to be Group A taking on Group C.
Sort of has been a, you know, Seoul domination so far, considering it's going to be their first Erangel game of the evening. I'm kind of keen to see what they have to offer over here. But more than that, right, you've got the other teams in the mix as well. You know, UP50 Esports, you even have FS Esports that did kind of collect that chicken dinner in Miramar. And this is where they have to search for a little bit of a consistent run, right? That is all these big league stages are all about. You've got to be consistent. You've got to get those average points. Now, this is where I kind of get UP50 also into the mix, because one game played, 10 points collected. That's fair enough.
It is fair enough, but again, you know, it's too early to call in this beautiful tournament that is the iQOO BMPS. And speaking of iQOO, of course, you know, we have these bad boys in our hands, the iQOO Neo 6, and well, it is jam-packed full of features. Don't take our word for it. Let's have a look at the video once again. You'll know.
To make every day the best of my life. To strive for more, to beat my own score. To get that encore. I've got this. I've got the power. To do more, see more, be more. I've got the power. To win.
Well, there you have it, the iQOO Neo 6 Power to Win. Let me just ask you a quick question, because I know that we're going to see a lot of this in the future. What is your favorite feature out of everything that we've seen in this device?
There has to be that 80 watts fast charging, right? And I might sound like a broken record over here, XP,
Which
but
he is
it
most of the time.
really makes sense. And yeah, I mean, of course, you might make a Mickey out of it, but when you understand how much it really helps the players, especially catered for the ones who are into esports, because again, between a game and two, you get what, like 5 to 10 minutes of free time. That's when you get a plug in, and even if you want to play while you're charging, you've also got that liquid cooling, huge, massive liquid cooling really helps you out.
Liquid cooling. It's almost like a waterfall in your hands. But again, I love the fact that we have another graphic coming up. We are going to have a little substitute coming in. This time around, it's going to be from a Retribution RTR, as it does look like Craniax is going to be going out. And, well, Eros is going to be coming in for this game. Or vice versa. No, it's going to be Eros who's coming in, and Craniax is going to go out again, just to let you guys know. But again, looks like all the teams are taking advantage of this new phase that we've actually introduced, because again, 4 members can't keep doing the same thing in and out. You got to gel well as a unit, because looks like Esports, while We Support Farmers, WSF, are going to be doing a little substitution of their own as Invader goes out, and, well, Honey is going to come in the game.
Oh, pretty new names over here, and it's understandable why, right? Because of course, WSF haven't really had the best time so far. The games that they have indulged themselves in, and this is where they have to really understand they need to have that one good game. Now, every single time we have those opening games coming up, you have those little jitters, right? And this is where you can make all those sort of experiments here and there. Try out which is your stable for, and eventually towards the third or the fourth day, you're gonna figure it out.
Well, you are going to figure it out, and now if you want to figure something else out, well, you can see that you have a chance to win some cool merchandise, of course, that lovely tea and the sipper, as he likes calling it. All you have to do is head over to the BGMI Esports channel, because that is where all the winners are going to be announced, and, well, you can stand a chance to win some goodies for yourself. And I hope that we have a couple of shirts coming our way.
And for the viewers, they're kind of keen to understand how.
Let's do that. All right, Fixes, how can I go to that channel and get myself a nice little shirt?
Now, all you've got to do is hashtag your favorite team, right? Let's say, for example, if it's going to be for the Soul fans out there, you're going to hit and keep spamming hashtag Soul in the chat. Now, if Soul kind of ends up as to be the leaderboard toppers by the end of the evening, few lucky winners are going to get themselves those beautiful T-shirts and a sipper.
Well, they could get that, and of course, this is going to be happening over the entirety of the Pro Series. So if you miss out on one day, chances are the next day might just be your lucky day, and you might just get away with some nice BGMI merch. And let me tell you one thing, that shirt looks good in white. And in fact, I think white is your favorite color. Even I like wearing light colors. I think it's going to look good on us.
I mean, considering how beautiful this stage has been made up, I don't mind wearing any other color as well, but I love me this off-white, and the little pink. I'm going to spot that pretty quick, but right now, it's business time, right? Again, it's Erangel. You've got teams from Group A and C into the mix. Now, A and C, they've been playing for quite some time, right? They've met against each other in Sanhok. Now, they're going to be locking heads even in Erangel. And this is where we had that first game starting off a little bit slow, and eventually it sort of picked up the pace, and we had a lot of rough corners to fight around, and that is where, this is where I'm sort of kind of anticipating the zone to be a little bit around the Ghatka areas to sort of, stabilize your nerves and start having a really good time around.
Nah. I want something drastic. I want a military base circle. I want something down south.
Why do you have such sinister thoughts, man?
Because I want to see some bridge blocks. I know that, it's unprecedented nowadays, but we did see some bridge action in Sanhok. I want to see some bridge action in Erangel. I want to see someone high up like Fierce was on top of that little... Oh, he just gave me a bad look right now. I wish the cameras were on us, because Fixes is giving me the look. I'm sorry, buddy.
What I loved about Fierce was that clutch against
Esports,
Esports, right? That was so beautiful, so well timed. He was so methodical with that grenade that he lobbed over, taking down those 3 players, and eventually realizing the other player might just go for a revive. Nah, chuck it, I'm just going to go in for the finish. And that is what he did. Both of them trying to move in unison with each other, had to lock ons, went down. But again, XP, this sort of brings us to the fact that, where is the circle going to head out next? Because we still do not have the teams from Group B this time playing around with us. But these new little features, the choppers accompanying the Big Bird, which has already taken it up to the skies. It's going to be all the way from Primos towards Starboard. Now, this is something that I really can live with, right? Because the first flight path trajectory of Erangel was too hard to digest, man.
I mean, it was kind of like, skewed to the south. This is going to be pretty much in the center, which means, again, A, the circle can form anywhere, which of course is going to be exciting. And B, since we are going to have, two different groups take on each other, it's going to be Group A taking on Group C. We might see a bit of a drop clash over here. We might see a little bit of a change in their tactics or their strategies because, again, you want to keep your enemies guessing. But for now, all eyes, of course, are going to be on teams like Team XO, Soul, and, of course, the Autobotz. Question is, are they going to be assembling, or is some deception going to be coming their way?
I mean, could be, because they've got a bounty on their heads, right? Of course, the winners of the first chicken dinner. And Team Soul, they're hungry right now. I believe they've not had their lunch, breakfast whatsoever. They're kind of quenching all that thirst and that hunger in forms of the chicken dinner that they are accumulating a lot of finish points to their name. But what I'm really looking out for, XP, is, of course, the circle to be forming right this time. Somewhere down the line, it's going to be a little bit towards the eastern side, you had a thought?
Before that, have a look at what's happening in Primorsk. We just might see some action early on, and lo and behold, Gatka is not going to be in the circle. So Fixes, again, man, you need to work on your prediction game just a little bit. But
ever since that new update, it's been a little off, right?
Oh, is
I'm going
it?
to take some time to catch up to pace.
I see.
But
I
yeah,
see.
I mean, but this is where I sort of have to wonder if Hyderabad Hydras are going to have themselves indulge in that early fight. Because what I can see, they're still gliding over, right? I think what their initial intention would be to try and head over towards their drop location, which is going to be the northwestern Georgopol cities. And that's going to be such a far journey ahead.
Now, that is where the IGL has to make a decision. You know, are they going to risk basically losing time and maybe a member or two? Because, you could be spotted from the ground below and a few shots could catch the parachutes, maybe put a few holes in. Oh, I wish that was a part of the game. And, you plummet to your death.
Crashing down.
However, that is not going to happen this time. You've got to make sure you hit the body fair and square. But for now, speaking of the military base, that is exactly where I wanted the action to start off. Retribution, RTR are looking good as they have all the buildings for themselves.
I think your wishes are granted, XP, right? Considering how this hypercircle is formed in front of us, it could go down a little down south, especially like I've been
it's going
saying,
down
right?
south.
Oh, it is?
Oh, it
Calling
is.
the shots already. All right, we'll see to that. But of course, I mean, we would love to see that because ever since the new Erangel patch has come out, we've seen those platforms on the sidelines, and we've seen, teams coming up with a lot of new strats, how to approach the bridge camps, and that has completely changed the meta. But like I suggested, or like I felt, Hyderabad Hydras, they're going to be moving all the way up north, and it's not going to end up well for them from what I can really think.
Well, I guess what they can do is make sure that, maybe they can brave the blue for a couple of zones because, it's not going to be picking up their health that much. But that also means they have to make sure they get as much loot, as much meds, as many bandages, as many energy drinks as possible, because otherwise it is going to be a tremendous feat to make it to the circle. Now, of course, we are saying that assuming that the circle is going to shift further and further away from them. However, if it does come somewhere near Pachinki or the farm, well, they are going to be in good tidings. For now, Team EXO, your iQOO MVP from the last game. Oh, he's looking good. He is looking hungry. But again, I want to see EXO go up against Seoul at some point or the other.
Oh, we all do want to witness that. And I really can feel that smile on the faces because, of course, Fierce was the MVP in the last game, knows that this is exactly the circle that they wanted to play around with. They did not have to traverse around much across the map. And it really comes down to how they're going to deal with the threat, right? Somewhere lying in the hearts of Erangel, hearts of the circle right now. The immediate next targets are going to be the players of 7C Esports. Now, what history has been a testament of is the circle never really ends up inside the cities, right? It usually has that tendency to go a little bit towards maybe the northern side. That is somewhere where teams like Enigma can really capitalize.
Because they love the open warfare. I mean, they've kind of studied all the terrains. They know where the mountains are. They know where the little dips are for cover. And again, practice makes perfect. The more you do it, the better you are going to be at it. So let's see if Enigma is going to have their way as far as the circle and the zone goes, but looks like we might have some action breaking out early because although the circle is, well, a couple of kilometers away from the position on our screens right now, UP50 definitely beat Hyderabad Hydras to Georgopol, and now the fact that they are in the western aspect of the said city, they could be lying in wait for Hyderabad Hydras to come again. You know, everyone does their homework, and us humans, right, we're creatures of habit. Now, time in and time out, they must have realized that, okay, this is what Hyderabad Hydras can do, and this is how we can stop them in their tracks. But speaking of the tracks, looks like another team wants to join them up in northern Georgia, and in South Georgia, I beg your pardon. And of course, I'll give you guys a hint. It's the team that won the chicken dinner in Sanhok.
I mean, if they are really going to pick up fights right now, this is going to be absurd, right? It's going to be really mental because, again,
I would love it.
now this is the point where Team Soul do have nothing to lose, right? They have accumulated enough points that they needed for the entire day, right? If you're talking about having 10 points on average, there you can see, right? They're making those moves, or maybe it just could be to try and search for a few vehicles for themselves. Now, the only worrying part about teams like UP50 and Hyderabad Hydras, they've made a pretty late entry inside their desired drop location, where we can have a little bit of a fight breaking out, and this is going to be the Novo Bridge over here, XP.
Now, mind you, you do see Hero on your screens right now. Looks like he is going to try and be a hero for his team because he's the only one north of the bridge at this moment. The rest of his team is still in Novo Rupnoy. Again, you know, they have plenty of loot. And, well, it kind of looks like he is going to be the scout for their team this time around, trying to make sure he gets as much information as he can. And for now, he knows for a fact that the gas station just north of the bridge is going to be occupied by some team. Now, he doesn't know it's 7C Esports. That's only for us viewers over here. But again, 7C Esports, you know, historically speaking, they've been good in Erangel. They know their way around this map. I wonder if they are going to do something as pray God well. He's just making sure that M4 is working. Remember one thing, boys and girls, you've got to make sure your weapons are well oiled.
Oh yeah, of course. You just can't expect that to, you know, trouble you or could be the cause of your demise.
No misfires here.
Yeah, but you know, for 7C Esports, this one player in front of us, Savitar, I'm sort of assuming he had a hefty raise, especially when he was the lonesome survivor. So a little bit of a, you know, recap over here's XP, because 7C, they were just on the brinks of getting eliminated out of iQOO BMPS. It was just that Savitar survived long enough for them to barely make it into the BMPS.
Well, just like last game in Erangel, the first few shots at the enemies are going to be coming in around the 7-minute mark, but this time around, Esports Walla WSF, they aren't waiting around for the enemy to come to them. In fact, they are going to make the first move, trying to secure a compound for themselves. And it looks like they are going to be the ones to take this compound, because INS, buddy, they've had the same idea. In fact, they're going to be coming in from the other side, and sooner or later, there you have it, vehicles are going to be spotted. Crazy Soul over here, trying to relay as much information as he can, and have a look at what he's doing. Now, he's just making sure he's mapping out the map. He's also keeping an eye out on them.
You know, this is where...
They're going for the chase.
Of course, considering this particular circle, it eventually kind of takes a shift a little bit towards that shelter area, right? And now holding on to the snake compounds is a good idea, which I felt Team INS also had their eyes on, but I'm pretty sure they heard all the commotion right around the areas that they were traversing around. So in order to kind of ensure that they are a little bit safe and sound, they have taken a different recourse. However, not opting for that place. But Hydra official, man. This is one of those teams that nobody has been talking about. It's one of those teams that everyone sort of had disregarded in the iQOO BMPS round 4. Like, nah, they're not going to qualify. They're not going to make anything out of it. But here they are in the big leagues.
But here they are again, like you said, you know, they did kind of leave it just a bit too late, and, you know, they don't want to do that in the Pro Series over here, because every single match is going to count towards that, you know, overall rankings, because just to remind you guys, yes, we do have 24 teams, however, only 16 are going to get to week 4, but that is weeks away from right now, because it is week 1, and it looks like we just might have a little bit of a sudden shift, and now it is going to implode in on itself. Milta Fixes is going to be the next hotspot, as I do have a look at the few teams coming in. In fact, Hydra on a collision course with GOG.
No, another team.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
Oh.
Is it GOG?
Yes,
it is GOG.
You know,
you confused me for a second there, mate.
Of course, I mean, this is one of those teams, XP kind of tends to drop around the edges of the maps. Now, Milta Power is somewhere they kind of resorted off to this time. And GOG, like I've been saying, right, has been one of the most versatile teams that we've seen qualifying in through the entire stage. You know, had the little trial by fire. They had to face every single round. And it was so difficult, right, when you know that your entire life, your career for the next few months depends on how you're performing today. And they had been so consistent, but now a little bit of pot shots being laid out by the players of Enigma. And two big forces are going to collide, XP. You know, spin this out for me. Who do you think is going to turn out as the victor? Because...
Oh, they're not going to fight right now because
Yeah,
I think so too, because look, shots are being fired, and now Global Esports are like, oh, wait a second, we got people on the other side. But the thing is, this particular compound, you know, just west of the farm, isn't somewhere you want to basically take a fight, because again, you have so many angles that are unaccounted for, especially Enigma Gaming. They have the upper hand because, well, they have the only building over here that has multiple stories. So for Global Esports, they are going to have to wait and watch. Well, I just put my foot in my mouth because I saw another building over there. But again, Enigma Esports are going to be in a nice position. You got to keep in mind, we do have hills all around. And you know what they say, Fixes? The hills have eyes. So they've got to be careful if they want to come out. But for now, what I do think is going to happen is they're going to keep holding their position and wait for the enemy to make a little bit of a mistake.
Now, this is something that I really like from the players of Global Esports, right? They especially have their first game happen, and they work kind of on a back foot, right? They want to play it a little safe and sound, do not make any hasty moves, of course, because at this point, if you're going to try and get a knock even on towards the players of Enigma, and you try to go in for a push, you're bound to get third party.
Well, speaking of third party, let's see what's going to happen, because looks like if you keep an eye out just below the F of Farm, Seoul Esports could be coming under fire, but no, it's going to be UP50 who are going to be one of the first few people to be taken down to their knees, and with that, it is going to be trouble for them as First Blood is going to come snacks his way. This guy, of course, hungry from the last game, you know, doing his job in Sanhok as well. Unfortunately, he was overwhelmed by 3 weapons elsewhere. There you have it. Enigma Evo with a long-range grenade is going to get the better of AJ, I do believe, from Global Esports. However, the question is, are they going to make the push? Because, well, a lot of teams are coming in. There you have it. K47 from FS coming in and finishing what Evo started.
I think he did manage to get yet another knock on one of the players of Global Esports, and this is where Enigma really have to make that tough call over here. Are they going to push in, despite the fact that now they have GE bent to their most vulnerable stage, right? Because now, even if they do, that's where Team FS might just chime in any single moment and you know, just be scavenging for those finishes, as Eggy is still going to be prying out.
You see, right now, all that open land right in front of them is no man's land, because if any one of them step in, have a look at FS's position up on that hill. They're going to have a clear-cut view, and, well, the circle isn't going down south. It is going to be near the farm. Hey, buddy, you were wrong about Gutka, so you cannot say anything at this moment. It is going to be a bit...
all right, Snake.
Fine.
Give that
I give you this win. There you have it. Fixes making sure I do say that live right over here at BGMI. But now, again, it's going to be a mad dash for the center, because, again, you want to make sure, A, you have compounds, or B, barring that, you at least have the higher ground.
Now, this is not good news for Global Esports again, right? Losing out on Nakul. I do not know. This is not how they usually tend to play, because again, you talk about Global Esports, kind of is a little synonymous with Team Soul with how they approach their games, right? They are the ones who kind of make those proactive movements. But he is caught in a no man's land, XP. The vehicle has already exploded. How on earth is this survive?
Well, his Master Sensei's been taken down as well, and now Fierce is going to be brought down by Eggy, and with that, he is going to try and make that vehicle go boom, and there you have it. Fierce is going to be breathing his last. Not so fast this time around, as Enigma now come under fire elsewhere. Now, I do believe they are going to have a couple of teams moving in on the position. Have a look at the presence of mind on display over here by Eggy. He just took one out on the other side and immediately laid down suppressive shots at Global Esports.
Now, that's a sign of a really good team, right? You need to understand it's just not one team that you have to be worried about. They kind of have that spidey sense of thing. They know there's a lot of things coming in at the direction, and this is where even you've got you know, Global Esports trying to unleash some lead, try to blow up that vehicle, just cut that little bit of a mobility that Team EXO has. Now, Team EXO find themselves under really dire circumstances. The big question is, how are they going to get out of that alive?
Well, they are going to be hoping that, you know, someone else comes in and saves them, because you can see them kind of sneak past the enemy's lines in the last game. However, this time, their position is well known. Until or unless someone comes and hits Global Esports' position, it could be problematic. And speaking of hitting positions, Hydra official are going to be taking on GOG in their very compound. Now, I do believe we have leader OP over here. He knows the enemy is coming, but the enemy has no idea how many members of the opposition we have over here. Elsewhere, we do have HH going up against Team Kinetic. Question is, are Team Kinetic going to do an oopsie like they did in the last game, or are the Hydras going to snuff them out one by one?
And it's just not them, right? You still have Team Soul in the nearby fray who are just right up to attack.
Beautiful
in as Ace Black, you know, utilizing that arm to broken weapon in this particular meta gets the better out of BO as Onyx stands the last player surviving. And this is where Team Soul, they're just itching to make a move.
Also, have a look at how they crept in and got the high ground over there. They have the compound all to themselves. They're not making a move just yet because they're going to keep the enemy guessing, and that is what it's all about here, Fixes. You know, you can't be predictable, and that is exactly the way Soul is playing. Now the question is the Circle going to take a drastic shift away from them? Oh no, because for now, they are still going to be happy, and of course, I wish we had the cameras on us because Fixes just did a bow as if to say, well, there you have it, you're welcome.
Thank you, sir. But for now, of course, like you said, right, Soul's not going to make any hasty movements because they know that any single moment they might be contested. But of course, Striker, that's not going to stop him from going in, but it's going to be that Molotov that would be that last finishing blow at this point, right? Again, Hyderabad Hydras have really had a good start into this game of Erangel and have a really good compound secured to themselves. Now, with those 4 finishes, the next target, of course, the nearby enemies, the nearby threat looming right beside them, is going to be Team Soul. But they also do understand it is Hyderabad Hydras. You've got to give them that respect, right?
Oh, absolutely. They are trying their best as the ace flag is going to be spotted out by one of the members from Soul. It's going to be Hector with that mini 14 trying to rain down shots. I was going to bring something up. Sarung was in a good position. We might just switch the fight over here because, well, he almost backstabbed an entire team. We're going to come to that in a second as Canary is going to be singing that sweet song of death and, well, put him 6 feet in the ground elsewhere. Omega from Team Soul does have this wall for cover. In fact, he has spotted out the opposition in the distance. And, well, FS Esports, they do have a chicken dinner do their name in this map. No, I believe it was Miramar, I beg your pardon. However, they are going to be in trouble. Now, the smoke, like we love saying, is going to dissipate, and, well, the positions might just go. But again, Fixes, it's not just Soul that's going to be hammering them with shots. All around, they've got to be careful.
Well, of course, you know, it's getting a lot chaotic right now, and even when the next circle sort of implodes, we might get to see a little bit of a, you know, radical shift, maybe down south a little bit, but this is where, you know, Team Soul, every little knock they can possibly get, they are going for it. But of course, they cannot afford to go in for a push. What they're going to do next is try and flatten the ties.
If you counted the shots, that was duck, 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 duck. 4 shots, 3 of them connected, and, well, down went one of the members, as now Hydra, they're going to have to fend off an attack coming in, as I do believe Tango is ready to tango, so to speak. He does throw a grenade, he does get the better of the opposition, and now they are going to be on the back foot. Mind you, I love the fact that WSF are still a 4-man squad. That was a bit of an oopsie. You don't want to expose your body so much when you have hungry Hydras coming towards you, and looks like they are going to lose one of the members, which means for now, Hydra official have a little breathing space.
I think we kind of missed out on that fight against Team GOG, where they went in for the push. May have paid a hefty price, but there you go. GOG also walking out, bowing out of this game. They were also eliminated. They don't have a lot of choice, but for now, our Esports, they've got their eyes right on the players of 7C. Spray God has built up that trail of smoke, needs to make it into good cover, but he's being watched at.
You know, you asked me a question early on about Global Esports and Enigma. Let me tell you one thing. They are still in the same position. None of them are making moves, but for now, we are going to have a look at our Esports as they know the enemy is moving. 7C Esports, they are on the land, and, well, Souls are going to be snuffed out. No watery graves for them this time. They are going to be sent straight down to hell as well. Our Esports are going to get the better of them. Canary doing his best. 4 finishes for them, 2 members still alive.
And what I really like about Team SFS at this particular point is they might not have any cover, but they're kind of out in the hearts of the zone, right? And the next moment, once the circle kind of takes a little bit of a shift.
Oh my goodness. Now,
I think the gods of BGMI have kind of had that little bit of a blessing.
There you have it, an airdrop on top of them as well.
Yeah, I mean, an airdrop. What else? What else do they need at this point if they were not already doing better?
I'm pretty sure I can already picture a couple of messages in the chat right now because, you know, I mean, I wonder if you can bribe the BGMI gods. Of course, that can never happen.
Or you can.
Oh, you can? Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Looks like a little, you know, a little bit of piety over here definitely does work, and Soul Esports are reaping all the benefits. But now the thing is, Yes, they do have a central position. Hold on to the thought. There's Shane. Comes rolling in, as does Crazy Soul. That was a little bit of a crazy move because, well, they knew the enemy was right there. And, well, the Autobotz against all odds. Still a 4-man squad. And, well, Billion, he's going to be like, hey, buddies, what did I just witness right now?
It really did not make any sense, right? Especially when you know you're kind of playing around the peripheries and you had to try and get inside the zone, trying to take a fight which has real no objective for you. Team INS, they kind of looked a lot lost in this particular fight. Now survive with just Billion. All he can do is try and survive till the very end, try to get those position points to himself.
Well, that is of course going to be the case. I believe, you know, they were trying to make sure that they regroup with their teammate. Unfortunately, the 4 vehicles in the way as Canary is now going to be coming into fire, trying to make sure he hits the deck and well over the from elsewhere. Goblin is going to be opening up for Soul as Global Esports come under heavy fire, and I do believe they only have 1 man standing right now, and that man is the Joker himself. Question is he going to have the last laugh? It doesn't really look like it for now, as Evo from Enigma is brought down. Hell over here. He knows where the enemy is, but do they want to be in this tiny little shack?
You never want to be even, right? Because from that little sunroof, if you have 1 grenade just popping in, you're going to get yourself blown up. But like we said, right? Of course, you're going to make those offerings to the BGMI gods. That's the right word, XP. And I think Team Soul, they've just given their breakfast, they launch everything collected all over here. And it's all chaotic as Maxi getting the better out of the players of UP50. Has 2 of them already knocked out. Now, this is a perfect cue for teams like EXO to go in for the push.
Well, Rage God from UP50 is definitely going to be raging right now because he almost made it to safety. Unfortunately, well, that spray was going to knock his life out as now. Hydras, they know where the enemy is. They are going to be knocking out teams left, right, and center. And Hector, he doesn't have a helmet, but he does have a long-range weapon, which we do know he can use with precision. Now, this is what I was talking about. Yes, they do have the compound, but the thing is, all eyes are going to be upon them, and they are going to be losing out on utilities. They're going to be losing out on their armor, and if they keep getting knocked out, well, their forces are going to be depleted. But 5 finishes is still a big deal for them, and now they can rack up a lot more.
Oh, they certainly will, right? Especially with what they've been trying to do from the very start. They have that center picked up themselves. They have been defending as if their lives depend upon it. Yeah, quite literally though. But Goblin, you know, he's been the star of the evening. He's been racking up so many finish points, and I think we've been talking about it. This is indeed the Team Soul that all the fans were looking out for. It's definitely not SP. One of them, but
wow.
Pretty sure. I mean, of course. Like, were you?
That's a nice job over there, mate. But anyway, speaking of jobs, it does look like Omega is going to be jabbing away at the enemy with that single fire M4. As well, Explicit is going to be down on his knees, and it looks like his work is cut out. And once again, see, this is what is important. Now, they know that they are going to be the center of attraction. They're going to make sure they fend off the wolves from every which direction. And I love the fact that they are staggered. But now, teams are going to be coming in on their position. 1 grenade, bird spell, trouble has stopped production. Are going to be going out of the balcony. And, well, there you have it. WSF are going to be taken out. And looks like they're going to be survived by just 1 man.
It's so effortless. It's so effortless for Team Soul right now. They're just picking up finishes left, right, and center, right? Every possible direction you can get, they are going in for the finishes. Now, finally, eventually bring an end to FS, and they're going to be putting a stop, right? Something that did not do in Miramar, they're going to do it now.
See, this is what we were talking about. Remember when we saw 2 teams head over to this direction? I do believe it was Team EXO. They could have been in this position, but they went on the chase for another team, which kind of is going to come and bite them on the backside later on. But Soul, what they did was they crept in without making too much noise because they knew that, hey, if we have the highest ground, if we have the central position in the last few circles, the enemy and the kills and the finishes, I beg your pardon, are going to be coming towards us. Wait a second, I did see a grenade being lobbed in. Fortunately for Soul, it's not going to be that problematic, but now Retribution RTR are joining the fray as well.
Oh yeah, and of course, Retribution RTR had a really decent first game, but at this point, you know, close proximity. Fox is going to make some hasty moves.
He has a nade in his hands.
Did have it. Sort of certainly not have himself pushing in, as Shonu will be the one aggressing at that direction. Did he connect? Maybe not.
Well, he didn't connect, but bullets are going to be connected because the Goblin, the mischievous Goblin himself, is going to be shooting from afar, and well, he's going to rack up another finish for himself. Now, Seoul, they do have 9 finishes for themselves, but you got to keep in mind, in combat, the Hyderabad Hydras, because they are looking good in this game. I do believe they have an equal number of finishes as well, Fixes, which means both these teams are well versed to take each other around. Now, Goblin's got to be careful. He is low on his armor. He does get in the nick of time, but I wonder if the enemy saw that, and now this could be when Striker could come up and lay down a few shots. Fortunately for Striker, that grenade just tickled him on his right.
No, I really like it.
Oh, there you have it.
Tries to change his position every single time, but now had to pay that hefty price as now Team Seoul. They have a nick in the armor, and now this is going to be capitalized by the players of Hyderabad Hydras.
Keep in mind, Hector's position, although it does look good on paper right now, I'm pretty sure HH, they know exactly that someone could be up on the rooftops, and there you have it. Ladies and gentlemen, the push is coming in. Ace Black, he does have a few aces up his sleeve because he was almost taken out, but now Maxi is going to get shot at from elsewhere. There you have it. Goblin's life is going to be snuffed out. It looks like Omega is going to be taken out as well. Elsewhere, we do have one more member. Akshan is trying his best. He's trying to make sure the enemy is put at bay because now Hector has gone down like he did in Troy. But for now, it is going to be all on Akshan's shoulders. Question is, can he do something? Unfortunately, Maxi's OP's AK was a bit too OP for them. But again, a third position finish, an incredible number of finishes.
Beautiful execute coming in from the players of Hyderabad Hydras, right? Giving players like Retribution enough time to make it inside the circle. And now the tables have turned, right? This is where Hyderabad Hydras have got to make a move inside the zone where Retribution RTR, they're going to be the watchdogs over here, right? Look at that beautiful spread. Now they have, of course, given all those smokes away, but now the moment Hyderabad Hydras step out of cover, that's where they're going to get hammered down.
Have a look at each and every smoke deployment. It's pretty much equidistant from one another, but there you have it. It's going to be Chono with a grenade who comes in, and of course a few backup grenades coming in as well, as Duty is going to get the best. Maxi OP, and well, that could be problematic for Hyderabad Hydra. 16 finishes to their names already. 2 members still alive. It is Ace Black. It is Striker for the win. I wonder if they can strike some fear in the enemy because, well, he does spot him. In fact, the enemy does get up. He lost 24, could have almost taken him out, but Striker was a bit too quick, and then a grenade comes in his face. It goes boom, and with that, Retribution do have some redemption for themselves as they walk the winners in this game of Erangel. Retribution RTR, winner, chicken dinner.
Oh, of course, and this is what we all wanted, right? And it was a complete package, right? Especially right from the very start, you had the circle somewhere panning down. We were kind of wondering it to be going down south. It eventually kind of shifted to the Snake compounds, and the 2 teams that really capitalized on it, XP, were the ones who had hefty amount of finishes to their names. One being Team Hyderabad Hydras, another being Team Seoul, but Retribution RTR did scavenge out at the right moment and managed to get the chicken to themselves.
Well, have a look. They still have a second position finish, but just take a second, all right? Everybody just take a second and have a look at Hyderabad Hydras. 16 finishes, of course. I love the fact that we've set the bar up high. We had 14 finishes as the highest just, before this. Now we're up to 16. It's only going to keep increasing to the end of the day. 28 total points. These are going to be a happy bunch of people. But Team Seoul, I'm pretty sure all the Seoul fans out there are going to be rejoicing because, again, like I said, this is a new Seoul. This is a new breed. Now, not only are they hungry Fixes, they have to prove themselves because they've got to keep up to that standard, which is Seoul.
Of course, I mean, 3 games played, just sitting at 23 points on average per game. I mean, that's absurd. That's absolutely mental, as exactly why I'm kind of taken aback a little bit. Who's going to put a stop to them? Who's going to draw a leash out of them? Maybe Hyderabad Hydras, especially if that one particular fight you can talk about. That is where we were seeing Goblin make all those proactive movements, right? I was just starting to come and appreciate that, where he kind of showed a little bit out of himself, and this sort of makes me wonder who the iQOO MVP is going to be, XP, in this game.
I kind of have a little bit of an idea. It is going to be a member from Hyderabad Hydras. Of course, the iQOO MVP in this game is going to be Striker himself with 6 finishes to his name. And, well, again, I'm pretty sure Arca would be happy with the efficiency because 648 points of damage, he knew exactly when to shoot.
Oh, of course they did. And of course, you know, the one big fight that we had against Team Seoul. And this is what we're talking
That's what
about.
you call
right?
domination.
Yeah, this is the entire lobby just in a picture that was absolutely all guns blazing through. And Hyderabad Hydra and Team Seoul, they were having the time of their lives, right? Especially enjoying the fruits of their labor right from the very start.
Let me tell you one thing. Again, both these teams, you know, they showed a lot of patience because, of course, Seoul, they crept in that compound and they made sure they would only fire when they needed to. Hyderabad Hydras knew that. They knew that they have to have one heck of an attack plan because, you know, they had to be coordinating well, and well, they got the job done. But of course, some more stats and figures on your screens right now, and we didn't have a lot of grenade finishes because this time around, dear friend, the bullets did all the talking.
And what really steps out is the number of feelings, right? Ideally, you would expect 9,000 points plus in maps like Miramar or maybe Sanhok, where it kind of gets really preposterous going 12,000 plus, right? But this time was certainly not the case. But again, if you take a look at the map in a nutshell, Hyderabad Hydras was one of those teams that we were kind of pointing fingers at, right?
You kind of...
Yeah, I did.
Right? No.
How are you going to get
did
inside
as well.
the circle,
Exactly.
right?
Yeah.
That was the big question. And despite that, they made that perfect rotation, especially having a really rough game in Miramar. This is something to be applauded at.
It is, absolutely. And, you know, I love the fact that you said Miramar because that is, I think, historically their most successful map, you know. I mean, and Erangel, they've always kind of just slipped through the cracks towards the end. But right now, boy, oh boy, they showed patience, they showed consistency. And, of course, you know, having members alive till the end is going to be helpful. But, you know, that is what it is. And because of their finishes, they did end up on the top. Now, of course, have a look at those skyscrapers. Oh, my goodness, Soul. Take a chill pill, buddies, because, yes, you have 10 finishes, but again, from their central position, it was like a sniper in a bird's nest, right? That's exactly what it was because they had a 360 vigil all around, and well, there you have it. The damage speaks for itself.
Sometimes I really feel that Team Seoul had too much on their plates to handle, right? Because especially that one fight against Hyderabad Hydras, they knew that Hyderabad Hydras are going to be striking in. They got Goblin repositioned over there, and that is where Striker got the better out of him. And the next moment, they realized they had to build that smoky trail, go pushing in.
Let me just give you a little scenario. Now, had Goblin been the one who had a weapon in his hands, and had the member up top, Hector, been the one who was lobbing grenades, he would have had a better angle. He would have been able to gauge the positions of the enemy just before the crevice. I mean, you know, but again, buts and ifs, you know, of course, you don't want to use them in your vocabulary because, you know, anything can happen. But now, since we are done with 4 games, let's have a look and see how all the teams are doing because still at the tippity top, it is going to be Team Seoul with 70 points to their name.
Oh, it's kind of creeping me off right now at this point, right? Teams, just 3 games, man. Just 3 games, and we're talking about 23 points average. Now, that's going to be so difficult even for the fans because you've got a majority of a fandom following you. Everyone, you know, hashtagging Seoul. You've got a lot of entries for the little giveaway that we do have. It's going to be such a tough time.
No, but keep one thing in mind. Yes, okay, that I completely agree with you. I'm so sorry for all you viewers because, you know, I doubt you're going to get all these things. But if they keep it up in the coming days, well, I think every Seoul fan is going to be happy. Now, of course, you can have a look at all your favorite teams as how they have finished in the overall rankings so far. A few disappointing names on the second half, but again, like I said, only 4 games have been played, and well, 3 for most of them. And the thing is, it's just the beginning here, Fixes.
Oh, it indeed is. The first day, we're gonna have all those jitters, little nerves cracking, you know, especially for Team EXO, right? Especially when you kind of consider them to be one of the top 3, not just in the league stages, even to go on and win the entire thing. That's not a start that they would have wanted.
Speaking of Team EXO, again, you know, we had vision on them when they were maneuvering around that same compound that Seoul had taken. Again, it's these little decisions that, you know, cost teams big points because have a look at what's happening on the last page over here. Now, again, only 3 games have been played by all these teams, and, you know, it's still too early to call it, but OR Esports still down on their luck just a little bit. 7C Esports. Now, I expected a bit more. Maybe I won't say they're becoming complacent because it's just the beginning. But again, whatever they are planning, tactically speaking, it's not really working out.
Especially their rotation.
Also, you got to keep in mind, they've been on our screens for a long time. So all these other teams have been doing their homework. They know exactly which route they're going to take. And like I said, we expected ambushes. And well, 7C Esports were taken out in their vehicles.
Yeah, I mean, they were kind of getting into the desired and next rotation at the wrong time, right? Especially when majority of the teams were trying to get in. When it's being guarded by so many teams on the peripheries, that's where you're gonna make that right call. And this is where I kind of get Retribution RTR into the mix, right? The moment Hyderabad Hydras and Team Soul were fighting it out, they knew this is their cue to perfectly enter inside the zone, secure a good spot to yourself, and get the chicken dinner, which they did.
Well, of course, if you do want to secure good spots for yourselves and get chicken dinners even in casual gameplay, the thing is you got to get yourselves one of these bad boys. I'm of course talking about the iQOO Neo 6 because again with seamless gaming the sky is the limit. But again, let's have a look and see what our sponsors have to say. iQOO Neo 6.
To make every day the best of my life. To strive for more. To beat my own score. To get that encore. I've got this. I've got the power to do more, see more, be more. I've got the power to win. I've got the power.
Experience tranquility. Team Soul यहाँ पर 14 फिनिशेस निकालते हुए पटकोबले। Are you freaking kidding me?
काफी मजा आया।
भी रेडी हो जाओ।
Well, the two of us are going to be back on your screen, and I have a lot of questions from this last game. Now, of course, the highlights are going to be popping up on our screens in due time, but let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Or actually, I'd rather wait right now because I want you to paint the perfect picture. Before that, I'm sure you have something to tell our viewers.
Of course, the iQOO Neo 6, the beauty in our hands right now. Of course, you can have a chance to get a phone in your pockets, not just us, but you as well. All you've got to do is head over to its Google. There you have to search for iQOO Neo 6. They're going to be redirected to the website, and that is where you're going to press at Please Notify Me. And by the end of the evening, we're going to have our 3 lucky winners who are going to have this beautiful device in their hands.
Well, they are going to have the device, and maybe in the not-so-distant future, we just might be seeing their highlights like we are on our screens right now. Now, I want to bring something up. Now, we are going to talk about a fight that happens towards the end of this game. I'm talking about Team Soul going up against Hyderabad Hydras. Now, we did mention, actually, you know what, I'm going to hold on to that because, again, the other thing was, remember we were anticipating a fight between GE and Enigma? It never came to be.
It never came to be, but despite that, you had the other teams, right? FS really chiming in, just taking out
from up top,
and this sort of brings me down to asking this, what's going wrong with global esports at this point, right? This is not them playing in the natural habitat, XP.
It isn't, and also it kind of feels like, again, they need a little bit of a change. I mean, maybe tactically speaking, maybe they now need to sit back, have a look at all these VODs, right? Go over the replays, and come up with something new, because of course they have a team of analysts. It is global esports after all. They've got analysts back at home at the boot camp. They've got strategists, they've got evaluators, they've got scouts. So they basically, what they need to do is just come up with a new game plan, because the boys definitely have that hitting power. But whatever they are trying right now is something the others are already predicting.
And this is where the problem really arises for a team like Global Esports, right? When you can ideally expect to play like teams like TSM, Godlike, or Team Soul, as a matter of fact, because if you're talking about Goblin over here, you've got a really interesting player in the form of Jokers in the making. And the way he played in the iQOO BMPS round number 4, that is when I started to think, this could be the team that could just go on and win the entire thing.
Paint a picture right now. What did Joker do?
Oh, he just went ham. After every single team, managed to get 2 back-to-back chicken dinners. And this is one of those fights that we really never thought would happen, because ideally, considering the fact that Billion was lying prone in that particular situation, this is the moment he would have really struck, because no one was really watching out for him, and him just trying to be very nervous at that situation, not pulling out the triggers. It kind of tends to force me into thinking, what on earth was he believing? What was he going for?
I think what happened was, we had two fancy cars over there. We had a Koenigsegg, and of course we had the Lambo. So they were like, ooh, look, a pretty car. And they just stopped in their tracks, and well, they paid a heavy price. But again, we did see a lot of action, a lot of vehicle, not manslaughter. We did see a couple of knocks and finishes coming in by people driving over one another. But now this is when Seoul, they basically racked up all those finishes. If you had a look, they only had 2 at that point, and in the blink of an eye, they're going to end up with 10. Now, we are coming to the question that I do want to ask you. Now, Hyderabad Hydras, they took on Seoul, and I believe it was a nice coordinated effort. However, we did mention maybe had Goblin been the one who had the gun. That's my opinion. What do you think should have happened, or what do you think was happening?
This is where I believe the players of Team Seoul went a little bit overboard, right? At this point, you know that the push is inevitable. They're going to strike you in. You're going to try and maintain distance, right? You're going to steer off from those grenade ranges, and that is where, Goblin wanted to make those proactive plays, like which he's been doing for quite some long time. Had to pay a really hefty price, right? The moment the grenade was sort of clipped off, he knew that he's going to try and pull off something like that, and this is where, Hector and Akshat could not really come into time and to provide the cover fire that the teammates needed, because it was an ambush from a certain direction, just funneling into that squad house, and eventually turned out as the victors.
Like an amoeba engulfs its prey. That's what HH did right now, because they surrounded Seoul and they just snuffed their lives out. It was like as if they were depleting their oxygen, and well, Seoul did pay a heavy price, but again, getting 10 points for position and 10 for finishes, buddy, that is no small feat. They are still on a high, but right now the last finish comes by way of a grenade, and of course the best thing is we saw it right on our screen. You can just see it coming, like, oh, even Striker must have known, alrighty, I'm going to beat my maker right now. But again, a lovely effort from Hyderabad Hydras, but it was Retribution who walked away the winners in the second Erangel of the day.
Majority of the match, we were kind of watching our Team Seoul, we were watching Team Enigma, where I really felt, creeping under the shadows were Hyderabad Hydras, right? We did not see where all those 16 finishes came in from, right?
Well, they had a similar story as Team Seoul did, right? Team Seoul had, of course, the compound, a different area to themselves, and of course they had the high ground. We keep yapping about the high ground because, again, it's so easy seeing people down below like ants, right? All you have to do is aim, take a few shots, and, well, you can rack up all those finishes. But again, like you mentioned, Team Seoul maybe should have anticipated that coming in. And, it's all buts and ifs. But again, I think it was a wonderful game. And we saw a couple of other teams, finally step up to the plate and take the fight to the enemy.
Oh, of course they did. And the best part was waiting for the right time to make those moves, right? It all came down to the timing, right? Even for Hyderabad Hydras, as a matter of fact, the moment the circle shifted a little down south, they knew they have to somewhere get in, and they were paying close attention on the finish feed. They knew Team Seoul was right beside them. They'd not engaged in any fights beforehand, but they were waiting for Team Seoul to make that one small little mistake, which did happen, and they instantly clobbered down, and they knew that if they're not going to make it, it's done and dusted for them. So that is where they had to make those brave moves. But this is again where we've got to give credits where it's due for Team Retribution RTR, right? They let the big dogs fight, and while they were at it, they kind of snuck inside the circle, had a beautiful spread, and once Hyderabad Hydras were done, that is where they were like waiting, come in, daddy's waiting.
Daddy's waiting. I thought that was your line. I thought you're the guy who's always waiting. I have no idea. We're going to talk about this over the course of the next few weeks, because I know all of you know exactly what I'm talking about. Daddy fixes over here. A bit too proud. But again, I had a good time in that game, as did, of course, the boys from Retribution RTR. Again, I like the fact that you did mention they were spread out far and wide, because again, when Hyderabad Hydras, despite having the high ground, they were kind of clumped in one position. Exactly. And those grenades, even if you have smoke, those grenades did all the talking.
It indeed did. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be the map of Miramar again. And to do all the talking along with me on the desk is going to be Arka, who's been watching on this beautiful map of Erangel in Unfold. And he's got a lot of pointers to which we're going to get in. But this is where Group C, they're going to be sitting down a little bit, just understanding Team Seoul, of course, the way they've been dominating. That's absurd. That's preposterous by every single means. But now, we do have Group B really coming in, and this is where OR, Blind, Big Brother Esports, Walkouts, you know, the big names that tend to dominate the Miramar, they're back with us again. And what are your pre-initial thoughts?
I would say that, you know, fears has already been struck to the people at the bottom of the table, you know, because at this point of time, they're not able to perform. They're not able to bounce back even in the game changer map like Sanhok. So at this point of time, I think that every fight they take, they're going to tuck their tails. But for now, we're going to be looking at a promo coming in from the side of iQOO smartphones. And I know that you guys are going to enjoy this because ultimately a lot of information about this device.
To make every day the best of my life. To strive for more, to beat my own score. To get that encore. I've got this. I've got the power. To do more, see more, be more. I've got the power. To win.
Beautiful device, right? Especially around the build studio, kind of steps out, isn't it? Because the way the colors are shifting around, and you might have one in your pockets as well, ladies and gentlemen, as we're offering 3 giveaway phones today. All you've got to do is head over to its Google, on the search button, type iQOO Neo 6, and that is where you're going to be redirected to their website, and that is where you're going to press on please notify me. And if you're lucky, if your stars are aligned like how these teams have been playing right now, especially the likes of Team Seoul, Hyderabad, Hydras, you might have yourself one by the end of the evening.
Absolutely agreed on that point. But at the same time, you know, getting back into the map itself, there's a lot of skirmishes which we'll be looking out for, because basically we have been seeing that right now the experienced teams are actually dominating, and we did speak about this, right? Initially it's one-day performances where most of them got out of the tournament itself, but when they know that they have a lot of games up ahead in front of them, and the way the experienced teams are taking a fight towards the so-called new pros, or the so-called underdogs to be specific, but I would like to call them pros themselves. What do you have to say? Did you expect such kind of a change coming in BMPS?
Oh, of course I did. Right now it's the Pro Series, and now it's no more underdogs. Those days are gone, right? They were numbered. They had to hustle it along. It's been, what, 2-3 years. They've been grinding in previous titles. Now with the inception of BGMI, they have had a lot to prove. Few, making it to the quarters, till the semis, crashing out in the BGIS. But this time, they've made the cut, and here they are, your new pros, ladies and gentlemen. The Tier 1 teams that we've been talking about, a lot of big names also did miss out on. And this is what we wanted, right? The new names to come in. We had Autobotz coming in with the chicken. Even we had the likes of FS Esports, another invited team. We haven't seen much out of them in the other third-party Tier 1 lobbies, though, but they're still here, right? They're still making a name for themselves. And this time again, another team, Retribution RTR, hailing down south, sister squad above Team Blind, and they managed to accrue that chicken dinner. They needed that little push, right? The little pedal to the metal, and wow, this has been amazing.
Absolutely. A little giveaway, guys, as well. Let's not forget that, in the Esports channel, when you go in the chat, you have to vote out for your favorite team, right? And if that team is making on the top of the table, 3 of the people who have voted for the specific team, like just in case, if you feel that, Team Seoul is going to be on the top of the table by the end of the day, and you vote out for them, and 3 lucky winners amongst them is going to be getting this beautiful device as well, right?
Oh, yes.
Oh, no. It's not the beautiful device. Rather, they're going to get merchandise or something much better.
Zippers and jackets and t-shirts, a lot of things which are going to keep on adding up. Oh, did I spill some beans there? But again, Arka. Of course, I think it's pretty straightforward. All you Seoul fans, Team Seoul's going to be on top. So I think we know what the chat's going to be spammed around with. Unless and until we still have a few more games to go. And some other team could really come in. But I do not think they're going to get even closer to how good or where Team Seoul are, right? Sitting at 70 points by just 3 games. This is insane.
I won't be shocked if they hit the 100 marker by the end of today itself. Not even by the end of today, by the end of the next map itself, because confidence is 100%.
They still have one more.
Yeah, I do agree. And then one more thing is that in the previous game especially, I think, they could have made it a little more better. But it was just that Hyderabad Hydras were taking away all the hard work. You know, we did see the kind of damage they were able to dish in the previous map, right? 2,800. It was a skyscraper. But at the same time, Hyderabad Hydras on the other side was just picking up to all those finishes because the hard work was obviously done by the side of Team Soul. But chances of that to repeat again, I don't think so. It's going to be possible.
I'm not going to take it out from the Hyderabad Hydras because this is, of course, nothing taken away from Team Soul. They were amazing.
Yep.
But for what Team Hyderabad Hydras did over there, it takes a lot of cojones to try and execute like that. Because when you knew that your life is hell-bent on that, you have to somehow barge inside the compound. You have to take that fight. That is where they had the balls of steel to try and get that initial knock. Yeah, of course, Team Soul could have done a little better in trying to defend that, could have maintained a little bit of distance because we knew those grenades were inevitable.
But the divided attention, right? Team Soul was also looking out for those finishes which they were eventually raking up, right? So suddenly they did see it coming.
They seized the opportunity.
They seized the opportunity. They kind of saw it incoming, but they didn't know that the hard push is going to be so hard that it's going to be all 4 players rushing. And the initial, as you said, that was more than enough for them to capitalize on. And yes, all these things said and done, the next map is going to be the map of Miramar, where things are going to turn for a lot of these teams. Let's not forget that there are some good names who tend to put some placement points on the table for themselves in the map of Miramar are actually not able to do so, referring to GOG at this point of time. What do you have to speak about their performance?
I mean, likewise with a lot of teams that have made into the BMPS this time, they're having those little jitters, right? They're kind of feeling a little nervy, which I believe towards maybe the second or third day is going to be fixed, right? They're kind of trying to settle in because they now know who their competition is, right? They know that these are the 24 teams that we have got to battle it out against. Yeah, we might have a few bad games, but we're going to make those improvisations, we're going to make those adjustments, and mind you, tomorrow I think GOG is going to get a chicken dinner. I have a little feeling in my heart.
Yeah, I just hope so. But at the same time, let's not forget the side of 7 Seas as well, right? The way they are suffering. We do understand they had to crawl their way into BMPS itself. But ultimately, somewhere I felt that, you know, that's going to be a wake-up call for them where they'll be looking out to perform much, much better. What do you have to say about the performance? What do you think is actually going wrong? Because as of now, what I am seeing, it's just that I'm not able to see any of their teammates trying to stick together and take a fight as a group. Is that the thing?
Pretty much answered. And again, timing, right? I've been talking about it. I've been emphasizing a lot on the timings of the rotations. The decision making has all been astray, right? This is something that they're going to go back to the drawing boards and fix it and maybe come in tomorrow, right? It's the big leagues now, right? You've made it up here, and like we were talking about, you know, that is where they could kind of escape the cusps of getting eliminated, finally making their way in. They need that, likewise with all the other teams, they kind of need that little time to settle in, which they're eventually doing. I'm pretty sure they're going to make a comeback sooner or later, but we still have, this is the first week, this is one of those weeks where we still in those testing waters, right? Who's going to drop it, how the teams are trying to play. We've got a little bit of a picture painted, right? Team Soul, they're going to go all aggressive. Team Exo, they're going to still steer away from all the fights, focus on their rotations, which sort of has not been working out for them. But this is where, you know, I really want to come back to Team OR. But, you know, again, like said and done, you know, all good things take some time, and we're going to have a little bit of a break before we have the game of Miramar engulfing, just to ensure everything is picture perfect. So you guys get your refreshments up, and we will be right back after this.
जब कोर्ट पर बनी टीम ऑफ 5, छठे यार का दिल टूटा ऐसे जैसे टूटे कांच, क्योंकि अब से कोई नहीं होगा कभी भी लेफ्ट आउट. Battlegrounds Mobile India brings you the new 8v8 TDM mode. Let the action begin in Santorini.
What's your biggest weakness?
My biggest weakness?
If I had to pick one,
I'd say that
my biggest weakness is
that I'm a real giver, you know. I give more than I should.
Are you going to keep all the loot for yourself, huh? We don't need glory hunters on the team.
I'm firing on all cylinders 100% of the time. Gives others a huge complex. Arey bhai, can't find any guns here. I'll be toast if I have to carry on with this frying pan.
I'm too calm and composed for my own good. Nothing can rattle me. I'm in constant zen mode.
Beast mode, guys. Come on, let's go.
I scout kar rahe hain yaar.
Hello, respond.
I just can't push people against their will, you know, even if it's for their own good. Seeing people uncomfortable just doesn't sit right with me. अबे तुम रेड जोन के बाहर नहीं निकल सकते, कंफर्ट जोन के बाहर कैसे निकलोगे? चिकन डिनर के सपने भूल जाओ, तुम्हारी किस्मत में भूखा मरना लिखा है.
Pick the game, drop the act. All new Battlegrounds Mobile India with new modes and maps. Download now.
This car won't drive itself, right? Where to go, when to stop, read the map. अब ये सब तो in-game reader ही कर सकता है. And danger rarely announces itself. इसलिए आगे बढ़ने के लिए एक स्काउट भी जरूरी है. And without the fragger being there to wipe out the enemies, moving forward तो भूल ही जाओ. और फाइनली गाड़ी आगे बढ़ाने के लिए सिर्फ पहिए नहीं, जैक भी जरूरी है. कोई भी मैप हो और कोई भी रास्ता, जैक ऑफ ऑल ट्रेड्स के बिना टीम नहीं बनती. विदाउट यू एज द सपोर्ट ये गेम नहीं चलती. योर फ्रेंड्स आर वेटिंग फॉर यू ऑन द बैटलग्राउंड्स. फिर से अपने यारों के साथ चिकन डिनर करोगे, साथ मिलके रैंक पुश करोगे. बैटलग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया, डाउनलोड नाउ.
It's not about being like everyone else. It's about having your own destination. It's not about how you fit in. It's about the skin you choose to fit in. It's not about you belonging somewhere. It's about you belonging with your squad. Because everyone can be a player in Battlegrounds Mobile India. All new Battlegrounds Mobile India with new modes and maps. Let the battle begin. Download now.
ट्रेन और ट्रैक्स के छिचक के बीच अगर लोकल में बैठी टीम मुंबईज अपनी गेम पटरी पे ला रही है, तो बनारस की पतली गलियों में राजेश गेम में पतली गली पकड़ रहा है. थैंक्स टू सिमरन, उसके क्लैन के रैंक का कोई बाल भी बांका नहीं कर सकता. बड़ा बाजार में कैसा भी हो वाईफाई, पिंटू अपनी स्क्वाड को दे रहा है हाई फाई. और अरविंद और शार्प शूटर को है पता, द वन हु शोज द वे इज द रियल ताला. चार मीनार के पास एवरीबॉडी नोज ये सिंगल हीरो और दो हाथ का गेम नहीं है. इरेंगल और मिरामार से भी बड़ा एक मैप है जहां हर कोई अपना रैंक पुश कर रहा है. बैटलग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया, इंडिया रैंक पुश कर रहा है यहां. आप हो कहां? डाउनलोड नाउ.
I mean, this break was much needed for most of these players, right? Most of these teams who are not able to perform that much. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, without any further delay, we're going to be stepping into the map of Miramar, trying to witness what can be ruthlessness for most of these teams, because experienced teams have taken a notch higher. And at the same time, I know that the new pros are going to be looking forward to dominate as much as possible. Coming up with a few of their names like IE coming in, right? Yeah. So what's your take on IE's downfall at this point of time?
Initiative Academy, we've had this conversation even earlier, right? They need time to settle in with the most of the other teams. They're still figuring themselves out again. Now, in this particular map, it kind of comes down to how the zone really pans out again. Last game, we had them fighting it out against ACBC in Miramar, but this time it's going to be a different set of teams. Of course, Group A and B, we did see them battling it out in Erangel. This time, the first game of Miramar for these two teams going off against each other. This is what I really love, right? Especially when you've got three teams in the mix and you cannot really settle down. Just when you think that, oh, this was the game that I really needed. This is where I'm going to capitalize on. The next game, few new teams come in, you've got changes in the drops. Once you've got changes in the drops, you've got changes in the rotations also. And it all kind of gets messed up, right? And this all comes down to it. And I think it's time to take a big upward to the sky, accompanied by the choppers that have been the latest addition. I love what they've done with this, right? A little bit of trying to make sure it does not crash midway, and even if it does, players still get to the other helicopters out there and make it safely down to their drop locations.
But at the same time, these choppers look like this iQOO Beauty in our hand, right? The color is so similar that I'm still getting that vibes in. But at the same time, let's jump in to see what the flight path looks like. It's going to start from the side of El Pozo, ends up at Impala. I could say that, the map is divided right to the center, given an opportunity for everybody to go to the specific drop locations. But at the same time, a larger chunk of these teams are trying to go to the northern side. As we can see, most of them have already jumped off. The early place of skirmish could be taking place somewhere at the northern side of the map, obviously because of the numbers raking up over there. But the southern side of the map also slowly getting some numbers for themselves.
Oh yeah, of course they will. Right now, this is the point. We've got to kind of look out for where the circle kind of forms. But for now, we've got to see. As I have my eyes for maybe a few drop collisions. Last time we witnessed OR Esports going through a really tough time. This time, however, they've resorted to a different drop whatsoever. And it's going to be another northern circle. So we've had that little bit of a trend being picked off in Miramar, where we're going to witness all these circles throughout the entire next month.
I hope so that, teams start to understand this is just temporary, not permanent, as they might try to, change their drop locations, seeing the kind of circles which has been formed up in the map of Miramar. But at the same time, the southern side of the map, there are a few teams still in the air where the teams which have already hit the ground can actually take advantage of it. And that's become the new meta lately, where we can see that, teams tend to hit the ground faster, get the right kind of gun so that, in case they see some birds flying in the air, they can knock them out in the air and get those finish points, early finish points, which then actually rake up. But at the same time, ACBC at this point of time, towards the side of water treatment, going right to the dead center, shows that, they're taking things seriously and wants to get those placement points as well as those finish points. I know that, they'll be tagging off a few, but at this point of time, as I speak about them, they've gone in a bit more closer towards the side of GOG, as GOG MJ sees Rain and his crosses, but it's a little late to, tag him out, but does do a little bit of a chip damage, I would like to say, as MJ gets shot from other side. That's a good backup coming in from the side of ACBC.
I really liked that he could, retreat back in time, right? Especially for GOG Esports. Now, these were the two teams that, one of them, GOG, of course, was having a really tough time. ACBC, they have had a fair share of laughter in the maps of Miramar, getting a lot of finishes to their names in the previous one that they played in. So, of course, they're going to be happy. Of course, Rain, he's going to escape and will have no trouble whatsoever. But my eyes are down low there, right? Now, this time, Picardo does not have Team Soul, of course. They're going to be sitting this one out. Team EXO, as a matter of fact, we're not going to see enough out of them in Los Leones, because now these areas are kind of filled by the other teams, right? Likewise, Autobotz and Big Brothers, they've come in. But for Orange Rock, or rather OR Esports, it's been such a tough time today. Now, one of the other big names, right, one of the top 3 contenders, have had a really rough start to the evening.
I think they can perform much better in this round, right? They actually know which are the teams which they're facing off, so they're going to be much more confident to understand the experienced teams are not there. So this is the time to shine, and hopefully they'll be able to do so, as at this point of time we can see that they're doing the right kind of farming, right? Level 2 helmet, level 2 vest with everybody at this point of time. Some really good bullets to carry out with, 1 or 2 boosters. They've got some decent med kits, and they've got the corner of the map itself where they can come in late rotations, probably not get tagged off. But I do understand that when it comes to late rotations, especially for the side of Team OR, they need to kick up a little before the blue zone starts to hit them, so that they'll have a little bit of a chances of coming in to the northern side of the map itself, somewhere from the side of Campo or towards the side of Cruz de Valle.
I mean, at this time around Cruz de Valle, I don't know if it's going to be a right idea, but yeah, of course, they can rotate a little bit north, go around the La Cubreria areas, just go behind from the tails of GE. But another team that has really performed well in the maps of Miramar has to be Team MG, right? Especially making it to the top 2. And this was, again, one of those invited teams we got to see in round number 4 of the iQOO BMPS. Weren't really expecting them to make the cut, but here they are. They've been hustling it out, working it around. They've been going through such rough phases, and still the players, despite all odds, have made it over here, and they're going to be looking to reclaim the lost, the lost bragging rights they used to have once upon a time, right? One of those teams that produced players like Z God. You have some legends like Surya. I think who is apparently coaching for a few other teams. I do not know where he really is right now.
I'm a person who came in late into the scenes, right? You were always there from the inception. So some informations like this, we can always head to your chat and ask some things from you. But at the same time, we're going to be looking at the side of WO Walkouts at this point of time. Are all 4 players here or just 2?
I think it's a whole squad.
Oh, no. It's a 2v2 split. Yes.
It's a 3-1 rather. It's a 3-1. I think it's going to eventually turn out to a 2-2 split. And it's always this happens with almost everybody. Guys, if you have witnessed this with you, even while you're playing Miramar, let us know. Your minibus gets caught, and why wouldn't it, considering you're not supposed to drive it up the hills, right? It's not meant for that. And that is where you can go a little bit off-roading with buggies. But I really love the importance of a minibus inside the maps, right? You've got a huge vehicle coverage, right? You blow off the tires. It's a perfect, well-built fortress for you. And I think Walkouts, another favorites to win Miramar. Who do you predict to be the winners? I mean, I'm going to ask this to you and even the chat.
For me, this time it's going to be the side of... it's going to be hard for me to bring this up, but somewhere...
How difficult is it?
I think it's going to be RTR Retribution.
RTR Retribution are back-to-back. I mean, that's going to be really feasty if they can get it for themselves. But I still have this little feeling, right, lingering in the back of my head, that it's going to be one of those teams that really specializes in Miramar, right? One of those the Southern Circuit teams that we've seen. And it's been from the inception of this game, right? It has been the go-to map of teams like Hyderabad, Hydras, OR Esports. We did also have a few teams like ACBC. Good time, but Bullet OP finally, getting the big guns out and just cracking the skull of Joker, as global esports seem to look a little lost and astray, because now they do not know what to do in this particular situation. The moment they step out of the cover, another skull is going to blow up.
I hope so that, GOG know exactly what to do at this point of time. There is no necessity for them to actually go out in the open, but rather use some throwables, which they're finally relying on to. But at the same time, Nick OP is one of those people who tend to, lurk around and make sure not get detected, but still does take the fight and somehow survive to pick up some finish points for himself as well. It's all about pixels, right? So I'm not able to say as to why this team is not looking out for any kind of pixels from that player, but ultimately they have made sure that the teammates are not going to come in for revival, and it's just going to be suicide if that's the case. And Nick finally stepping up, pushing forward towards the side of Joker. He does see EAJ coming in a pretty closer. That's going to be AJ from the side of GE. Revival it is, if that's the case?
No. It was much needed from GOG right now. Nick trying to get a little aggressive over here, trying to play around stronger areas, but Bullet OP, and OP is the call out she just made, as he has managed to break open yet another skull. And this is where Global Esports, they've got to make a run for their lives. There you have it. Knuckle is going to move away without his 2 teammates. It's going to come down to Manya and Nakul himself. And this is the perfect time for GOG Esports to try and play a spoil spot for Global Esports, and they run their dreams of getting a good start to the first day, as they haven't done much out of it, right? It's all been about Bullet.
I mean, XP is going to be so proud of this man at this point of time, I really love the way he relied on this gun at this... Yeah, but I really love the way he relied on this gun. Even though things were not going, they thought out of the box. They're like, we're just going to start sniping. And that's going to be a finish coming up as well. And GOG have done a great job instilling fear in the hearts of GE, who wouldn't want to dare come back to this place as well. And let's not forget that they're holding right to the center of the circle, right? So they are doing things well, but OR on the other side are faced on the side of RTR Retribution. And I can see the 2 players of RTR are already out of the game itself. So Caster's Curse probably going towards the side of Team RTR.
The Arca Curse. Now, I did not pick RTR. I was the bigger man over here, staying in the sidelines, staying a little, soft and, just putting Arca under a bus, under that spotlight. Pick a team, RTR, they are out already. The numbers have dwindled down for them. And such a rough start, especially for Global Esports and Retribution RTR. And it kind of, I mean, for Retribution RTR, it's understandable. It's something that they can live with, considering they just managed to get a chicken dinner. They're going to have a fair share of laughter. But for Global Esports, that's going to haunt them, man. Because right in round number 4, you were talking about them being the absolute demolishers of the lobby. And
True.
it looks like a completely different squad, as if, you know, they're playing for the first time.
Somewhere I feel that, as you said, it's the jitters which is holding on for them, and at the same time, you know, they're not thinking the same way they're thinking the previous time. Oh, Mr. Spray, if I had just continued to do that, probably would have found iQOO amongst it. But yes, at the end of the day, it's all about reloading, counting your bullets as well. In those Luke's is going to be finding him yet again. It's going to be the pixels which is going to be visible from the side of iQOO. Right now, he's going in for a suicide mission for sure. Slowly comes back to his mind. He's going to be putting up some smokes, trying to escape, or probably put up some, you know, block visions at this point of time, trying to run into the hard covers, or expecting his teammates to come in and give the backup. But ultimately, let's not forget that they're not going to let it happen, as iQOO is almost down. He's not just had chip damage, he's got a lot of damage, but somehow survives, as he knew exactly how to get off that smoke trial.
Oh, yeah. And I was kind of taken aback a little bit, right? Because, you know, of course, Walkouts, one of those teams that we've been talking about a lot, right? Especially how they managed to, you know, carve their way in to the BMPS, that last game chicken dinner. Had they not gotten it, they would not have been here, ladies and gentlemen. And, you know, they've been through tough times, but Initiative Academy seem to have been in tougher times than them, because one of them falling out of the vehicles. I think they're under fire, not just from Walkouts, but also from Team MG.
Yep. And I have to say this, that, you know, it's Team MG who's getting the better of them at this point of time. One person gets taken down, the other person in his crosshairs. Perfect execution is what I would like to say. 3x with that, and single taps is what he's working out with. He didn't have to move around as well. But look at this. Abrar is trying to take advantage of all these things. And this is the worst part about smoke grenades, you know. You put it up just to avoid probably a crosshair for coming in towards you. But ultimately, this is what's going to happen. There's going to be somebody tossing a grenade right to the center of that smoke, trying to predict your location. And eventually, this is what happens. But Enigma on the other side, once a third party, probably could have been the blessing in disguise, but Abrar eventually comes into hard cover, but not hard enough that he's going to get taken down. In case 2 more shots, it is what it takes, and ultimately Avi does land it to perfection.
Oh, Walkouts caught with their pants down right in open. It's broad daylight murder that we're talking about, Arka, because again, you know, this is where I was about to come to, right? The way Abrar's been making those moves, I was getting a little concerned, because you had the players of Team MG on the higher hills, right? What I did not really see was the players of Enigma, and they've joined the party, and they're gonna have such a good time over here. But as Spray seems to have out, Eve on a little bit of a rotation, on a little bit of soiree, as Eggy would get the perfect trades, but it's going to be Finnish Galores and M24 Galores in display. Not just one, but multiple knocks coming in with those mode actions.
Finally, we could get to see some snipers in this game, and it's so much memories hitting back to us. Let's not forget, there were some snipers coming in from the desk itself, but let's look at the instant replay to find out what exactly happened. This is Eggy coming out, scopes in, perfectly finds him over the horizon. And this is what you would want as a sniper, right? When you open the scope, you want a head to be there somewhere close by, so there's just a small flick can do the job.
Get the job done. I mean, I really, you know, XP, I can really feel him just jumping around like a baby. You know, I wanted to cause this game because he's getting his bolt action displays. He's just left, right, and center. Bullet off with those two. Eggy, one of the accomplished snipers, now stepping into the big boots, right? Ever since Daljit, I think he's been one of those players that has really impressed me. And sort of has, you know, had me to think that he might be the next sniper king of the country. But right now, there you can see the radical circle shift going all the way up north. Now, this is where we can start dreaming of maybe having that little oasis circle that we were talking about.
You know, as the tension is going to be drawn towards another sniper in the game, it's going to be GOG Bullet to OP. At this point of time, I strongly feel that, you know, he's become a little too overconfident with that, right? He's trying to push in with a sniper, and we all know how hard it is for an assaulter to push in with a sniper. I know that he's got the ridge in front of him, that's why he's pretty much confident, but in case he gets taken down, it's going to be hard at this point of time. It's going to be INS versus GE, as the last two men standing from the side of GE will have a lot of work to do, as Manya is going to be obviously visible with the third party coming in. Cyan on the other side, but it's going to be the other person striking him a bit more harder. Nakul trying to give the cover fire. His location has also been revealed. He's going to be attracting them. Look at that. He's going to be shooting bullets and trying to cook them off with a good grenade. That's not going to be the case, Nakul, as it's going to be hard, but it's going to be false from my mouth, as Nakul is going to be connecting the grenade.
But that's not where it stops, right? INS, they're grouping up at one position.
Oh, the second one gets connected as well.
The second does manage to succeed though. But this is where Billion, he's got to make a $1 billion play over here. He certainly has to, as Nakul is fighting with life and death, as the nade keeps coming in right at the foot. He could see his makers out there. And this is, again, a valiant effort for Global Esports, but that brings an end to their run in this game of Miramar. As ACBC, look at them, just caught between a rock and a hard place. As it's going to be blind from up top, and it's going to be Big Brother. Kind of like a patty in the sandwich, like you like to call it.
Exactly. And that's going to be the case for BBs on the other side. They see a drop, they're going to take it, they're going to loot it up as quickly as possible and go in for a rotation. But at this point of time, good to see that Blind is trying to come up with a different kind of a gameplay, right? I know that they have a little bit of a zone for themselves in front of them at this point of time. They're coming with different, buggies and all together, and they're trying to get the highest ground. I know GOG's already made it somewhere over there. GOG, on the other hand, if they had all 4 men standing in the same area, I think they could have struck Blind when they were weakest.
I think they could have, but again, we've been talking about the speculations, right? The ifs and buts. But I think we can see those skirmish break out in just a wee while, because GOG are in so close proximity to Blind right now. They have that little bit of a high ground to play around with, but now we do have Enigma on a search for a few finishes to their names. I believe they know exactly where Dawn is. Going to be flushing him out with all those grenades as Enki goes charging in. Is he going to connect those bullets and bring an end to Team MG?
I think he is gonna, do that. Ultimately, Dawn's location is gonna be compromised at this point of time. Avi is just gonna wait it out. Oh, probably did not see it with the third party, and we were able to. But on the other side comes the backup. It's gonna be striking hard against the side of Enigma at this point of time. Rex also gets taken out, all thanks to that one lurker who was able to strike when the iron was hot. And we can see that again at this point of time, the last man standing will have a hard job, as he's gonna go for a drop shot, but ultimately a peak shot. Get into cover and then go in for a quick peek. I think that was perfection coming in from the side of Team MG.
It was a throw from Team Enigma. I'm going to give you that. The way they kind of went scouring around, searching, looking out for that one play out there. And, Team MG, I do not know. Dawn, you've got to give it to him. I could almost hear his heartbeats over here in the studios itself. And, of course, getting themselves in a little bit of a sandwich situation over there. Not the right time to pick up a fight, though. Avi is definitely going to kick himself in the fate as Big Brother Esports. Now, they have that little bit of an edge to play around with, but you've got to pay a look at the minimap. Right beside them is a player of Team Blind, and he's going to be causing a lot of hindrance for this particular team to try and get inside the circle.
Amongst all these things, we can see that, there's a lot of teams lost a player. WSF have lost one. GOG were looking strong, have lost one. Blind have lost one for themselves. Whereas on the other side, RTR hits the ground real hard. BB's on the other side. There's a person down on his knees. He also gets erased off. So the team advantage, or would say man advantage, with all 4 men standing, seems to be a little hard for most of these teams. But Hydras are looking the strongest in this game with 3 finishes, and they've started to eliminate one squad at a time. And the first one is going to be IE.
Again, a rough game for these lads. The new professional players that we do have amongst us in the iQOO BMPS this time, though. But look at this shift, right? Completely favoring Autobotz yet again. And INS, they're going to be enjoying the spot at least till now, as Hydra is just going to be peppering down all those bullets at MG's direction. And this is where Hydra official need to figure out a way to get inside the circle.
this has always been the problem, right? They somehow tend to hold a position where they can get some finish points for themselves, but it's just that they get delayed, or either they don't find the perfect timing to make it inside the circle and eventually get taken down. GOG on the other side is relying on this one bridge right in front of them. They have to be very careful with Blind right behind them. They could be a backstab coming in from their side, because ultimately GOG Blind has got ACBC right next to them, right? But right now they're going to be in the crosshairs of MJ himself, so it's going to be hard for the side of BB. I'm so sorry, I was speaking about Blind, but rather it's BB coming in a bit more closer, so GOG have a very good chance of striking in against them. INS have got one man down on his knees yet again. Let's see whether Evil Sky on the other side will be the last ray of hope for this squad or not.
I mean, Evil Sky, he's been, constantly just hustling it out, right? Get as many finish points as he can to his name. But this is where he's playing with fire, right? Look at GOG. They have the entire attention focused at the players.
Oh,
of BB.
nice!
And there you have it. Bullet certainly has manifested some evil spirit inside his body, because this man, he's on fire.
Absolutely, I've never seen this Bullet in a really long time, and sometimes back when I was grinding with him, I do remember I was cursing him to pick away all those things, but it's good to see him perform this much better. But at the same time, they need to make sure this man is alive until the end if they have to continue the same. And I know that, Team OR from the other corner is also trying to do the same at this point of time. Atanki, Hydras, as we speak about, we did say, right, the rotation is something which doesn't work out for them, and they're going to get eliminated by the hands of Team INS.
This is where the concern really arises, because they were outside the circle and still trying to pick up fights. I think it was against Team MG, but right now we've got a little bit of a duel happening between the players of Esports, WSF and INS, the Global Esports Slayers in this particular game, as Crazy Soul, Shane, they're on the western side, and then you've got INS on the left side over here. The other two players, Joker and Billion. Still a four-man squad though, but Bajwa and Tango. Now, the kind of expectations we really had from this squad, they haven't yet delivered, but I'm pretty sure the two-pack a punch in them. But with Bajwa and his team, just with those 3 finishes, he's going to be hiding inside this lorry for a long, long time.
Yes, the zone is still favoring him out, and that is what he would want. But ultimately, we all know there's going to be one grenade just to eliminate any kind of doubt. But ultimately, we are able to see that OR at this point of time could be the squad which have a very good opportunity in case, they don't get taken down in this fight itself. Autobotz on the other side, the zone was favoring them for a brief period of time. They have a little bit of a hard cover in which they can, survive in this circle as well, but they are on the hunt. As Leader OP on the other side comes in a bit more closer. The strongest of the teams, that's going to be MG at this point of time. This is where the difference lies between Goblin and others. By now, Goblin would have, opened up a grenade and tried to take a player down, but rather, Leader OP is pretty much confident about his crosshairs. He does see a hand popping up from the, stone, and eventually falls back, goes in, coming in from a different angle. He could find him in his crosshairs, which he does, almost taking him down. Let's see whether it's going to be the case as he gets taken down by the grenade itself.
Still not overstepping though. Of course, did have to pay a hefty price, but I'm pretty sure Bullet is going to get him back up in no time. But now time is of the essence. They have to make it inside the circle, and Dionysus is going to be barraging him with all these grenades, and finally he finds that little room where he can go for the push. But is Emjet paying attention? It's going to be Bullet yet again. Give this man the iQOO MVP already, as he puts an end to the event. Over there, but their smiles were not long-lived as they instantly get decimated right after. But look at Bajwa.
Exactly. Bajwa is cooking up a grenade, and nobody knows a grenade has been cooked over there. But this time, his location is going to be revealed, and that's going to be a man trying to step into his crosshairs, rather. Gets taken down. That could be the next man walking into his crosshairs. Again gets taken down. Bajwa is trying to play all kind of instruments right at this point of time. He gets up at the nick of a moment where he made the biggest mistake of his life, not placing the crosshairs in the other direction, but did the damage against the side of INS.
Oh, what a way to bow out though. But of course would have wanted to end up with those 2 finish points to his name. Still managed to sneak in 1 though. But Team INS, they almost had their hearts out of their mouth at that point. But for now, Autobotz, they have taken control. But this is where they cannot be complacent, because you have got OR Esports in the nearby fray. And with all that smoke and all that human commotion out there, I'm pretty sure they have a slight idea. But what I really love about them is that 3-1 split that they're up to.
Absolutely agreed on this point, but at the same time, what I love the most about them is the 9 finishes which they've raked up. They're not going to regret taking another fight at this point of time because they know it's that finish points which has always brought them over here. But, you know, Autobotz on the other side, we all know this team. Once they start to assemble and try to, you know, take that real estate, they're really good at it. On the other side, Team INS is cooking up grenades randomly towards the side of Team OR. Will that do the damage is going to be the next big thing, because we all know that, you know, OR, if you taunt them and they try to take the concentration towards it, it's going to be hard, and INS are actually doing that with Joker trying to tag them out. Now OR's attention has been completely towards this side, as ABCs or the Autobots are going to be getting right into the center of the dead circle.
I love this from Autobotz, what Mr. IGL did for them, right? Now he's going to steer up from all these fights. They're going to let INS and OR battle it out. Whoever is the survivor has to face them, as Crazy Soul cooking up and tossing yet another grenade. Does it make it smart? Time's gonna tell, and no, it did not. But at the same time, this is where INS have to figure out ways to get inside the circle. Crazy Soul at this point could act as a sacrificial lamb, could put a stop at OR, but look at Orva. He's got the perfect angle. The moment that smoke dissipates, OR, they're just gonna explode.
They have a little bit of a hard cover for sure, but at the same time, Fox is going to be landing those shots. You were right now. Hell is going to be called upon the side of Team OR at this point of time. Which team is going to be raking up more finishes is going to be thing. As Jelly on the other side is going to put an end almost to one player. Yes, I think he did put an end for the side of Joker, but this is what I said. Once you taunt the side of OR, they're going to be concentrating on you so hard that even before they get taken on, they're going to take you down in one way or the other.
Autobotz, they've had a really good run so far. The favorites to win the chicken dinner in this map of Miramar as well. They started off with chicken and getting a second, would want to get a little closer to Team Soul, as Atanki is going to make a mad dash inside the circle. Absolutely being fired, bobbing and weaving, but would not be enough. As the chicken dinner, ladies and gentlemen, goes yet again to Team Autobotz, the second one for the evening. And with 6 finishes though. But what I really liked is the kind of consistency that this squad is up to, right? We've got really good comparison now being drawn up. There are few of the new professional players that you know, are struggling, and there you have Autobots amongst all, you know, getting these wins for themselves.
What did I say about Team OR? No, don't taunt them, and you have to pay the price for it, and that is what INS are gonna learn a hard way. But at the same time, Team OR, with that kind of finish points they're raked up, they're gonna be on the top with just 1 point. That's gonna be 22 points for them. Right behind them is gonna be Autobot Esports with 6 finish points and 15 placement points, 21 points coming in for them. A good run for these two squads, but yet again we're able to see that the finishes has been shared equally until the 7th position. That's gonna be how official Hydras officials, on the other hand, you know, they have also done a good job so far, right?
Oh yeah, I mean, they pretty much that one fight where they kind of won those that one squad fight, that was fine, got them those 4 finish points. But I think the stars of this match has to be Team GOG for me, man.
Yeah, exactly.
You're kind of looking out for that, you know, that resurgence game from their side. And Bullet, he was absolutely mental. Could not see a lot out of OR Esports. They were not on our screens, and so was this player, iQOO MVP Dionysus. That one little fight against Team GOG, where they kind of got them down. Eventually saw nonetheless 807 points of damage, 6 finishes. Now that is a clinical play.
Yeah, agreed. And we expected this from the side of MG, right? You did explain about them before itself, but look at that. We were able to see 2 more names coming in from the side of GOG. It was not only Bullet raking up 5 finishes, it was the support coming in from the side of MG as well. 926 damage this person was able to deal before getting taken down. It was just that if he was reaping benefits for all those damages, we know how many finishes he would have had in his pocket.
Oh, the hunger of youth, man. Look at MJ. Look at him. The way he was playing in this particular game, 926 points of damage, like you said. But Aditya, he had to make his mark, right? Now, this is exactly what OR Esports needed at this point. With still 1 more game to play, I think this little bit of a boost in the confidence is going to help them in the final game of Erangel. But Bullet and his skull-cracking M24 shots, I mean, this is where we were all scared a little bit the way he was playing. But yeah, the match summary, right, goes down to Aru having the longest distance finish. This this is where I thought, it can be someone else, but it is what it is.
Yep, Oro coming in. The snipers were into play somewhere. I expected the snipers to get it, as you said. But at the same time, 9,405 healing coming in the map of Miramar. Nothing much of a shocker, but 34 assists. Good to see that as well. Only one grenade finish. And who was it ultimately? I think, the billion person who used that grenade to end the spree for the side of Global. Yeah. So it's GE who get taken out with that one grenade finish. Good one over there. Airdrop looted is just one, but FT Graph is going to show us much more better stats, as we all know who's done the most of the hard work. It is going towards the side of GOG. They raked up 8 finishes. That was a bit of a shocker for me, at the end of the day. I did not expect them to do that, but ultimately 1,989 damage. They've lived up to their name.
The question arises, what do you have to lose right now? It's all that you've got to claim, the glory, everything, and this is exactly what they needed, right? Same goes for OR Esports. Same goes for all the other teams that were not performing to their limits, right? But this is where I also have to give where recognition is long overdue to Team MG, man. 2 Miramar games, they have been absolutely pristine, right? The way they've been playing, being one of the most consistent teams, making it to the top 2, then to the top first. I've loved how they've played this match.
Yep. Now the overall standings is going to show us a much better result, because ultimately those teams who had to wake up are kind of woken up from their slumber, as Hyderabad Hydras are going to prove to us it's not always about the winner chicken dinner, but it's about the consistency which we hold to rake up those finish points and possession points. Of 43 points, they stand at the 3rd position without any kinds of dinners for themselves. But let's not forget that Autobotz have the only team with 2 winner chicken dinner. Let's not forget that Team Soul has still got 1 more game to go. Probably they can make it into 2 anytime soon. But yes, Team INS, OR, Blind, 33-30-30 shows that there's a fight between the 4th and the 8th position as of now.
Now just imagine, right? If Seoul gets the next chicken dinner with, let's say, 15 plus
finishes.
Points, and that's going to be a new record, right? Created in the Indian circuit. Out of the 4 games, you're kind of averaging around 25 points, which they're already the 23 marker. But yes, Autobotz, we love that, right? This is the storyline that I need. Some new faces coming into the scene, and which clearly did not happen in the last time around BGS. Nothing taken away from the underdogs, but I really wanted someone in the top 3 new faces to come up, and Autobotz has certainly been one of them. As we kind of transition to the middle level state teams over here, a few teams we could see them climbing back, one of them being of course GOG Esports. Hydra officials, somehow they're holding on still at the 12th position, because honestly Arca, towards the very end, by the end of the 3rd week, it's going to be about the top 16 teams who make it up to the grand finals, because again after that it's going to be level 0.
For me, it's all about that heavy lifting you do in the first week itself, and that is going to give you a lot of opportunity to fight out in the final map or the final week itself. So yeah, coming back to the most bottom part, we're going to be shocked, literally shocked, to see a few of the names like Global Esports, Enigma Gaming, 7Cs, UP50, R Esports, most of the invited teams already over here. Let's not forget that Walkouts and Initiative Academy were 2 of those teams, who fought their way, and we really thought that they'll be performing the best, including UP50. I don't know, we did say, right, this is the tournament of unexpected.
I mean, again, coming back to the long stages, right? We've got 3 weeks of plays and a lot of matches. Maybe it's going to be tomorrow, right? Maybe it's just them not having been woken up at from the right side of the beds, right? It could be any possible thing for teams like you said, Initiative Academy, Global Esports. Of course, that was a little bit of a shocker, because I really thought that they could be somewhere around fighting for the top 3, because you talk about the big hitters, right? Global Esports are one of them. A lot of big hitters sort of backed out in the round 4 of the iQOO BMPS, but again, we are chartering into new territory and talking about new things. Of course, this beautiful new device in my hands right now, ladies and gentlemen, the iQOO Neo 6, as we have our friends from iQOO with a special message just for you guys.
To make every day the best of my life, to strive for more, to beat my own score, to get that encore. I've got this. I've got the power to do more, see more, be more. I've got the power to win. I've got the power.
Zone यहाँ पर 14 finishes निकालते हुए but top lane. Are you freaking kidding me?
काफी मजा आया।
भी रेडी हो जाओ।
I mean, it's sort of a carnival already, right? You know, so many streamers out there on Loco, but yes, this beautiful smartphone. And I have been seeing you lately, you know, messing around with a little bit. So tell me something about this phone.
Yeah, this is, you know, what I was trying to find out is that there were two variants of Neo when I saw online, you know, and then I was wondering which is this. But this was that variant which has the better processor of them all, specially designed. I really love the cooling which is coming up with this, right? It's spread across the complete motherboard.
The cascade liquid cooling system.
Cascade liquid cooling, and it has taken majority of the, you know, terrain as well. So I don't know why I'm using terrain. So yeah, it's coming back. It's gonna keep you very, very cool, and that's more important. But yet, the bigger picture right now is going to be the highlights coming in on our screens as we're going to be stepping into the map of Miramar yet again to witness some really, really beautiful M24 shots coming in from the side of Billet. Not once, but twice where he was able to execute the right kind of initiation.
Oh yeah, I mean, the way things started off, right? Global Esports, they've been making mistakes after mistakes. Now it's all fine. It's all you know, good if it's just the first day jitters that they're having. But apart from that, if this kind of goes on for a prolonged period, it's not going to end well, right? Of course, Walkouts, another team, you know, started off with a banger and then suddenly seemed to have fizzled out in one of their favorite maps, right? Where finally we get to see one of those teams, OR Esports, making it to the top 3, ending up with the highest points. But Walkouts, they have a huge hill to climb.
I believe that it's going to be a little hard for them from here on in case they don't wake up immediately. Because Walkouts have this one thing that, you know, they have a little bit of a graph going on within themselves. They do perform well and then they dip. They do perform well and then they dip. But this time, they're not performing immediately. So probably they're starting from the dunes. Let's see how well they can climb.
I mean, yeah, of course, they're going to take a little while, but this was one of those moments, right, where Nakul, we had those single moments of brilliance, you know, taking down not just one, but two players of INS, but the numbers did not really go in his favor. Had he had all 4 of his players, could have been a different story altogether. But this is what we were talking about. Enigma, completely blindsided about the surroundings. Just look at Todd just step out of nowhere, instilling all that hurt to Rex, and they were kind of sandwiched, right? And they sort of dug their own graves. The moment they could not figure out Dawn and his position, that is where they all went into shambles.
Yep, RTR on the other side got the caster's curse coming in from my side. Probably. I'm really sorry for that. In case that does exist. But ultimately, you know, I just hope that, you know, they'd perform much better because they were the favorites after the previous game. Yeah, Big Brothers on the other side, they were holding a very good ground. I was expecting them to do better. Let's not forget Hydra officials as well, right? We did speak about that even before they got taken on. The rotation clash, the way they rotate into the circle, where they always find somebody to make them make the makers. I don't know how that's turning out for the side of Hydras.
I mean, for Hydras, again, they were picking the wrong fights, right? They were outside the circle. They were trying to engage in a little duel against Team MG, which did not work out well because you understand you have to steer away from as much fights as you can. Wait for the right opportunistic moment because times are going to come like this, right? This is where GOG was picking up a fight with MG. This is the point where Team Hydra officials should have made a run for the circle. And not doing that, kind of getting a little hasty on the triggers, did not work out for them pretty well.
Yep, absolutely. But at the same time, the third parties which took
this
place,
one,
and then one slithering snake was ready to strike. Look at that. I don't know how even in the third party he was not able to see the person inside the truck. But ultimately, the first one walks into the crosshairs. The second one does. There was an opportunity for Bajwa to actually go in for a heal at this point of time. He couldn't turn left immediately with that UMP because obviously he was sticking to the right edge of that truck. And ultimately had to pay the price.
You know, it would have been difficult either ways, right? The moment he administers a first aid, the sound would have been given away and it would have eventually gotten taken down. What he could have done is try try and rack up a few more finishes, maybe get a little greedy because he almost, had met the Grim Reaper himself. But again, this is one of those fights where I really felt, Team INS could have one of their players being the sacrificial lamb, just focus on OR while the others are making a run for the circle. Because at a certain point, it was just Mr. IGL who was inside the zone. Eventually, Orva also joined the fray, and INS, eventually they got wiped out. Atanki was out of options, did whatever he possibly could, but was not enough. But still, it's fine, right? It's A-OK for a team like OR Esports, who've had a rather rough start. Now, this is the game that from here onwards, they would be looking to build up a really good score, have a happy face at the end of the evening.
Yeah, but at the same time, I really like the presence in the game. It all depends on how well you're gonna look at every minute things. They knew that the zone is gonna eventually push in and make sure INS starts to make their mistakes. And until then, they were staying behind that hard cover. They knew that the team in front, which was the Autobotz, couldn't kind of shoot towards them, so they're just holding that position, put up a smoke. And I know that INS could have run away from that. It's just that they taunted the big dogs, and OR were like, "You have taunted us. Now we're gonna make sure that you hit the ground before we do." And very well executed coming in from the side of OR.
And that is where, OR Esports knew that this is the fight that we've got to take, because it is anyways Autobotz in front of us. So might as well get a few finish points, end up top, which eventually they did attain, right? If you kind of combine the finish points and the position points, they were still up top on number 1, and that is what they're looking out for, as one last game remains, right? This is going to be Group B and C this time in the mix. It's going to be a game of Erangel, and all your favorites, Team Soul, Team EXO, they're going to all join in. And the big question, however, for the entire day is Team Soul can it reach that century marker? Because 70 points, 15 finish points, and 15 position points, get a chicken dinner, make a new record.
I think they have a very good, grasp of over the game which is happening, and the pace shift which has come over the day. They've been watching it closely. So somewhere I feel that it's going to be a little hard for them, where we could see that one team actually took them down. It was Hyderabad Hydras who executed it. Now somebody would have watched that, sitting behind. They're like, no, there is a vulnerable spot. We can take down the squad in case we find the right corner. So in case Soul is holding the right corner in the circle or high ground for themselves, there's no stopping them. In case not, I think it's going to be hard for them.
There has been a pattern in play for Team Soul, right? Even if you take a look at how they played in the iQOO BMPS, they were looking to play a lot around the center of the circle every single time, and they somehow have it figured, right? They've kind of cracked the code, and whatever they've done, they're doing a really good job at that. The circle predictions are on point. Their players are on a whole different level. It feels like Goblin is from a whole different planet altogether. Taken from the magical worlds out there. But whatever the case may be. Now, this is where I want to kind of bring the attention down to UP50 Esports. Now, the first game, they come into play, they rack up 10 points. Ever since we were like, they were holding on to a good average point of 10 per game. And that is where they started, fizzling out a little bit, getting caught astray while rotating the last game of Erangel. You could see they had to face a lot of problems from Team EXO.
Yeah, this is where I guess we see that, you're an open book. And everybody have started to understand your rotation, your drop locations, and they exactly know whom to execute first to make sure that, they take the rest of the squad down one after another. And UP50 on the other side, they're more on that aggressive side, right? I really want to see them come out and be that aggressive people. The final map, in case they are there, I don't know whether they're there in the final map. So in case they are there, probably they have to come out of that,
cocoon.
Cocoon they are in, and they just come out and be that aggressive bug which they usually are, so that it's going to be much more easier for them because they have nothing to lose. The lab map of the day. They can strategize much more better in the next games. So let's see what's going to be the case.
Yeah, I had a little bit of a chat with KSR before the start of the game, and he did tell me that they were going to try out new stuff. Maybe this is why they're kind of having a little trouble, but eventually, it's testing waters, right? The first day, you're going to have that little jitters, you're going to try and put up your best game, and this is where I would urge all the teams to not really feel the heat, because you still have so many games to play, and that is where you could bring the best out of you, right? Try and execute execute new strats, try to execute new rotations, try to pick up fights. Something exactly teams like Seoul is onto right now, because they want to build up such a huge lead. By the end of the third week, they want to be untouchables, right? But with teams like Autobotz joining the fray along, they're bringing in a little bit of competition. We still have few others also coming in, but this is where a discussion really comes down to Team Kinetic Esports. After really just throwing off that chicken in Sanhok, they've been pretty much invisible in the entire lobby.
It's going to be hard for you to back up, right, a performance like that, because ultimately we all know Sanhok is a close-range battle. They perform much, much better in a close-range battle, even though they were not conscious about the terrain which they were holding. So probably those are the small mistakes which they're carrying on to the other maps, where they're not being cautious about how much real estate they're holding, and because of which they're getting taken down. Could be the case. It's just a speculation at this point of time. But I'm hoping that Kinetic can actually bounce back. They have another opportunity over here. So the new pros who have come up over here have a very, very good chance. And they can challenge out the old dogs and tell them that, we are present over here, end the day with a statement.
Considering the sort of accolades they had collected in the past, especially entering into the iQOO BMPS round 4, and then backing that back-to-back chicken dinners, and they were going all ham, man. I mean, considering the fights that they were taking, or the Erangel game, the Miramar game, it kind of has been reeling across my mind. The way they've been playing just a couple of days earlier haven't really reciprocated in the same manner today. But again, it's a new tournament, fresh new start, and we're going to see what lies for them, ladies and gentlemen. But this is where you've got to pay attention to the other teams. And Big Brother Esports. Now, this is one of those squads that I really wanted to talk about. The first Miramar game, they start off with a banger, eliminate OR Esports. But after that, they've been somewhere hiding in some caves. They've still yet to pop out.
Yeah, but they're playing for that top 16 spot. They're not worried about trying to make it to the top 8 or top 4 as of now. So they're just trying to play it safe probably, and that's why they've got some decent amount of finish points and placement points for themselves. But before you leave the desk, one-liner about 7Cs.
7C, I do not know if 7C is going to make a comeback. But what I do know now is if I do not bugger off from here, the big man is going to kill me. He's going to threaten me out here. All right.
Gimme.
Oh, exactly. You could hear him fade out at that point of time. It was all the big man coming in. He was like, you're done with the talking. It's time for me. As he was just around the corner, you were refueling yourself. And I know that, you're going to be very happy.
I mean, I don't know about you guys watching at home. I don't know about you, Arka, but there's only so much of fixes that I can take. But of course, I'm just joking over here. Well, looks like I'm back on your screens. And of course, Arka and I are going to take you through the last match, the last part of the journey for day 1. Of course, this is just League Week 1, so we have a lot of action in store for you. But let's quickly talk about what we just saw on our screens right now. Boy, finally a few names coming up. Bajwa over there, almost getting the job done. He got 1, he got the 2nd. But again, you know what happened? I think he didn't realize when the opponent was rushing towards him, that little hop, skip, and a jump just gave the sound all away. But of course, I love the fact we have another substitution coming in.
Yep, absolutely. It's gonna be Rage God probably coming in for the side of Ranveer, and there could be some substitutions coming in for the final game because everybody wants to be as strong as possible. Another one coming in, Vexy is going out for the. Probably Vexy's coming in for the side for the max itself. So yeah, Vexy is one of those strongest players for Enigma Galaxy who performs much better. Probably he was taking a chill pill until now, and he understood this was time for me to come in and pick up the pace. But yeah, going into the bits and what happened in the previous game, sniper shots finally coming back.
I love that. We saw some bold action. Before we talk about the game to come, remember you have a chance to win some amazing BGMI merchandise. Of course, I'm talking about that lovely t-shirt and that bottle on your screen right now. Now, all you have to do is head over to BGMI Esports, the official channel, and you have to do one little thing. Support your favorite team. I want hashtag whatever your favorite team is, and well, if your team is going to be on top at the end of the day, you stand a few chances of winning, well, all these delicious goodies over here. But again, none of this, buddy, would have been possible without iQOO. Of course, I'm talking about the iQOO Neo 6. And for one last time, let's have a look and see what our sponsors have to say.
To make every day the best of my life. To strive for more. To beat my own score. To get that encore. I've got this. I've got the power to do more,
See more.
be more. I've got the power to win.
Well, of course, there you have it, the iQOO Neo 6, and it's going to be in the store soon. But before that, again, we love the little exclusivity, right?
Yeah.
And, well, 3 of you lucky viewers out there have a chance to win, and Arca is going to tell you how.
So you guys have to head on to Google at this point of time. Make sure you type iQOO. And probably few people are typing iQOO Neo 6 and not finding it. Just type iQOO in the search bar, and then you will see the website coming in. You open the website over there. There's going to be, different devices coming in from their side, whichever you prefer to. But there's one device, this one, you can click on No More first. KNOW, No More. And then you can get into it, where they'll ask you your email ID. They're going to ask you your mobile number. They're going to ask you to sign up for all of those things. And then ultimately, you're going to be like, you're going to hit one other button over there, which says
Notify me.
exactly. So notify me, and then you're done. So you could be a person who might get your hands on this device.
And that's all you have to do is just a few simple steps, and well, you could be walking away with this bad boy. Now it is going to be time for the final game of the evening, so we're going to bid you adieu from the studio, as once again we're going to have a look at the beautiful map of Erangel this time around. We're going to change things up a bit, and well, you have some green luscious grass all around, you have some beautiful trees, but sooner or later, oh boy, bullets are going to be flying, and all these beautiful walls are going to have bullet marks on them, and well, we want the action to start. Question is, Arca, are we going to see the same Erangel as we've seen in the last 2 games? Because apparently no one wants to have a little bit of a clash at the beginning.
I think it's going to be a different story in this game. It better be for the teams who are not performing better. Because ultimately, if things are not going to work out, you have to come up with a plan B. And if plan B has got your blood on it, I think it's better they pick that up and, try to pick up those finish points. We have been speaking about those few finish points which ultimately saves you in the overall points table. If you go down early, you'll be there in that 8th or 9th position, getting yourself that 4 finish points in the overall points table, which will matter a little to make it into the top 16.
Well, it is going to be exciting to see whether they can do that, because again, none of these teams, even at the bottom of the table, I wouldn't say they have anything to lose right now, because again, mind you, boys and girls, this is going to be a long tournament over here. 3 weeks of fighting between these, all these 24 teams, and out of which 16 are going to go forth. So again, the chances are still alive for most of them. But for now, I'm excited to see what's happening, because, well, for the last time on day 1, League Week 1, the C-130 is going to take to the skies. And, well, before we do that, there you have it. It is going to be Team Seoul that are going to be leading the charge. And, well, let's see. I was hearing your discussion early on. You said that, are they going to make that 100 mark? It is a monumental task, but it is doable. But for now, my co-capitan, where are we flying to? Well, it looks like we're flying down south.
Yes, absolutely. Starting from the side of shooting range towards the side of Ferry Pier, I really want to see who's going to be taking that, long journey towards the side of Lipovka, Komesky or Milta Power, and trying to, come in late into the circle in case it's forming a little away from them, having a little bit of an advantage to get those placement points. But let's not forget, we are looking out for the early skirmishes, which is important for few teams. Whether that's going to be the case is the next big question.
Well, again, we are definitely hopeful for some action to break out right at the beginning, because, again, I get it. All the teams are testing the waters. They're trying and, seeing what the others are made of, but we want some blood right at the beginning. Now, what's interesting is it's going to be Group B that's going up against Group C this time around. And, again, all your game plans can be, thrown out the window just in case somebody drops at your spot. But for now, if you have a look at the map, well, Georgia Paul, of course, has been one of the favorites, ever since BGMI was first introduced. And it looks like a couple of teams are going to call it their home.
Yep. And they've divided themselves on the zone. And the zone where we all thought if you're taking a long journey, if you're taking a long journey towards Komesky or Lipovka, you're going to be blessed, ladies and gentlemen, because obviously you would want to stay inside the circle from the initial itself. It'll give you a little bit of a space to farm much better, go around more hard covers, trying to see whether you can rake up some finish points for yourself as well. But let's not forget that to the southern side of the map, somewhere I can see BB and 7Cs coming in towards the side of Puchinki. this, if I'm not wrong, where we can see IE close proximity towards the side of Blind. And let's see whether that's going to be the case. Look at this 7 season BB. This is what I was speaking about. But Savita was clever enough to enter the room first. But will he find the gun? Is going to be the next big thing. Yes, he does. But he has 2 men to face off. But ultimately, it was Big Brothers showing who the Big Brothers actually are. And there's some backup coming in from the side of 7C's. Probably walking into the jaws of death is what I would like to say. As PlayGod is the next man. He's getting taken down. Oh, gunshot! It was a shot that's coming into play at this point of time.
Well, of course, if you have a sliver of HP from that distance, those pellets are still going to be damaging, but looks like Big Brother definitely are going to be screaming with everything they have. A Scream does have one finish to himself, as they all has the other. Now they're going to go in for one of the other members up top. Now, as far as 70 is concerned, Aladdin is going to be brought down. That means, well, he is not going to be granted any 3 wishes in this game because he is out. And there we have it. Our wish has been granted here, Arca. We wanted some action early on, and boom, 3 lives have already been snuffed out.
Yes, Sarang will be the last man standing, and he's gonna tuck his tails and run behind, right? That's the best thing for him to do. Now,
hey man, you gotta run away, live to fight another day.
Exactly, and I just hope that he's gonna live a little longer, because ultimately his location is gonna be compromised. They know that he ran away towards this direction, and they know they would have seen through the shoots when you're landing. You tend to do this thing. Look around and see if there is any squads dropping by next to you. And I know that they would have done their homework. BBs are going to look out for this last person, pick up that final finish point if possible, and eliminate another squad, trying to contest them for placement points.
Well, let's see if that is going to be the case, because one thing that is going to be in Sarung's advantage is the fact that he is at the periphery of the zone. So, maybe they don't want to go out. But for now, we're going to be switching our attention back to Pochinki. Now, the question is, are we going to see some body drop over here? Because it's been a while I've seen any sort of action in this, well, famous town. But for now, IE, Initiative Academy, they've kind of given their position away. And, well, Williams is going to be in a spot. Definitely no blind spots for him right now. As he knows, Ayush might just peek out. But the question is he going to be spotted? Because, again, if he gets taken down right now, that is when IE can push in into the city and have all that concrete for cover.
One thing which I like when I see it, the mini-map, the linear formation coming in from the side of Blind, they're busy, looting rather than trying to concentrate over here. He strikes when the Hydra is out. Williams has done the damage against the side of Team IE. Now is the time where, Blind is going to group up, come all different directions. They're going to converge like some pack of wolves and make sure that they take them down. I just hope that is the case. But at this point of time, we can see that, Blind Deadpool is going to be, converting that knock into a finish. Now, IE have to be very careful. They are in the death of the dunes.
They are indeed, and now, DG is going to be in a little precarious situation, but he's going to make sure that the enemies are going to be kept at bay. There you have it. One of their members is going to be brought down, and shots are going to be fired. It is going to be Blazy who gets the better of Deadpool in this situation, and now Ronish, God, he knows the enemy is outside, but again, he's got to be careful. He goes out, he does shoot, and, well, Shadow is going to be sent to the depths of hell. And now there is but one man standing on his feet, and how the tables turned. It kind of looked like, Initiative Academy were going to walk into a little bit of a problem over there, but boy, oh boy, did they turn the tables around in their favor.
Somewhere I feel this is the problem with the linear formation when you try to play. You're distant from one after the other. Oh, you have so much of distance.
It's like you're only as strong as your weakest link, because if your flank goes, that's it. Then nobody can do anything about it.
Yeah, but at the same time, even the damage comes in between itself. Between that linear, it's going to be hard for you. But a very good grenade being cooked by the side of Blaze. Beautiful. He does do the damage, and now is an opportunity for him to capitalize on this. He's going to welcome his teammate. They're going to rush in together. Let's see whether this is going to be the case, as the retaliation comes in from the other side. It's that AKM Iron side which lands up, and on the other side it's going to be I really thought that he could cover it up with a really good spray from the ump, but that was not the case.
Well, the UMP did do its best over there, but now the best thing for them is Zadi is going to be on this little rotation over there. Keep in mind, IE are going to assume he's going to be on their backsides. Now, this is where it could be dangerous, because if they charge out guns ablaze, well, Zadi does have that UMP 45, and let's see if he's going to do some damage. But for now, he's going to try and make sure he gets at least one revive. There you have it. Ronish has spotted him. Now the push is coming in. Remember, you have 10 seconds for the revive, and now looks like the time is not going to be wasted, because IE do not have any grenades. Have to have something. They're going to put them back, but now Deadpool once again being shot in the back.
It's going to be Zaddy, the last man standing. His location has also been compromised, as God exactly knows where he is. They're going to be pushing in hard, right? 3 versus 1. It's going to be hard for him to pull off at this point of time. There's going to be a pre-fire coming in from his side. He lands it perfectly.
Beautiful.
The second one also with a duck added to it. Let's see whether the final one is going to be coming in as the crosses is placed perfectly at this point of time. Does land it to perfection. Into the skull goes the bullets. And he's going to be living so happily. I still don't see a smile on his face in the cam.
Buddy, that is the game face that is on right now, because the adrenaline is going to be coursing through his veins. And, well, if you missed any of the action, if you blink for a second, there you have it. Have a look. Zaddy gets one on his right. He ducks down. Immediately knows somebody's coming up on his left. DT just walked into his fire. That pre-fire coming in handy. And right over here, unfortunately, 2K did give his position away. He did try to shoot, and Zaddy was almost taken out. One more bullet would have done the job, and I can just hear Fixes somewhere in the distance saying Zaddy is the new daddy over here, because I don't know, he just loves that word. But again, a wonderful, wonderful performance coming out, and I'm happy we saw some action in Pochinki. However, now on the other side, yes, we do have Walkouts going up against UP50, but something caught my eye. I think Seoul Esports, they heard all the commotion down south in Pochinki, and now they might just be heading to mop up what's left.
Yep, there's another replay coming in, ladies and gentlemen. This was the moment where Zaddy actually came in a little outside towards Williams, but ultimately, you know, he couldn't touch that player. But you know, one thing which I love about that fight, before we jump into it yet again, we're able to see that UP50 are kind of getting tagged from somewhere far away, but eventually they're going to be tucking the tails and running back as quickly as possible, making sure they get the right kind of hard cover. UP50 is going to retaliate against the side of FS, which is not, it's just resources being burnt off.
They are being burned, they are being depleted, and again, you know, that is a crucial aspect of the game, because you know the enemy is going to be afar, you know the enemy has to make their way into the circle, and well, if they are depleted, they're going to make some crucial mistakes. But for now, Clutch, he knows where the enemy is, but again, you know, at this distance, it's all going to be about popping those tires. But now the question is, where is the circle going to take us? I want it to be a northwestern shift. Come on, I want to see some Stolber action. And, well, looks like the wish
are high.
Still might be granted. But for now, it's Yasnaya Polyana that is going to be at the epicenter of all the action to come.
Yep, and I would want to point out as the gameplay, you know, which we saw in Pochinki, Zaddy, every time he went in for a fight, he made sure the crosshairs is to the right of the enemy, probably to his right completely, and then the spray went in towards the left. He knew that, you know, when it comes to that, you know, auto aim, which is going to come in and gradually pull in, that is what he took advantage of.
Also, I love the fact that, you know, you got to have the sound sense, man. He knew exactly where the footsteps were. That is where a good headset definitely comes in. And of course, that pre-fire was something like a preemptive attack, because there is no way that you could react in time when bullets are already flying your way. And well, looks like
he was also counting his bullets. He didn't go for a reload, rather. You know, he was just waiting it until the last bullet is fired, and then he went in for a reload when necessary. And these are the minute things which can bring a huge change, right?
Zaddy definitely has the entire package, because of course, you know, someone wouldn't even consider this, because it's gamer habit, right? I mean, any single game you play, you fire one shot, you're reloading again. You know what I mean? So you got to make sure that at this stage you count your rounds, and of course it does kind of help, because on your screens you can see exactly how many bullets are left in your magazine.
Yep.
So again, that is something that, you know, all of you watching, wait a second, looks like the god Dionysus, for those of you who don't know, was the son of Zeus and Semele, has been taken down by a vehicle. Question is, does he have any mythical powers left? As well, his teammate is going to come and make sure he whisks him to safety. But I do not expect that. Where is the immortality over here?
Was he stronger than Hercules himself?
You know, I do believe, no. So he came at a different timestamp. So I did my research, right? Dionysus was initially the god of fertility and I do believe ecstatic spiritual rights.
Oh my god.
Later, he became the god of wine and loose inhibition. So, you know, I don't know.
He went on the darker side of
I don't know what Dionysus is being channeled over here, but looks like the gods are watching down upon him, because he is still alive and kicking. And speaking of alive and kicking, Sarang, still a one-man army.
Absolutely. Now UP50 on the other side, close proximity towards the side of FS Esports. We're also looking forward to rake up some finish points, right? So both of them need some, because they're not having the best spot. I mean, FS Esports on the other side, they're on the top, right? So they don't have to worry. But on the other side, it's going to be UP50 again making mistakes over here. Look at that. If that spray did continue, it would have been a very different story. Clutch feels that the projectile might go in case it pitches and goes towards him, but that's not going to be the case. He does understand that sometimes you learn the hard way, right? You just burn your resource to check whether that's going to be reaching on the other side.
I guess Clutch had that little gamer problem we were talking about earlier, right? Reloading your weapon. I mean, had he let a few shots loose, maybe, just maybe, Ranveer would have been 6 feet under. But for now, he is still alive and kicking. UP50 again, Fixes and you were mentioning, aren't really playing the best game that we have come to know as far as these boys are concerned. But again, have a look at FS Esports. Now, they are spread out not too far and wide. They still have a little bit of a pocket towards the north of this city. Now, my only concern is, they don't have the highest buildings in this spot so far. But again, are they wasting too much time, just focusing on one person because the circle is going to shrink? And let's see if Yasnaya is going to be in play. Well, looks like it is going to be about 264 meters from their position as we are going to head a bit to the west.
Let's see what's going to happen as Stolber, a little bit of a Hills of Stolber is in the circle itself, and you could take advantage of that high ground. And let's see whether that's going to come in favor of side of RE or probably MGs, as they're going to be coming in from the northern side itself. A huge chunk of teams coming in from the other side. Let's see which among them are going for that rotation clash, because ultimately, as we have been speaking about, finish points is something you need.
Oh, absolutely. And of course, it is going to be survival of the fittest. It's going to be the first one to pull their trigger or have trigger discipline. Anything can happen as well. Blind are going to make sure they finally make it to safety once again. Now, the blue is going to start doing a little bit of damage. But for now, looks like both these lads are going to make it to greener pastures elsewhere. K47 is going to get the better of the opponents. And, well, Aditya from UP50 is going to be brought down as well.
Expected as what we can say, because they were kind of not having an advantage of the terrain as well.
You did mention that one thing, that a little slope of Stolber is going to be in play, but the problem is, yes, you have the high ground, but people from Yasnaya or the valley down below can still spot you. So it's going to be like a silhouette painted against the sky over there. So you got to be a bit careful.
Yeah, agreed on that one point. But at the same time, you have to see what's going to turn out for the side of BBs as they take down the ACBC. Rain gets taken down, but at the same time, Capron, it's Evil Sky who's also a bit far away, who's trying to go in for a rotation rather than taking this fight. And I think that's much more important. No, both of them are right at the corner edge of the circle at this point of time, but it's going to be BB who's going to be tagged off a little more at this point of time. They've taunted them, right? And they can expect retaliation at this point of time. Obviously, gatekeeping is going to be the key to get some finish points.
Oh, absolutely, and you got to keep one thing in mind, right? Of course, they are going to try and gatekeep the enemy, but the thing is, you're making so much commotion that someone else could hear you, and well, someone else was spotted. I was talking about Team EXO and Snacks. Well, you kind of misjudged the fact whether anybody would be in that compound, and Sensei was going to follow suit as well. Lucky for him, he is still alive and kicking and has his health, but boy, oh boy, that Performante is going to go boom at some point. You definitely don't want to hit any trees, and well, lucky for him, no one is lying his weight. It's just his teammate Fizz.
He's safe at this point of time. We can call it that he's safe, but there is a bigger team which is going to be approaching them. It's a 4v3 fight in case Soul also wants the chunk of this hard compound. We are able to see that Soul is still not finalized on their position. They're still on the move, rather than Omega on the other side has installed himself in a stronger position. But we all know that Soul is one team which keeps moving around until they plan themselves like a strong mountain, and then they start to take the fight. And that's the best part about them, right?
This Soul, absolutely. 100%. Again, you got to learn from your predecessors, and that is exactly what they are doing. But now the circle, if it shifts down south, it isn't.
Oh, no.
Soul's going to have to make a move, but looks like a couple of teams are going to be happy with their position. Of course, ACBC are going to be in a nice position. Oh, I beg your pardon. That's Walkout, I beg your pardon. That's going to be in a nice little position. They have the hills that we were talking about moments ago.
Yep, and this time Yasnaya out of the picture. It's going to be much more easier for you to dominate from the high grounds. Let's see whether that's going to be the case. But as of now, OR has got NGX coming closer to them. FS is also coming in, but nobody's backstabbing them, where an opportunity for EXO is also coming in. We can see most of these teams are concentrating to go towards the hard compound rather than trying to play out out in the dunes, and that is why the commotion is going to start off anytime soon.
Well, speaking of commotion, looks like the big brothers are going to be hitting UP50's position. That could be a good grenade, and there you have it. It is going to hit it just in the nick of time as Hellgod, well, he's been brought down to his knees, and now if that is time, Scream could be screaming for help as well. But it looks like that grenade was just a bit too long, and for now, he is still alive and kicking. Elsewhere, Scream is going to, in fact, do the damage. Oh, wait a second. I know, KSR, sometimes you miss a few of the details, but that grenade went boom in his face, and with that, another one bites the dust. BB, the big brothers, coming in hard. All 4 members still alive. 8 finishes. Well, looks like they are gunning for more.
Exactly, immediately turning the attention towards the side of ACBC. This is what happens when your eyes are ears and your ears are also eyes as well. So I'm able to see that, you know, BBs are getting tagged off somewhere far away, but it's the thing that they have hard compound, they have a little bit of a 3-story as well, so they can use it as a high ground towards themselves. But let's see what's going to happen, as OR at this point of time is the only team relying on some dunes to work around with.
You know, I don't know if you know this about me. I love cars, right? And right now, for a split second, I just saw the Dream Garage. There was a Lamborghini or a San, of course, behind that, a Performante. You know, if you want to go off-roading, you have one or the other. But for now, Sarang, again, last man standing, 4-7C Esports. Oh my goodness, had he just thrown that grenade maybe a few seconds later, it would have been devastating, but he goes for the shot. He gets one. He almost gets the second, but it's going to be K47 to the rescue, making sure, well, the enemy is going to be down. And with that, 7C Esports, another early exit here, Arca.
This is where, you know, it's important for you to have the right kind of gun when you're the last man standing. You need to have a gun which dishes the maximum damage. Opportunities like this won't knock at your doorstep every single time. So just imagine he had an AK or probably an ARM.
DPS would definitely
and it would have been much more easier for him to rake that up. But on the other side, it's going to be Evil Sky down on his knees. Capron is going to use some smokes to cover up the angle from which he can get shot, and he's going to be reviving his teammate as well, as Team MG on the other side have a vague idea as to what things are happening right in front of them. It looks like, you know, they're going to be placing their bets that, you know, the circle is going to be forming up right where they're holding, and in case that does happen, it's going to be easier, but they have to clear off ACBC or else it's going to be hard for them.
It could be hard because, again, one thing that is working out in their favor, even though, you know, on paper it looks like Walkouts have the higher ground, have a look at that. They're hugging the mountain, and now ACBC are going to come under fire from the heavens above, and it is going to be Beard Barber. I don't really see too much of a Beard, but I see a glimpse of it. Anyway, Beard Barber is the one who's going to be shooting down some hot lead in their direction, as Hector, well, he's down on his knees, and he's going to make sure he doesn't touch the lava because, well, the ground behind him is for now. Circle. It's going to make a little bit of a shift, and, well, all the Soul fans out there can breathe a bit easy only if their team can survive this little onslaught, because from one end you have FS Esports, from the other, OR could be a bit of a thorn in their side. Speaking of OR, looks like the God Apollo just took down MJ.
Now let's see whether that's going to be the case for the Soul for the third, you know, for the second winner chicken, you know, but with the third wow factor coming in for them. But ultimately Soul has to realize this, that the key factor for them, or the key for success for them, has always been that they're holding the center of the circle by the 6th circle itself, and from there on they tend to get things done. But OR on the other side are on the verge of picking up some more finishes for themselves. A grenade is going to be coming in. Atanki exactly knows the projectile. Vexi has eliminated the possibility of Atanki being far away at this point of time, puts up a grenade a bit more closer. I just hope it was a molly rather, you know, being a fire trap over there, not allowing Atanki to push forward.
That would have been actually the right call over there, because right now Atanki is still going to be kept at bay, but the thing is, all those smokes being deployed are going to tell him that...
Oh, good one!
Oh, that could be a good one. He is left by a sliver of HP. Oh my goodness, the gods are looking at him, and now MG come in, making sure they can pick up their fallen comrade, and have a look at that. Just a bit of a distraction over there. Now Atanki, good presence of mind over there. He's like, you know what, I've kind of lost my element of surprise. I'm one of 2 members standing. I've got to get out of there ASAP, and that is exactly what he does. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Soul Esports back up on their feet. Team Soul taking the fight to FS.
At this point of time, they're having a final round for sure, but Kinetic on the other side, we're able to see that some more grenades are going to be dished in towards them. But Brad is cooking one to perfection at this point of time. Finds a person with a just random spray coming in. Probably it was the sound which gave out the information, and that is how he was able to land the final name in the coffin, and that's one team out of the fray.
Well, looks like Abrar and the boys do want to walk out the winners in this game because, well, they are taking the fight to the enemy. Elsewhere, Goblin is going to get himself that grenade attack because, well, he's making people go boom. Now, Seoul, they have kind of dealt with FS just a little bit. Of course, FS coming under fire from elsewhere as well. They have come on block, make some cover, and now it is going to be our Esports who are going to be their next intended victims elsewhere. Again, have a look at how they've made up a little bit of a makeshift cover for themselves. They know that they have somebody behind them, so they're going to use that gradual slope for cover, hitting the deck, and of course, you know, that little rock and that burning vehicle definitely helps as well.
Yep, but Seoul, one more thing what they did amongst them all was they turned around and they saw, even though they were taking shots, just to confirm that nobody's coming in from behind.
Buddy.
Yep, and that's the best part about it. Now, Ari on the other side have got W at this point of time. Kinetic has got a very good grenade cooked towards the side of, Walkouts. It would be much more easier for them to rake up.
Hurt.
On the other side, Fierce on the other side is going to make it inside the circle pretty much early, but at the same time, that smoke is going to avoid for a brief period of time. It's important for him to learn that, he's going to be coming into the crosshairs of somebody anytime soon. Before that, he has to pick up as many finishes as possible. On the other side, Walkouts get eliminated as two players of Ari is going to rain hell upon them.
Well, looks like Canary and the boys are definitely singing the sweet song of death because they have 8 finishes to the names already, something that is very different to what we saw in the previous game. And now Hyderabad Hydras striker going to move in, and well, they are going to be at the edge of the circle, but the thing is, in about 15 seconds, that blue zone is going to be creeping in slowly, basically taking chunks of their lives out, and well, looks like we might have a little bit of a drive-by, but they did kind of just skedaddle with their own teammates, and there you have it. K47 is going to take advantage of that. Max is taken down, but oh my goodness, he had a buggy run over him as Carrie is like, you aren't doing that this time, and another one is going to be wiped out. Hyderabad Hydras so close to being wiped out.
At this point of time, yes, that is how Team Seoul is going to take advantage. One good spray is all it takes when you have information, ladies and gentlemen, and that's how 3 finishes Goblin was able to rake up. At this point of time, he's looking out for the other corner through which he can break more points for himself. Let's not forget, they need 30 points to hit that 100 marker for the day, and they need 15 finishes to be specific. Or Akshat comes up with a grenade. That could be the 4th finish for them, or the 5th one to be specific, as Akshat knows the information of Kanuri as well. If he sprays around, no, he's going to rely on throwables yet again, as Goblin is going in for that push with that, firepower. He's able to put it down. No, he gets taken out at the final moment, but ultimately Akshat gives the right kind of backup, and it's time for them to pick up their fallen camera.
Well, the little bird was kind of in a little bit of a cage over there because he was surrounded on all sides, and well, with that, our Esports are going to be bidding us adieu. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 4 teams, and once again, Team Seoul have made it to the last few. Now, Big Brothers, they've had a good game right now, or that they're the last man for himself. If he gets this behind the tree, boom, it's just a bit too short, and well, Team Seoul still in this game.
I mean, Team Seoul are pretty confident. The second one might not, fall as well. Yes, they're going to be confident about it. Right? In case it pitches, it's going to come back because of that terrain which is in front of them. But a molly, a fire trap coming in as a defensive maneuver to make sure that Seoul is now going to push in towards the side of OR, and ultimately somewhere far away. Blessing in disguise for OR is going to be BB trying to install fear in the hearts of Seoul, not to push in a bit more forward. But this is where we have to see how much of the circle they're holding. They're pretty much holding, 40% of the circle at this point of time.
I'm pretty sure Akshat wishes that little mini Godzilla gives him a little bit of information as to where the enemies are, because, well, it is going to be running around on our screens, but unfortunately, it isn't going to be given any information. Now, like you said, OR Aditya, he definitely has some big brothers out there, as they were kind of helping him out, and looks like Akshat found the right nick of time to make a little dash. Question is Aditya going to be ready for that little move? Because, again, the footsteps are going to be heard a mile away. Elsewhere, Enigma Galaxy not having the best of days, however, making sure that in the Final 4 is definitely something that they are going to be happy about.
Oh, nice.
Did pick up his fallen comrade. Unfortunately, Hellgod has taken him down for now.
Now, Akshat has got a very, very good corner to hold off, right? So, all he has to do is make sure he eliminates Aditya and gives an opportunity for the squad itself to come in from the other corner. He puts up a grenade, but it's not timed properly. So, ultimately, it's not going to lure him out. And eventually, Akshat has to hold that position for a brief period of time. Oh, BB's come out in the open, and Goblin is not going to stop himself. Aditya gets taken down as well, and that's going to be Scream taking him out. It's going to be much more easier for the side of Team Seoul to push in at this point of time. A good play coming in from the side of Scream.
Wow.
But retaliation, it is coming in from the side of Omega as well. Let's see whether Soul can break up another winner chicken dinner for themselves.
Well, looks like they certainly might, because for now, BB are going to be on the little bit of down foot. They have 2 members down on the ground, but revives are coming in. Goblin trying to make sure he pushes up a bit further. Again, the fact that they have 3 members alive is going to be unprecedented. There you have another knock coming in. He knows the job he has to do. He's going to rush in with the guns blazing. MG3 is going to be whipped out. We are going to hear a and there you have one of them is going to be taken down. Now he's going to focus on the other one. And Big Brothers Esports, they had no idea what hit them, as Team Soul's Goblin once again is going to be racking up those finishes, 6 to be precise. And well, looks like they might just get their second chicken dinner as Akshay shoots. He jumps, he connects, and that is all she wrote. Ladies and gentlemen, winner with a chicken dinner going once again Team Soul's way. Woo!
Oh my goodness.
Against all odds, mate.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is what I said, right? As we hit the 5th of the 6th circle, they tend to hold right dead center. 26 points. 96 is what they're going to have by the end of the day. But it's as good as 100, I would like to say, because they have put a distance between the first and second position so much that, you know, they have a breathing space right now, right? So let's discuss more about that, as we're going to see Big Brothers coming in with a very good bounce back of 23 points. Nigma Galaxy going in for that position points rather than finishes. We're going to be awarded with 17 points. Our Esports is going to be other way around. They won the finish points, and this is why they're going to be rewarded with 15 points.
I like that. Again, you know, before this last final game started, we did say, you know, the teams at the bottom of the table, they have nothing to lose. They can just go in and... I'm sorry, I think I might have had a little bit of an issue.
Yep, a little bit of an issue for sure. But yeah, coming back to see how things have turned out for the rest of the players as well. Walkouts on the other side have got 3 finish points and 1 placement points, and it's going to be hard for them to digest that. As Hyderabad, Hydras at this point of time, 2 finish points alone, as they were holding the right corner. But at the same time, let's see whether that's going to be the case, right? Because we all know it was blind Esports from very far away. And... I don't know. See, finish points is something you need to survive, and blind Esports have proved to us yet again.
Well, they have indeed, and again, apologies to all of those listening outside. What we're going to do is we're going to try and whisper just a little bit, because I'm sure a little bit of your static is bleeding out. Of course, production is going to be fixing that right about now. But before that, let's have a look and see who the iQOO MVP is, and well, it is going to be Scream, who is screaming with his weapon. Have a look at the damage. 26 points of damage.
That's one team damage, you know. You understand, a single person is able to bear, you know, which is more important. But at the same time, let's look at how the survival time is 24 minutes, and that shows that he was also trying to survive the best of it. But Goblin on the other side is going to be smiling throughout the day. 6 finishes, 717 damage. Probably not the highest, but he's going to be happy with that.
Well, he is going to be happy with that, but now, of course, a few more stats, and you know what, I kind of like the fact that we are talking a little silently. I don't know, it's like the world around me has just calmed down right now, but for now, we do have this match summary. You can see all the stats for yourself, and grenade finishes were on the higher side this time around, but now let's have a look and see what the finish damage graph is going to be, and this time it's going to be BB, the Big Brothers. Again, you know, let me just tell you one thing. They were acting like big brothers to all of the teams around them.
Exactly.
Knocking their opponents for them.
Exactly. And the hard work, it's paid off for the side of Team Soul. Do you see that? I mean, they have picked up of all the damage, you know. I wouldn't say that they contributed for that performance of Team Soul.
I want to say one thing. Now, to all the viewers watching, don't take the second word as anything, right? It's just, I'm going to use the word opportunistic parasites. You know what they are in nature, right? I mean, they find the right opportunity to latch onto a bigger fish, a bigger whatever, and you know, just suck the life out, right? That is what they did. They made sure, even though they came under heavy fire, they made sure that they waited their time and they struck at the right moment. And well, with that, of course, they are still at the tippity top. 96 points for themselves, 2 chicken dinners to their names.
You know, one thing which I love the most is when I see rhyming numbers. 48, amazing balance. And they're going to be so happy about it. And Autobotz are right behind them with 28, 36 for 67. But yeah, let's look at the middle. You know, this is where the actual fight is, right? You have to survive in this part of the table to make it in the next round. So the difference is 33 to 21. So in case we're considering 13, 14, 15, 16 as the placement you want to stay right now, 26, 27, 22, 21. An average of 5 points is what you need.
Let me just be honest with you. All I could figure out was, yeah, that's the difference of 12 points. But yeah, you just rattled off a lot of numbers. But of course, you are absolutely correct. And even if you have a look at 17th till maybe the 19th position, again, it is doable for all these teams. Now, a couple of names are going to be on the bottom of the table right now. However, it looks like I think we are back over here. There you have it. We can finally come back just a little bit louder. Global Esports Enigma down at the bottom, but again, only 4 games have been played by all the teams so far, and this is just the first day. They still have a long journey ahead of them.
Yep, and Initiative Academy, 7Cs, Enigma Gaming, the first day has not been that day they were looking out for. But at the same time, I don't know how come your plan B didn't work, plan A didn't work, plan B also didn't work, or plan C probably was not in the books. And I just hope that tomorrow, you know, they wake up a little brighter.
Well, again, you know, that is what their homework is going to come in handy, because again, yeah, they might have played the games, but nowadays, look, esports is booming in India, right? And of course, every single team has their boot camps. Every single team has a team behind them. So, you know, now it's going to be on them to try and come up with something that they can change around. But again, you know, I love the fact that this tournament is like a massive pedestal for all these teams to come in and shine on. And talking of pedestals, none of this would have been possible without iQOO Neo 6. And for one last time in this night, let's have a look at what this bad boy has.
I've got the power to make every day the best of my life. To strive for more, to beat my own score. To get that encore. I've got this. I've got the power to do more, see more, be more. I've got the power to win. I've got the power.
Experience tranquility.
यहाँ पर 14 फिनिशेस निकालते हुए बट Are you freaking kidding me?
काफी मजा आया।
भी रेडी हो जाओ।
You know, I'm going to say this once again. I love the fact that Loco is Indeka Apna gaming platform because, you know, at the end of the day, we are lucky to have an esports community, which is almost like family. Yes, we have some love-hate relationships here and there, but, you know, over time, everything is healed. And let me tell you one thing. I know I'm going to basically just exclaim that I'm a boomer over here. I used to love that song, I Got the Power. Once upon a time, I mean, we were just listening to it. We were just jamming on the side.
I mean, the right kind of music, to be frank. Because ultimately, if you're on Loco, you got the power to make a difference. You got the power to, you know, prove yourself that you are worthy of the family itself. But coming back, you know, into the day itself, Soul performing so good, as you said.
Wowza.
Yeah. As you said, it's a new Soul altogether, living up to the name.
Absolutely.
You know, somewhere, you know, when we've got this invited teams all getting eliminated, but still Soul was surviving, they knew that, you know, right now it's our battlefield.
You know,
we are the gladiators.
I agree with you. Again, you know, as an ex-player, of course, you played a lot as well. You know that sometimes, yeah, we do tend to just get a bit complacent, right? Now, with this newer breed of players that have come in, again, it's not an easy task for them because we all know, again, like Soul is etched in history, right? If they don't perform, let me be as blunt as I can, they're basically history. They're kaput. They're out. So for them, they have the hunger, they have the drive, and they have to live up to that expectation. And, well, that is exactly what they are doing. Again, like I said, we're going to remember these names for a long, long time.
Absolutely. Now, one thing which I love the most about this squad, they didn't let go of any map. They were like this. They played it as if it was the last map they had to play to survive in this tournament, and that's the best part of it all.
The word survive. Let me I want to ask you a question. How did they survive behind that tree when they were getting shot at from multiple angles? Again, that one little tree was just, Mother Nature was protecting them at that time. So, I mean, they were doing everything right. But again, it's been a wonderful day of BGMI action. And, we're going to give something back to you right now because I'm sure all of you are wondering who is going to get the T-shirt and bottle. And, well, there you have it. Who's the first winner?
I read Bharadwaj as of now. Sri Gokul Bharadwaj. I tend to come from back. It's going to be Shambuni and then Yede.
I'm going to let you take the name before
Oh my god, this is so hard. A man with ADHD is going to be so hard for me. I think it's better you do
Well,
it.
we have Suraj Yede. I hope I haven't messed that up, who is going to be the next winner for these T-shirts. And then, of course, we have someone from Punjab. It's Adar Singh, who's going to be walking away with the bottle and the T-shirt. Make sure you rock all this merchandise. And, you can tag us on Instagram as well. And we might just post that as well because Jasmeet Singh is going to be walking away with some goodies as well.
I mean, it looks like most of them coming in from Punjab wants all of it,
Hey,
Probably your fans are coming here, they're like, our fellow man is over there, let's watch him. And then when he says something, and we're going to follow and, we're going to be rewarded with few.
Well, speaking of followers, we have Siddharth, who's going to be running away with some merchandise as well. And, well, Siddharth, congratulations. Again, you are one of the lucky few. But remember, all of you still have chances to win in the days to come. Now, speaking of winners, of course, I'm going to keep your ADHD at bay. We have Moin Chagla.
Yep.
I think that's right.
Yep.
All right. Because, again, these are proper nouns, so you can kind of have a little bit of an accent. And, of course, Aniket Gupta is going to be one of those lucky winners as well.
I mean, they're lucky on two things, right? One, their name is going to be read out on the stream itself. And
it's almost like a shout-out. Shout-out to all you guys. Of course, Kunal Yadav is going to be joining them as well. And now let's have a look and see who is the last lucky man or woman to walk away with the merchandise. Well, it's you, Roshan Patel, so congratulations once again. And for all of you others watching over here, let me tell you one thing. I want one of those T-shirts for myself, so,
hopefully,
you can always try in the next day.
Hopefully, I hope that, we do get it and we could wear it on the stream one day and show them how cool it looks actually.
It does look cool. And again, I want a big shout out to Harmain because you are the last winner over here. Congratulations once again. But again, what a beautiful day for BGMI action. Straight from the beginning, we had, let me say one thing. Normally, we expect the finishes to be not so high. We started off with 13-14 right at the beginning.
Absolutely, and that is how things have started to turn out as well. But, there are several other things which we want to speak about. But rather, I will let you do the speaking at this point of time because I do understand it. Sometimes it's about the responsibilities.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. This, of course, is the iQOO BattleGroundsMobileIndia Pro Series powered by Loco. And if you want to do something, download Loco, India's largest live gaming and esports platform. You can watch all your favorite BGMI casters and, well, not casters, players, and, just jump in all the shenanigans. And you can also live stream yourselves. But for now, I do believe Arka and I, we are going to take your leave. Again, it was a wonderful day. Day 2 is going to be even more spectacular. So once again, thank you for watching. XP and Arka, we're going to bid you a good night.
Adios.